everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Boundless Journey, starting from Bofuri. Chapter 416 to 454, Chapter 416 Rest and Playing by the Seaside. I propose we go play at the beach. At this moment, Yui excitedly said to everyone. Yes, yes. Hearing her words, Ritsu was the first to respond. Rika and Tsumuji also seemed tempted. Yui, we came here for training camp, not for fun. Hearing her words, Yukino's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Nachan. Even Yui looked helplessly at Yui. It's okay, right? After all, Takeru's training is hellish. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Besides, taking a rest day today and starting properly tomorrow is also a good idea, isn't it? Hearing Yukino's words, Yui said confidently. Hearing Yui say this, the others were unsurprisingly tempted. Even Yukino and Shizuka felt the same. It wasn't that they didn't want to play. They just felt that the mission worlds in the reincarnation space were becoming increasingly difficult, giving them a sense of urgency. After all, unlike Takeru, they didn't know the plots and didn't possess earth-shattering power. Subsequently, everyone unanimously turned their gazes to Takeru, wanting to hear his opinion. Seeing the look of anticipation in everyone's eyes, Takeru appeared somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he was helpless because everyone wouldn't obediently train, rather, matters like training or playing were not for him to decide for everyone. However, seeing that everyone trusted him so much, Takeru spoke softly, in that case, let's take a stroll around the island today. How about we officially start training tomorrow? Yes. Hearing Takeru's words, everyone revealed happy smiles. Yay, that's great. I love you, Takeru. The excited Yui even hugged Takeru and exclaimed, instantly drawing everyone's attention to him and her again. No, that's not what I meant. Realizing her actions, Yui noticed everyone's gaze, and her face instantly turned bright red. She waved her hands frantically, looking extremely nervous. Yui watched with both helplessness and worry, and also a hint of hesitation in her eyes. All right, everyone, go get ready first. However, one thing, although many mutated animals have been cleared out, quite a few still remain. So even when playing, you need to be aware of your surroundings. Don't get taken out by these animals. Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Takeru directly broke the strange tension. Yes, we'll be careful of our surroundings. Hearing Takeru say this, Yui was the first to speak. Yes, it's best if everyone operates in pairs or groups. Yukino nodded and said directly. Then everyone can do as they please for now. If you have any questions, you can ask Ram and Emilia. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be going now. Looking at everyone, Takeru quickly said, and then vanished from the spot. Seeing Takeru leave so cleanly, several people were momentarily stunned. Where is Takeru rushing off to? Seeing this, Tsumuji looked puzzledly at Rem beside her. Takeru-sama has probably gone to see Myo, Hinata, and the others. Hearing Tsumuji's question, Ram said directly. Hearing her words, Tsumuji was somewhat surprised. Although she knew Myo, she was unfamiliar with Hinata. Ram was right. After greeting everyone, Takeru directly arrived at a location about 1 kilometer from the castle. In this scenic and open area, Myo, Hinata, and the others were training. Compared to Hinata and the others who were undergoing basic physical training, Myo was currently training in mana control. Because of the mana seed, although Myo's mana appeared very faint to Takeru, it had actually reached over 1,000. This amount of mana was not insignificant, even compared to Yui and the others. After all, through continuous enhancement, Yui's mana capacity was only around 1,300, although Yui's focus wasn't entirely on mana. If you added the white whale robe Takeru had bestowed on her, her mana capacity reached over 1,500, making her a genuine high-level mage. So now, Myo was fully capable of learning magic. Her first 2 spells were Light Heal and Purification, which Takeru had bestowed upon her. Takaru found these two abilities very practical. Although Myo didn't initially receive powerful and flashy attack magic, as someone just beginning magic, she used them with great enjoyment. Besides the bestowed magic, Takaru also had Mjuren thoroughly teach her some basic elemental magic. After all, if one truly wanted to become strong, relying solely on Takaru's copying and bestowing would absolutely not make one a true powerhouse. Moreover, Takaru's copying and bestowing still had certain limitations. That was, although proficiency would increase with use, the maximum proficiency could only reach the same level as Takaru's. The highest limit was advanced level, and it could not reach the peak, let alone higher levels. However, there was one point: if Takaru bestowed the skill first, and the person then relearned and mastered the basics of that magic, after completely thoroughly understanding it, they could break free from the limitations of Takaru's skill. Arriving here, Takaru saw Myo diligently condensing the mana within her body, then releasing magic through special flow and construction. Because Myo's mana was relatively abundant, she could improve her mana control proficiency through continuously releasing magic. Of course, she would still need to learn a systematic mana control method later for faster improvement. Takaru-sama. Seeing Takaru's arrival, Mjuren respectfully bowed her head and spoke softly. Yes. How is Myo's progress? Looking at Mjuren, Takaru directly inquired. Mjuren was now Myo's instructor. Her understanding of magic surpassed even Ram and the others, and she had quite a talent for teaching. Even Beatrice was somewhat inferior in this regard. However, when it came to the scope of magical knowledge, it was definitely Beatrice, who spent every day with magic books, who was far superior. Currently, Beatrice was researching high-level magic. Also, although their mana was somewhat similar, there were certain differences between the mana from the Re-Zero world and the magic power from the Slime world. These differences were added when Beatrice was named by Takaru, or when she evolved alongside him. This allowed her, besides Een magic, to now use various elemental magics like Mjuren. However, her strongest magic for now remained the Een magic she had used for several hundred years. Myo-sama is very talented. Her learning and control of magic far exceed ordinary people. Hearing Takaru's words, Mjuren said with emotion. Mjuren wasn't lying. Myo, being human, had even higher affinity for magic than her, a maiden. This was something she had never imagined before. What Mjuren didn't know was that the reason Myo possessed such talent was because Takaru had given her the mana seed. Additionally, there were gene serum, star soul fruits and the like. Takaru even planned to have her drink some life water after a while. At that time, Myo's strength would probably greatly increase again. Oni-chan, you're here. After continuously using a round of basic fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water magic, Myo noticed Takaru's arrival. Yes. It seems you've become quite proficient with magic. Hearing her words, Takaru revealed a slight smile and praised her. Not at all. It's all thanks to Mjuren-sensei's good teaching. Hearing Takaru's words, Myo scratched her head and pointed at Mjuren. All of this is due to Myo-sama's own talent and diligent learning. Hearing Myo's words, Mjuren quickly said. All right, Myo, you have talent and you work hard enough. I can see that. Of course, Mjuren's careful guidance also plays a part. Seeing the two being modest, Takaru smiled and shook his head. Hey, Oni-chan, did you come here for something? Hearing Takaru's words, Myo's mouth curled upward. Then, as if remembering something, she asked puzzledly. Yes. Today, let's take a rest day. You can play with Yui, Yukino, and the others. Training can resume tomorrow. Hearing Myo's question, Takaru said directly. So we have a day off. Hearing Takaru's words, Myo exclaimed excitedly. Look how happy you are. Seeing her expression, Takaru couldn't help but pinch her cheek. All right, let's go see Hinata and the others together. Subsequently, Takaru said to Myo and Mjuren. Okay. Hearing Takaru say this, Myo quickly nodded, her mood appearing very cheerful. Although she often came to this island, Mio hadn't actually explored it much. Usually, when they came here, Takaru was giving everyone special training. And Mio, being Takaru's younger sister and an object of admiration for Hinata, Noah, and the others, naturally had to set a good example. Chapter 417, Chapter 417 First Acquaintance. 1,329 words. Arriving not far away, there were rows of new buildings. Inside, Takaru saw Hinata, Ebina, and the others diligently engaged in physical training. Because Hinata, AI, and the others had already spent a considerable amount of time training, their movements were very proficient. Only the newly arrived Renj had some difficulty keeping up with everyone's actions, but it didn't really matter. As for supervising and protecting everyone, that was Takaru's clone, Beatrice and Karen. Takaru's clone mainly used the gravity domain to apply adaptive gravity adjustments for everyone. Beatrice and Karen observed whether anyone showed any abnormalities. At the same time, they also operated their mana or chakra within Takaru's gravity domain, training the flow of their own energy. After all, under the effect of gravity, besides the body becoming heavy, the flow of mana and chakra was also suppressed. Training under these conditions could train all aspects. Usually, Emilia and the others would also join the training, but today, they were resting to entertain everyone. With Takaru's arrival, he directly released his shadow clone. As the clone dispersed, the gravity domain was also lifted. Hinata and the others, who were in the middle of jump training, suddenly lacking the gravity suppression, leaped high into the air. The group were somewhat stunned after jumping to such a height. Watching the ground grow further away, they became extremely nervous. Hana and Koyori even screamed loudly, losing some composure. Both were rather afraid of heights, even if they had jumped that high themselves. Hinata and AI, after their initial surprise, became serious. They quickly adjusted their postures, maintaining an upright position and landing safely on the ground. Ebina was also extremely shocked by her own jumping ability. However, being an adult, she adjusted her mindset faster than Hana and the others. Soon, she stabilized her posture and landed firmly. Takaru looked helplessly at Hana and Koyori, using telekinesis to intercept the two who were about to land headfirst. Although their enhanced physical constitutions meant that even landing headfirst would at most result in minor injuries, seeing how scared the two were, Takaru helped them anyway. Alright, it's okay now. Looking at the two, Takaru held one in each arm and spoke to them. The two's first reaction upon regaining their senses was to tightly hug Takaru, clearly still somewhat frightened. Hinata and Renj, on the other hand, seemed to have found something fun. They started jumping up and down on the spot. Usually, Takaru strictly ordered everyone not to jump with full force, so Hinata and the others didn't know how high they could actually jump. But now, discovering they could jump to heights of 6 or 7 meters, they naturally found it extremely exciting and fun. Even Renj, who had only trained for a short time, could already jump over 3 meters high without restraints, thanks to Takaru's resource provision. Alright, Hinata, Renj, stop playing. Seeing the stark contrast between the 7 little ones, Takaru helplessly shook his head. Master. Hearing Takaru's voice, everyone gathered around. Hana and Koyori are so sneaky, hugging Master tightly. Upon arriving, Hinata said directly. AI, breathing rapidly, was clearly jealous. Alright, that's because they still need to train properly to overcome their fear of heights, and also need to better adapt their ability to improvise. Now, return to the group first. Hearing everyone's words, Takaru said directly. Hearing Takaru's words, Hana and Koyori apologetically jumped down from Takaru, returned to the group, and looked at Takaru puzzledly. Master, do you have something to announce? Noah asked curiously. That's right. Today, since my classmates have arrived and they want to do some sightseeing first, we'll also take a day off. Training will resume tomorrow. Everyone can go play at the seaside, and in the evening, we'll have a barbecue together. Hearing her words, Takaru said directly. Playing at the seaside. Awesome. Hearing Takaru's words, Hinata exclaimed excitedly. But, Master, we didn't bring swimsuits. Subsequently, Noa raised her hand and said. In that case, I've prepared them for you. As he spoke, Takaru snapped his fingers. Soon, several sets of swimsuits in their sizes with uniform patterns appeared before everyone. Of course, the style leaned towards school swimsuits, as they were still children. Thank you, Master. Excitedly taking the swimsuits, everyone revealed thrilled expressions, extremely excited about the upcoming fun. Seeing them so happy, Takaru smiled and nodded. Beatrice, Karen, and Mjurin, however, looked puzzledly at the swimsuits in Takaru's hand. Their worlds had no concept of swimsuits. Everyone, come along. There are many swimsuits for you as well. You can choose for yourselves later. As for Betty, something like what Hinata and the others have should be fine. Looking at them, Takaru said directly. Hearing Takaru's words, Beatrice frowned. She instinctively felt Takaru's expression was somewhat strange, but she couldn't quite pinpoint it. She simply nodded. Having decided, Takaru directly used teleportation magic to bring everyone back to the castle. Wow, there are so many more people. Upon returning to the castle, Hinata and the others exclaimed in surprise. Ebona-san, Myo-chan. Noticing Takaru and the others' arrival, Yui quickly greeted everyone. Myo, AI, you're back. Yui also waved to everyone shortly after. Yui-ne, morning. Seeing Yui, Myo and the others smiled and greeted her. Tsumugi, Shinka, and the others looked at this scene with surprise. They were even more puzzled that Ebona was also here. As for Kazuha and Kamachi, seeing that the youngest ones here were not them, they unconsciously sighed in relief. Let me briefly introduce everyone. This is Ebona Nana, my classmate. These are Hoshino Hinata, Hinetsuru AI, Shirasaki Hana. Kanamori Kanon. Hinata and the others are Myo's classmates. And now they are all my disciples. Looking at everyone, Takaru said simply. Since Hachiman, Yukino, and some others from different classes didn't know Ebona, Takaru briefly introduced her as well. Disciples. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone, who had been calm, was now surprised. Their attention completely focused on AI and the others. Only Yui, and Rika, who were already aware of the situation, showed no surprise. Though they had also been extremely shocked when they first perceived this situation. Yes, I am Hoshino Hinata, 10 years old, Master's first disciple. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Hinata spoke to everyone openly and gracefully. I am Hinetsuru AI, 9 years old, Master's second disciple. Noticing Hinata's actions, AI introduced herself. I am the third disciple. Noticing everyone's curious gazes after hearing Hinata and AI's introductions, Hana raised her hand somewhat awkwardly. Everyone can call me Noah. I am the fourth disciple. Afterwards, everyone introduced themselves. Everyone was surprised that the youngest, Mayachi Renj, was only 7 years old. So cute. Hello, I am Takaru's classmate, Kotobuki Tsumugi. You can call me Muji-chan or Wani-san. Looking at the little girls, Tsumugi felt as if she was melting. She crouched down and said excitedly. Hey Takaru, you don't have that kind of hobby, do you? Looking at Hinata and the others, Shizuka couldn't help but pull Takaru aside and ask quietly. Seeing her strange gaze, Takaru couldn't help but roll his eyes. We have a normal master-disciple relationship. Hearing Takaru's words, Shizuka lightly patted Takaru's shoulder and said nothing more. Soon, everyone was ready. Takaru, which direction is the sea? Coming outside, everyone simply used their observation hockey to scan, and found no sea nearby. This is the center of the island. The nearest beach is over 10 kilometers away. So to get there, we'll need to use teleportation. Hearing their words, Takaru said directly. After all, considering high tide and excessive humidity, Takaru did not build the residences by the sea. Moreover, if they really needed to go, everyone's speed would get them there quickly. So, those who are ready now, shall we depart first? Looking at Yui, Ritsu, and others who had already changed into their swimsuits, Takaru said directly. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, Yui and the others excitedly raised their hands. Chapter 418, Chapter 418 Danger and Test. 1,385 words. Subsequently, Takaru directly used teleportation magic to transfer everyone to the seaside. Since it was an uninhabited island, there was no garbage. Perhaps due to the rich mana, the scenery here was extremely beautiful. The sea. As soon as they arrived, Yui and Ritsu excitedly ran towards the shore. Honestly, are they children? No, even children aren't this excited. Watching the excited Ritsu, Mio helplessly shook her head. Everyone, let's go too. Seeing Yui and Ritsu's actions, Mio looked at Hinata, AI, and the others. Yes. Hearing Mio's words, Hinata and the others excitedly ran directly into the waves. Feeling the cool seawater, Hinata immediately splashed water at Mio. Damn you, Hinata. Take this. Saying this, Mio splashed back. Me too. Seeing the two playing, Noah and Koyori also started splashing Hana and Kanon. Soon, Yui, Ritsu, Rika, and others were drawn into the fray. Aoko and Midori, perched on Takaru's shoulders, found it quite amusing. As for Kurenai, she had already flown out long ago to join the fun with everyone. Takaru-sama, shall I go fetch the remaining people now? Watching Ritsu and the others start playing, Ram said to Takaru. Yes. After you bring everyone, you two should also change into your swimsuits. Hearing her words, Takaru said directly. I understand. Hearing Takaru's words, Ram paused briefly, then nodded softly. As for Takaru, he pondered for a moment, looked around, and directly created some beach chairs and parasols. Soon, a leisure area was created by Takaru. Yui, Mio, Tsumuji, and the others nearby were once again filled with emotion. Although Yui and Tsumuji had long witnessed Takaru's creation ability, they still found it astonishing. Over in the shallows, the commotion from Ritsu and the others soon disturbed the seabed creatures dwelling nearby. Just as Takaru finished creating the leisure equipment, the head of a giant turtle emerged from the sea. Noah, watch out. As the turtle surfaced, it stirred up huge waves. Everyone playing soon noticed something amiss. Mio quickly warned Noah. The turtle, noticing Ritsu and the others, revealed an angry expression and directly spat a water bullet towards the nearby Koyori and Noah. Fireball. Noticing the giant turtle's special attack, Yui reacted quickly. She directly launched a fireball, precisely colliding with and canceling out the water bullet. Boom. The fireball and the water bullet neutralized each other, generating a large amount of water vapor. Mio quickly reacted, jumping in front of Noah and the others. Mana surged around her body as several wind blades rapidly formed and flew directly towards the turtle. Although some struck the turtle's hard shell without causing any damage, several wind blades cut into its exposed limbs and head. Instantly, blood flowed, and the turtle let out a roar of pain. Oh, Mio, your strength is really impressive. Leave the rest to me. Noticing Mio's power, Ritsu, who had been preparing to attack, paused out of curiosity. Seeing that Mio, who hadn't even joined the reincarnation space, could quickly use such powerful wind blades surprised her somewhat. Watching the enraged turtle wounded by Mio's attack, Ritsu decided not to hold back. She activated the three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. As her words fell, 3 fire dragons composed of flames rapidly charged towards the giant turtle, engulfing it in blazing fire. Roar. Feeling the scorching flames, the turtle wailed in agony. After about 20 seconds, as the turtle's cries grew fainter, the flames slowly subsided, and a large amount of steam rose from the sea surface. Amidst the scalding steam, the turtle's corpse was somewhat charred, accompanied by a peculiar grilled meat scent. Oh, amazing! Hinata and the others applauded Ritsu for neatly taking down the giant turtle. Hee, it's nothing much. Hearing Hinata and the others' praise, Ritsu's face showed a smug smile, though her words remained humble. Yes, indeed. If it were Master, the fire dragon he unleashes would be much bigger than that. Hearing Ritsu's words, Hana nodded seriously. Hearing Hana's words, Ritsu, who had been excited, froze with a stiff expression. Humph, to deal with something like this, Oniai-chan wouldn't even need to lift a finger to take care of it. Hearing Hana's words, Mio added. Watching everyone's praise for her transform into admiration for Takaru, Ritsu's mouth opened slightly, unable to utter a word. There. Seeing Ritsu's expression, Yui beside her patted Ritsu's head to comfort her. As for Yui, Tsumugi, and Mio on the shore, they sighed in relief upon seeing the turtle defeated. In fact, the moment they sensed the giant turtle, they had wanted to act but Takaru had stopped them. Takaru mainly wanted to observe everyone's reaction capabilities. Primarily, he wanted to see Mio, AI, and the others' reactions. The turtle wasn't strong, so even if Mio encountered it alone, as long as she remained calm and fought properly, she could kill it without injury. And judging by the results, it was acceptable. Although Noah and the others were surprised when they noticed the water bullet attack, they didn't panic. After all, Takaru had emphasized to them that they must never panic in battle. Once panic set in, their combat effectiveness might drop to less than 10%, essentially handing their lives over to death. Now it seemed their reactions were passable. Even Renge, who had just joined training, didn't show panic, perhaps due to her calm disposition. However, in this situation, retreating would have been the best choice for AI and the others. If unexpected circumstances arose, they might encounter accidents or become liabilities. Subsequently, Takaru directly went to the shore and stored the somewhat charred turtle away. These turtles were also very good materials, whether as Pokemon or as high-grade ingredients from the Toriko world. Master, come play with us. Seeing Takaru approach, AI and Kanon excitedly grabbed his arms. All right. Seeing this, Takaru directly joined everyone playing in the sea. About 3 minutes later, Takaru saw the arrival of the second group. This time, obviously, everyone was ready. Looking at the very conspicuous Ebona, Takaru felt somewhat emotional. Besides her, Shizuka also possessed considerable assets, making Umaru, Sylphan, and others envious. Unfortunately, in this world, just like in the original work, Shizuka still hadn't found a partner. It seemed that every time she went on a blind date, her true nature would emerge and scare off those fellows. As for those slightly inferior, Shizuka also didn't fancy them. So now, she had almost become a sage. Of course, Takaru could only lament those guys' lack of discernment. Under normal circumstances, having such a smart and beautiful girl as a girlfriend would definitely make one a winner in life. Everyone, come play. Seeing everyone's arrival, Takaru waved to them. Takaru. Hearing Takaru's voice, Beatrice quickly came to his side. Besides Beatrice, Kamara, the little loli, also broke free from Juran's arm and pounced towards Takaru. Seeing this, Takaru quickly caught her. Kamara, seeing the ocean for the first time, was extremely curious. She had also changed into the swimsuit Takaru had manifested, looking very cute. Before long, Sylphan, Umaru, and others also arrived at the seaside. Shizuka, Taihei, and the others sat on the shore, using the beach chairs Takaru had just manifested. Yuta and Hachiman glanced at each other and directly walked to a corner, watching everyone play, feeling somewhat out of place. Kazuha and Kamachi, on the other hand, appeared very relaxed, joining everyone in the fun. Tsumugi, Umaru, Sylphan, and the others directly started playing in the sand on the beach. Since the island was an uninhabited island far from the city, the entire island was like a private resort for Takaru and the others. They could play to their heart's content here without anyone disturbing them. Takaru also waved to Ram and Rem, who had changed into their swimsuits. The two somewhat shyly came to Takaru's side. Takaru looked them over and gave them a thumbs up, causing a slight blush to appear on Ram and Rem's faces, making them look somewhat embarrassed. Takaru and I, how about mine? Seeing Takaru praise Ram and Rem, felt eagerly came to Takaru's side and spun around. Very cute. Hearing her words, Takaru said with a smile. Hee hee. Hearing Takaru's compliment, felt revealed a happy smile. Chapter 419. Chapter 419 The respective advantages of mana and ninjutsu. 1358 words. On the shore, Emilia and Mjurin were still unable to relax. After all, everyone's attire was simply too revealing. Karen and Mickey, on the other hand, were fine. The two had also chosen suitable swimsuits, and looked very youthful and radiant. After playing for a short while, Yui and Ritsu seemed to think of something again, and walked further ahead into the sea. Since both had trained in chakra, they literally walked on the water. Wow, amazing! Watching their actions, Noah and the others exclaimed in surprise. Although Takaru had previously demonstrated many powerful ninjutsu, he hadn't yet shown them the basic applications of chakra. After all, showing them would be of little use. Although everyone had extracted chakra, their chakra reserves were too small to squander. Kamachi and Kazuha, seeing Ritsu and Yui's actions, felt a twinge of envy. Their desire for chakra grew even stronger, and they resolved to train hard so that they could become part of the group in the future. Hee hee. The two, perceptive as they were, heard everyone's praise and revealed smug smiles. However, they weren't simply demonstrating water walking. They came to the front, formed hand seals, and performed water release, water dragon bullet technique. Soon, a giant water dragon rapidly emerged before them, and the two were lifted high into the air by it. After doing this, they began controlling the water dragon to glide across the sea. Witnessing this scene, Hinata and the others, unsurprisingly, showed expressions of envy. As for Mio, she remembered when Takaru had used these abilities during their play at Sumuji's vacation villa. Yukino and the others on the shore saw Yui and Ritsu's actions and shook their heads with amusement but said nothing. How fun! I'll do it too. Seeing Yui and Ritsu's actions, Sylphin came beside them and similarly used the water dragon bullet technique, lifting herself with the water dragon. When Rika saw this, her ahogue twitched with interest, and she also joined in the fun. Watching everyone start playing around with ninjutsu, Takaru didn't stop them. Training chakra through play was actually quite a good method. Boring. As for Beatrice, after glancing at the four, she said flatly. Although she couldn't use ninjutsu, summoning a water dragon with magic was no difficult task. Most importantly, she could use anti-gravity magic combined with wind magic to fly at high speed. Soon, Ritsu was the first to falter. Her water dragon became unstable and directly dispersed, causing her to fall from its head. Following Ritsu's fall, Sylphin also tumbled down. Compared to Yui and Ritsu, Sylphin's chakra control was much poorer. Rika, however, having often trained with Takaru, possessed chakra control not inferior to Yui's. Yui and Ritsu's lead made Mio and the others eager to try. Although they didn't possess abilities like Yui and the others, their own power was not to be underestimated. Thinking this, Mio began to channel her magic, condensing a small whirlpool beneath her feet, lifting herself up. Master, can we stand on the water? Hinata, watching Ritsu and the others playing, curiously asked Takaru. Of course. You just need to condense chakra on the soles of your feet. Chakra has an adhesive property. If you control it well, whether it's climbing trees, scaling cliffs, or walking on water, it's all very easy. This will be a required course later on. Looking at Hinata, Takaru said directly. Really? Hearing Takaru's words, the group became interested and began diligently condensing their chakra. After a while, they finally barely covered the soles of their feet with chakra. But the moment they stepped onto the water, it was like stepping on smooth ice. Moreover, with the constant movement of the seawater, they couldn't gain a foothold and directly sank. Master, we can't stand on it. After trying 3 or 4 times, Noah directly said to Takaru. Of course. Walking on water isn't that easy to learn. First, your chakra isn't sufficient to support your weight. Second, walking on water is much more difficult than climbing trees or scaling cliffs, precisely because of the water flow. The water is constantly flowing. So if you want to stand steady, you must constantly adjust the chakra distribution on your soles according to the water's flow, forming a delicate balance with the water. If you can achieve this, it means your chakra control has become somewhat proficient, and the power of the ninjutsu you use can be even greater. Hearing Noah's words, Takaru took the opportunity to educate them. I see. We understand. We'll work hard. Hearing Takaru's words, Hinata said seriously. Afterwards, the group began attempting again. Although they now understood the difficulty, they still wanted to keep trying. Oni-chan, what about mana? Can it also be used to stand on water? After hearing Takaru explain the special uses of chakra, Mio asked curiously. After all, she hadn't learned chakra, and she had learned magic and nen. No, mana cannot directly enable one to stand on water. However, mana can be used to release magic. Just like what you're doing now, you could also be considered standing on the water. Moreover, magic can use anti-gravity magic and wind magic to allow free flight. This is something chakra finds very difficult to achieve. Hearing Mio's words, Takaru said seriously. As far as Takaru knew, there were only 4 ways to fly in the ninja world. The first was body modification like the cursed seal of heaven, growing bat wings like Sasuke to achieve flight. The second representative was Konan, who created a pair of wings through her special jutsu, Dance of the Shikigami. The third was the Akimichi clan's secret technique, butterfly mode, which materialized chakra into wings, allowing flight like a butterfly. The fourth and more reliable method was the technique developed by Inoki, earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. It could reduce the weight of any object, including the user's own body, granting the user the ability to soar through the air. This ability was actually very similar to anti-gravity magic. The principle was the same, lightening one's body weight to ascend through the air using the atmosphere. Although Takaru hadn't learned this ability, with his current knowledge of ninjutsu, and his understanding of gravity, developing it would be very easy. But for Hinata and the others, learning this ninjutsu was not so simple. After all, this technique was of considerable level and required substantial chakra reserves and talent for earth-release chakra nature. Of course, once they reached Jonin level's ability and chakra reserves, they could develop new basic nature transformations. However, that would still take considerable time. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Mio no longer felt unbalanced. Although chakra could be used to climb trees, scale cliffs, and walk on water, compared to flight, it seemed incomparable. I want to learn to fly. Renj beside them, thinking of something, said expectantly. Is that so? Then Renj-chan, you'll have to work hard. Hearing Renj's words, Takaru patted her little head and said. Just as Takaru finished encouraging Renj, Yui and the others attracted a new mutated animal. A massive shark angrily opened its enormous jaws towards Sylphan and the others. Ah, Sylphan-ne, watch out. Kamachi on the shore, noticing the situation, shouted nervously. Kazuha beside Kamachi, who had never seen such scenes before, directly slumped to the ground. Only the others on the shore glanced at it briefly before looking away. A mere mutated shark was nothing for them to be concerned about. Leave it to me. Seeing the mutated shark trying to bite her, Sylphan easily leaped and dodged its attack. She then quickly formed hand seals. With her seals, water release, water shark bullet technique formed numerous shark-shaped water bullets before her. Then, before the bewildered gaze of the mutated shark, the shark-shaped water bullets charged and collided into it with a roar. The immense impact made it wail in pain. Soon, it was battered until blood flowed freely, its belly floating upwards clearly dead. Seeing Sylphan easily dispatch the mutated shark, everyone showed no surprise. Takaru, seeing this, teleported over and retrieved the corpse of the mutated shark. Chapter 420, Chapter 420 Sumptuous lunch, everyone shocked. 1,426 words. As time passed, the island lived up to its reputation as a paradise for mutated animals. Besides the mutated shark incident, Rika, who was standing on her water dragon, also faced an attack from a mutated eagle. However, she pierced it directly with an ice arrow. Aside from the seaside, Yukino and the others resting leisurely on the shore were also attacked by monsters. But without exception, the few mutated animals that charged out were easily killed by everyone. After all, compared to the monsters of the slime world, the mutated animals of the main world were still somewhat weaker. Of course, this was also because, aside from Kokuo, all the B-rank and above mutated animals on the island had been eliminated by Takaru. Even those newly born were promptly dealt with by Takaru, becoming new materials. As for Komichi and Kazuha, they went from initial shock to eventual numbness. They finally understood that these mutated animals, which are so dangerous to ordinary citizens, were lucky to last a few rounds against this group. It wasn't until around 2 or 3 in the afternoon that everyone thoroughly had their fill of fun and returned to the villa, starving. Seeing everyone weak with hunger, Takaru found it amusing. Yui and the others had continuously used mana and chakra, depleting their own energy, which was why they were so hungry. After all, even Komichi and Kazuha, who had no mana or chakra, weren't that hungry. However, Rem and the others had already prepared lunch. All right, everyone, wash up and gather in the dining hall. It's time to eat. As for tonight, we'll have a barbecue. Looking at everyone, Takaru said directly. Takaru, you're a lifesaver. Hearing Takaru's words, Ritsu and Yui clapped their hands together and said directly to Takaru. You should be saying that to Rem, Yukino, Ui, and the others who prepared the meal. Hearing their words, Takaru said directly. While everyone was getting ready, Takaru entered the personal pocket dimension. After briefly checking on the growth of the Pokemon and magical beasts, Takaru nodded in satisfaction and went directly to the plant area. He picked some chocolate mushrooms, almond cabbage, and for dessert, banana cucumbers and white apples. Takaru sampled a little and found that after a period of growth, these plants had become even more delicious. Unlike magical beasts, plants could be catalyzed by Takaru's own energy. So if needed, Takaru could cultivate these special vegetables and fruits in large quantities. After collecting a large box of 4 types of produce, Takaru left the dimension satisfied and returned to Monster Island. Oh? Takaru, where did you go? Seeing Takaru appear out of thin air, Shinka asked curiously. Yes, I went to get something. Hearing her words, Takaru revealed a mysterious smile. Hearing Takaru say this, Shinka paused but didn't press further. Is everyone in the dining hall? Subsequently, Takaru directly inquired. Yes, almost everyone is there. Hearing Takaru's words, Shinka quickly nodded. I see. Then let's go together. Hearing her say this, Takaru nodded and headed towards the dining hall. Due to the number of people, the dining hall was furnished with a large round table equipped with a rotating mechanism. The table could comfortably accommodate 30 people. At the moment, everyone seated there had no trouble, and the scene was very lively. The table was laden with various delicacies, most of which were from mutated animals or magical beasts. Besides these, there were also some vegetables from Takaru's personal pocket dimension. Although these vegetables couldn't compare to the specially cultivated banana cucumbers and the like, they were still much more delicious than ordinary vegetables, having been nourished by high-concentration mana. Looking at the table full of delicious food, and the continuously wafting aroma, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Not to mention Komichi and Kazuha, who hadn't seen such things before, even Hinata and the others, who often enjoyed delicious meals, couldn't resist swallowing. Before eating, everyone unanimously took out their phones to take pictures. After all, any single dish here could probably easily match several months of an ordinary family's food expenses. Some of the precious ones were simply invaluable. As for the 3 little spirits, Midori, Kurenai, and Aoko, Rem had also prepared plates for them, with smaller utensils placed on them. They sat directly at the table. Takaru, Shinka. When Takaru and Shinka arrived, everyone called out to Takaru. Takaru nodded to them. Although not everyone had arrived yet, and they couldn't start eating, they could still drink the moo milk on the table. Takaru had Rem and the others place a bottle of about 500 milliliters of moo milk at each seat. The starving Yui, Hinata, and others took the lead in drinking, revealing blissful expressions. Delicious. No matter how much I drink, I never get tired of it. It's amazing. Seeing their actions and smelling the food, Shizuka and the others couldn't resist picking up the moo milk beside them and drinking first, to slightly alleviate their craving. After all the dishes were placed, Takaru had the last to arrive. Rem, Yui, Taihei, and others take their seats. Alright, everyone, let's dig in. Seeing that almost everyone was present, Takaru said with a light smile. Hey, Takaru, aren't Ryoma-san and Diablo-san joining us? Hearing Takaru's words, Umara said hesitantly. Please, everyone, enjoy your meal. We do not require food. We shall take our leave now. If you need anything, please call us. Hearing Umara's words, before Takaru could speak, Diablo bowed slightly to everyone and said. After speaking, he directly led Ryoma out of the dining hall. Ryoma, being a skeleton, had no need for food. As for Diablo, although he could eat, he felt it would be too disrespectful to sit at the same table as Takaru, so he steadfastly refused to do anything so improper. Over time, Takaru had grown accustomed to it. Everyone, don't worry about them. No need to be formal. Just eat. If it's not enough, we can add more dishes. Sensing the atmosphere cool slightly, Takaru waved his hand and said to everyone. I propose a toast to Takaru. Whether it's the venue or the food, Takaru has provided everything for us. Moreover, we often receive care from him. Hearing Takaru's words, Yukino was the first to speak. Agreed. Hearing Yukino's words, everyone unanimously raised their milk bottles. Beatrice and the others looked curiously at everyone, then imitated them, raising their glasses towards Takaru. Amidst the clinking of glass bottles, everyone took a big sip of moo milk, revealing expressions of enjoyment. Then, everyone began picking up the serving chopsticks and helping themselves. Soon, the dining hall was filled with nothing but the sounds of chewing and breathing. The dishes were so delicious that no one wanted to waste time talking. Hinata, you got stains on your clothes. Noah, sitting next to Hinata, noticed the stains and used a towel to wipe off the bacon leaf juice. Noah, thank you. Seeing Noah's actions, Hinata smiled at her. Seeing Hinata's smile, Noah unconsciously smiled as well. Beside them, Kanon was also carefully wiping Koyori, having already grown accustomed to taking care of her. Takaru, I want that. Beatrice, sitting beside Takaru, tugged at his sleeve. Okay. Hearing her words, Takaru rotated the table, and helped Beatrice pick some vegetables. Oni-chan, do you know what animal this meat is from? It's really delicious. Across from Takaru, Kamachi pointed curiously at an unidentified piece of meat on her plate, and asked Hachiman. I don't know. Hearing her words, Hachiman rolled his eyes. Besides the meat from mutated animals, the table also featured many magical beasts he didn't recognize, all cut into pieces. Even if it was an animal he originally knew, he wouldn't recognize it now. Well, what about this steamed egg? It looks so ordinary, but the taste is unexpectedly delicious. Eating it feels like I'm melting. Not giving up, Kamachi asked again upon hearing Hachiman's words. I don't know. Hearing Kamachi's words, Hachiman said as usual. Shinka, Mai, and the others truly felt Takaru's generosity. Mutated animals were one thing, as obtaining them on this island wasn't very difficult. But some of the magical beast meat, which didn't exist in this world, was casually used to entertain everyone. That was truly a lavish expenditure. Although magical beasts' meat could be easily hunted in other worlds if one had the strength, its value in the main world was high. After all, manifesting items had quotas and required points. Chapter 421. Chapter 421 Desserts and Fruits After the Meal. 1395 words. Yui, you said you come to Takeru's place every weekend for training, right? Ritsu, who was fully immersed in enjoying the delicious food, suddenly remembered something and turned her head abruptly to look at Yui beside her, who was also feasting heartily. Yes, why? Yui, who was savoring the wonderful texture and flavor of the bacon slices, answered without thinking. Then, during normal times, when you eat, do you also eat food like this? Hearing Yui's words, Ritsu's tone was strange. Hearing Ritsu's words, Tsumugi and Mio beside her stared blankly at Yui. That's right. Although there aren't as many dishes as usual, it's pretty similar. Unaware of anything amiss, Yui simply nodded. Damn it, Yui, what did you use to bribe Takeru? Hearing Yui's words, Ritsu felt as if she had missed out on billions. Bribe? Hearing her words, Yui looked blankly at Ritsu. I see. From now on, I'll also come every weekend to train together. Subsequently, Ritsu said seriously. Wait, Ritsu, this is too sudden, and it's too rude. It would also cause trouble for Takeru. Hearing Ritsu's words, Mio couldn't help but speak directly to her. But, Mio, you saw it, right? Yui has been enjoying these delicacies behind our backs every weekend. So whether it's begging or that, I've decided. You should come too, Mio. Hearing Mio's words, Ritsu said seriously. Wait, what are you talking about? What that? Hearing Ritsu's words, Mio's face flushed red, and her speech became incoherent. So bold. Tsumugi also looked at Ritsu, lightly covering her mouth. Of course, it's a part-time job. You two didn't think of something lewd, did you? Seeing Mio's flushed expression, Ritsu teased. I did not. Seeing Ritsu's teasing, Mio felt guilty inside, but she absolutely could not admit to such things. Otherwise, she might be labeled with some strange tag. As for Tsumugi, she quickly shook her head, indicating she had not. Hey, Mio, Muji-chan, you should come with me. After all, with three beautiful girls making a request, Takeru might just agree. Seeing Mio's appearance, Ritsu, who knew her very well, naturally knew Mio was lying. After all, she had just deliberately guided Mio and Tsumugi's thoughts. But that wasn't the important thing now, the important thing was how to secure a long-term meal ticket. And no, that's really. Hearing Ritsu's words, although Mio was extremely tempted inside, she knew this was a very bad idea. Although they had a good relationship with Takeru, constantly troubling others would eventually wear down even the best of friendships. How can this be? Hearing Mio's firm opposition, Ritsu appeared very disappointed. Then, I'm going to eat to my heart's content these few days. Mio, who had originally wanted to comfort the somewhat dejected Ritsu, saw her attitude instantly change and rolled her eyes beautifully. Ha ha. Even Tsumugi laughed softly at this Ritsu. After this small interlude, the table full of delicacies was almost completely cleared by everyone. The result was that everyone was somewhat overstuffed. As for Kamachi, she had originally thought there would be a lot of waste, but seeing everyone's performance, she realized she had underestimated them. Whether it was the seemingly delicate Ebina, the adorably airhead Yui, or the always calm and capable Yukino, their appetites were truly formidable. After everyone put down their chopsticks, Taihei, Yui, and the others rested a bit before starting to clean up. Seeing this, Hikigaya, Yuta, and the others felt embarrassed just sitting there waiting, so they stood up to help. Watching everyone's actions, Takeru didn't say much, then said softly, by the way, there are also desserts and fruits after the meal. After speaking, Takeru took the lead in walking towards the living room. There on the large coffee table, he manifested plates one by one and directly arranged the previously picked white apples, banana cucumbers, and chocolate mushrooms. Besides these, he also placed green spirit fruits and blaze fruits. Sylphin and the others, who had followed behind, curiously looked at the strange items Takeru had taken out. Oh? Takaru, these are green spirit fruits and blaze fruits, right? Mio, who had been curious, froze upon recognizing the fruits Takaru had taken out. Is it okay for us to eat such precious things? Hearing Mio's words, Umaru couldn't help but ask. It's fine, right? Takaru cultivates green spirit fruit and blaze fruit trees. Hearing her words, Ebona said hesitantly. After all, she often stayed by Takaru's side and was very familiar with the many plants cultivated at the villa. Cultivates. Hearing Ebona's words, Umaru and the others were surprised. The appearance of green spirit fruits and blaze fruits in this world wasn't long ago. They were only found in the wild in areas rich in mana. Even the nations had failed in their attempts to transplant them. Seeing their surprised expressions, Ebona was startled, wondering if she had said something wrong. Ebona is telling the truth. Master has many at home. At this moment, Hinata came out and rescued Ebona. Yes, everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. Just eat them directly. Mio also smiled and said to everyone. Hearing Mio say this as well, and thinking of Takaru's vast abilities, everyone could only believe this astonishing fact. Mai, Shinka, Kamachi, and Kazuha, on the other hand, looked at the green spirit fruits and blaze fruits with some confusion, not knowing what these things were or why even Umaru and the others were so surprised. Thinking this, the few curiously picked up a fruit and took a bite. Instantly, their taste buds were filled with the sweet and sour juice of the green spirit fruits. Even though they had just eaten a delicious and sumptuous meal, they felt they could still eat many more of these fruits. Hana, on the other hand, curiously eyed the chocolate mushrooms. She took a bite and was immediately enveloped by the unparalleled texture and the flavor of the rich, mellow chocolate sauce, feeling as if she were about to ascend. Thinking this, she transformed into a little squirrel, rapidly devouring one after another. Hana. Hinata and Noah beside her noticed Hana's condition and quickly pulled her back. What's wrong? After being pulled back, Hana blinked and looked puzzledly at the two. You've already eaten a lot. If you eat more, your stomach won't be able to take it. Looking at the adorably airheaded Hana, Hinata and Noah said helplessly. Hearing this, Hana felt her already very full belly and could only reluctantly put down the chocolate mushroom in her hand. Seeing Hana's actions, Hinata and Noah became interested. They also took a chocolate mushroom to taste and revealed blissful expressions. Noticing Hinata and the others' actions, the rest curiously looked at the strange snacks. Takaru nii, is this cabbage? Kamachi also eyed the most peculiar cabbage. The most important thing was that the almond cabbage looked completely raw, although very fresh and brightly colored, giving one a strange appetite. You can tear off a piece and try it. Hearing her words, Takaru said mysteriously. Although almond cabbage was best suited as a salad or garnish for drinks, it didn't need such trouble, its flavor was already top-notch. Hearing Takaru's words and thinking of his wondrous nature, Kamachi carefully tore off a leaf and put it to her mouth. After chewing a little, her eyes widened. How strange. It's clearly cabbage, yet it tastes like eating high-grade almonds. Most importantly, it has both the sweetness and fragrance of almonds and the crispness and freshness of cabbage. After swallowing the cabbage leaf in her mouth, Kamachi quickly said. Hearing Kamachi's evaluation, everyone curiously tore off a leaf to taste and were soon conquered. This is called almond cabbage. However, it's important to note that it contains the high protein and sweetness of almonds, so it's a high-calorie food. Hearing her words, Takaru gently reminded them. Hearing Takaru's words, Sumuji and Mio, who had been planning to use this cabbage as a diet meal, quickly stopped their attempts to eat more. This apple is so sweet. Mio, who had curiously eaten an apple, exclaimed in surprise. Yes, and the texture is even crisper and more refreshing. If made into an apple pie, it would definitely be amazing. Mai, who had also taken a first look at this white apple, was astonished after tasting it. Chapter 422. Chapter 422 Guidance for Kamachi and Kazuha. 1385 words. And this cucumber, although it looks like a cucumber, tastes like banana. The texture is crisp and sweet. Soon, Tsumuji, after eating the banana cucumber, exclaimed in amazement. That's right. This one is even more delicious when paired with this. As he spoke, Takaru directly took out some bacon leaf. Isn't this the same as before? Everyone soon noticed that what Takaru took out was the bacon from the earlier meal. Hearing everyone's words, Takaru smiled and nodded. He directly took a piece of bacon, wrapped it around a banana cucumber, and took a bite. He immediately tasted the tender, salty, and fragrant bacon on the outside, and the crisp, sweet banana cucumber on the inside. It was an absolutely perfect snack. Seeing Takaru's expression of enjoyment, everyone felt that their already full stomachs seemed less bloated, urging them to eat more. The first to imitate Takaru was Ebona. Although she had eaten a lot just now, Ebona's appetite was still considerable. Faced with such delicious food, it was naturally hard to resist. After tasting it, she revealed an expression of immense satisfaction. Everyone enjoyed the delicacies Takaru had brought out, extremely curious about how he managed to produce so many special kinds of food. After a while, everyone was lying on the sofas, clutching their stomachs. They had simply eaten too much. They suspected that if they continued staying here for a few more days, they wouldn't be able to control their weight. And this was even though almost everyone was no longer ordinary people. If ordinary people enjoyed this cuisine for a month, they would probably become fat. In fact, as long as everyone maintained moderate exercise, there was no need to worry about gaining weight. Although magical beast meat and mutated animal meat contained abundant energy, this energy was easily absorbed by the human body. Even ordinary people, after eating it, would only need some time to digest it. What should we do next? After eating, everyone lay on the sofas, feeling somewhat lazy. Take a nap, Yui said directly. Hearing her words, everyone rolled their eyes. Yui, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Hearing Yui's words, Ritsu couldn't help but ask. Will I? I used to do this often and never got fat. Hearing Ritsu's words, Yui said in surprise, as if gaining weight from eating and sleeping was something strange. Hearing her words, everyone looked at Yui in shock. Could this be the legendary non-fat physique? Shinka said hesitantly. Upon hearing Shinka's words, everyone could only feel envy, no other words came to mind. Master, let's go train. After resting a bit, Hinata and the others, being more diligent, directly said to Takaru. Okay. Seeing their hard work, Takaru wouldn't discourage them and simply nodded. Yui and Ritsu, who had been lying lazily, hearing Hinata's words, felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, even the children wanted to work hard, while they were thinking about resting. In fact, Takaru didn't find their desire to rest strange. After all, Hinata and the others were not like Takaru and his group, who had to go to another world for 1 or 2 months every 10 days. Moreover, in other worlds, they weren't like Takaru, who could basically stand at the top of the world, and was mostly clear about the world's situation, facing little pressure most of the time. But Yukino and the others were different. Unknown worlds, unknown situations, and the constant need to strive hard just to keep up with others, all of this was very tiring. As for Hinata and the others, their current longing for amazing abilities, combined with being attracted by the special abilities Yui and the others had just demonstrated, made them want to reach that level as soon as possible. It was like in Takaru's previous life. If there was an opportunity to learn these superpowers, along with a large supply of resources, Takaru would also desperately try to improve himself. Takaru nii, can I come along? Seeing Takaru about to leave with Hinata and the others, Kamachi stood up and asked nervously. Of course you can. Looking at the somewhat nervous Kamachi, Takaru nodded to her. Thank you, Takaru nii. Hearing Takaru's reply, Kamachi quickly broke into a smile. Takaru, shall we start as well? Playing all morning is probably enough. At this moment, Yukino said hesitantly. No need to rush. We can officially start tomorrow. Besides, we'll soon be preparing the evening barbecue. Everyone should rest for now. Hearing her words, Takaru directly shook his head. After all, Takaru wasn't planning on having Hinata and the others engage in intense exercise right now. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and agreed with Takaru's proposal. Takaru, can you also guide Kazuha? At this moment, Yuta stood up and asked somewhat nervously. Seeing Takaru agree to Kamachi's request, Yuta also wanted to fight for an opportunity for Kazuha. It's no trouble. Come along. Looking at Yuta, and then at the somewhat embarrassed Kazuha, Takaru said softly. Thank you. Hearing Takaru's words, Yuta said gratefully. Kazuha also came to Takaru's side, bowed, and thanked him. Subsequently, Takaru took Hinata, Kamachi, and the others to the training area from the morning. Since they had just eaten, Takaru didn't have them engage in physical training. Instead, he had them sit and meditate. Of course, unlike the morning's physical training ground, this place had ordinary seats. Most importantly, Takaru had set up a special barrier here. In this location, one's mind was noticeably clearer, and for mana meditation, it was easier to sense mana particles. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio, Hinata, and the others nodded, found spots, sat down, and began meditating. Having just consumed high-energy food, meditating now also provided many benefits. Takaru and I, should we also directly meditate? Seeing Mio, Hinata, and the others quickly settle down, Kamachi blinked at Takaru. What ability are you learning? Is it chakra? Hearing Kamachi's words, Takaru directly inquired. Yes, what Oniai-chan taught me is a meditation method called chakra refining technique. Hearing Takaru's words, Kamachi quickly replied. Kazuha also lightly nodded. I see. Then, regarding this refining method, are there any parts you don't understand, or any points of confusion? Also, are you able to sense your own spiritual energy and physical energy? Hearing her words, Takaru directly asked. I haven't sensed it yet. What exactly are spiritual energy and physical energy? Hearing Takaru's words, Kamachi asked curiously. Well, living beings are basically composed of body and spirit. The first step in refining chakra is to first sense these two special energies, then we fuse them according to the refining method. Looking at Kamachi, Takaru explained simply. But how can I improve the chances of sensing it? I've been meditating for over a month, but I still haven't sensed anything at all. Hearing Takaru's words, Kamachi frowned and asked. Well, sensing it depends on one's spiritual power. Normally, the higher the spirit attribute, the easier it is to perceive. Another way is to rely on external forces. Looking at the troubled Kamachi, Takaru said with a light smile. External forces. That's right. Some special equipment can enhance a person's spiritual power when equipped. Additionally, there are special treasures that can greatly increase spiritual power. Furthermore, some of the food you just ate also provides bonuses in this regard. Looking at Kamachi, Takaru said with a light smile. The food we just ate can also enhance us. Could it be that green spirit fruit? Hearing Takaru say this, Kamachi was surprised. Yes, that's one of them. Including the moo milk you drank at the table, and some of the meat as well, all have these properties. You should be able to feel it now, right? Besides that, don't you feel your mind is clearer after entering here? Now that you mention it, I really do feel refreshed, Kusuha beside her nodded seriously. Yes, I've set up a special barrier here, which is very beneficial for meditation. Alright, you can try meditating now. Once you perceive something within yourself that you don't recognize, you can begin formal training. Hearing Kusuha's words, Takaru said with a smile. Yes. Hearing that they had already received so many benefits, the two became somewhat eager. They quickly found seats, sat down, and began meditating. Chapter 423, Chapter 423 The Strengthening Effect of Life Water. 1407 words. The moment the two entered the meditative state, they immediately noticed a difference. They found their consciousness was much clearer than usual, and it seemed easier to enter the meditative state than normal. Subsequently, they quickly began exploring their own energy according to the instructions in the chakra refining technique. Seeing that the two had also entered a state, Takaru pondered for a moment, directly left a clone behind, and his main body entered the personal pocket dimension. As soon as he entered the personal pocket dimension, two Pidgey noticed Takaru's arrival and directly flew onto his shoulders, acting very affectionately towards him. Unlike magical beasts like the barbecue pork, these Pokémon possess considerable intelligence and were very close to Takaru, their creator. Looking at the Pidgey, Takaru didn't shoo them away. Seeing them living well in the personal pocket dimension, Takaru was completely reassured. Subsequently, without lingering, Takaru went directly to the location of the World Tree. Along the way, he encountered other Pokémon, such as Butterfree and Marill. As he passed through the barrier, they could only stay outside. Entering the interior, Takaru first looked at the puddle beneath the World Tree. After over 10 days of condensation, it had accumulated over 10 milliliters again. Takaru unceremoniously used telekinesis to collect all this life water and stored it in his previously gathered glass bottle. Seeing that the life water had reached approximately 150 milliliters, Takaru pondered, precisely measured 100 milliliters, and directly drank it in one go. As the life water flowed down Takaru's throat into his abdomen, Takaru felt the life water directly transform into powerful energy, remodeling his body. Takaru himself felt somewhat feverish, as the energy was quite intense. However, Takaru's physical constitution was even stronger, easily withstanding the somewhat rough transformation. Afterwards, Takaru directly sat down on the spot and entered a meditative state, allowing his body to be continuously strengthened by the immense life energy. About an hour later, Takaru opened his eyes. The strengthening effect of the life water had long since finished. Feeling his abundant mana and his spirited mental state, Takaru directly opened his reincarnation watch and checked his own status panel. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takaru. Race, Human Demon. Bloodline abilities, Senju Bloodline, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Left Eye, Rewind, Right Eye, Koto Amatsukami. Talent abilities, Universal Perception, Demon Lord's Aura, Gravity Domain, Infinite Regeneration, Lightning Mastery, Enhanced Clone, Freeze Domain, Universal Barrier, Magic Control, Telekinesis Domain, Space-Time Manipulation, Ultimate Defense, Perseverance, Devourer, Nen, Lion's Heart, Shub-Niggurath. Strength, 1158, 985, Ordinary Person 20. Constitution, 1212, 8. Defense, 1512, 2133. Speed, 1143, 4. Spirit, 1830, 38. Mana, 625,000, 3660, Ordinary Person 0. Skills, Creation Magic, Advanced, Necromancy, Advanced. Resistances, Natural Effects Nullification, Abnormal Status Nullification, Mental Attack Resistance, Physical Attack Resistance, Pain Resistance, Magic Attack Resistance. Evaluations and Points, EX Rank Evaluation X1. S Rank Evaluation X1. A Rank Evaluation X3. B Rank Evaluation X3. C Rank Evaluation X5. Points 525,000. Looking at the significantly increased attributes and mana, Takaru felt somewhat emotional. Especially the increase in his spirit attribute. Although Takaru had previously eaten many star soul fruits, which had increased his spirit attribute considerably, this time using 100 milliliters of life water directly increased his spirit attribute by over 130 points. This showed how exceptional life water was. However, Takaru also sensed that the strengthening effect of life water seemed to have diminished. Perhaps it was due to developing resistance to this substance. Maybe after drinking a certain amount, it would, like with Kurenai and the others, only serve as a mana recovery and restoration potion. Shaking his head, Takaru stopped dwelling on it. He sat down again and continued catalyzing the World Tree. After about 2 hours of transmission, Takaru's own mana and Senjutsu chakra were nearly depleted. Subsequently, Takaru stopped his actions. Although he still had over 3 million mana reserves, Takaru did not intend to continue catalyzing. He only used his own, allowing his mana to recover naturally. After stopping, Takaru bid farewell to the World Tree. Sensing its reluctant mood, Takaru went to inspect the territories of the high-grade ingredients he had created. Of course, Takaru did not approach them to disturb them, and he only observed from a distance. For example, the barbecue pigs, which were originally only 2 meters long, had now reached nearly 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. It seemed they would completely enter adulthood in a while. However, Takaru sharply noticed something unusual about one barbecue pig. It appeared to be pregnant. Upon this discovery, Takaru showed a happy expression. Using his time freeze ability, he approached it and fed it a feed containing a leaf from the World Tree, boosting its internal energy to help it give birth to healthy piglets. Having done this without a trace, Takaru disappeared from the spot. As for the sow, which had felt somewhat low on energy, it soon noticed something in its mouth. Instinctively chewing and swallowing, it felt its internal energy quickly replenished. This left it somewhat bewildered, unaware of what had happened. On Takaru's side, after dealing with the barbecue pig, he went to the red hair pigs. The red hair pigs, originally only 2 meters long, hadn't grown much in length, only about 2.3 meters. However, their height had increased from 1.7 meters to 2.5 meters. Similarly, after careful inspection, Takaru found that both red hair pigs were pregnant. Satisfied, Takaru fed them nutritious feed as well before leaving. Soon, Takaru arrived at the territory of the crab pigs. Compared to their counterparts, the crab pigs were somewhat lazy. Neither of the 2 female crab pigs was pregnant. However, seeing that all 3 crab pigs had reached 3 meters in length, Takaru left the spot. Afterwards, Takaru also checked on the cheese rabbits. He found that the number of cheese rabbits underground had increased from the original 4 to 10. Judging by the situation, the population might increase again in a few days. Thinking for a moment, although curious whether the cheese rabbits had grown well, Takaru restrained himself, considering this was a critical time for them to expand their population. Next, Takaru directly approached the peach furry beast. At this moment, the giant peach on its head had grown back. Takaru unceremoniously harvested the giant peach from its head before releasing it. Once it could move, the peach furry beast scampered away in a flash, as if Takaru were some kind of great demon. Subsequently, Takaru took a small bite of the giant peach. Rich, sweet juice quickly filled Takaru's taste buds, making him feel he could finish the entire peach in one sitting. However, after that one bite, Takaru stopped. He used the giant peach as material, took out a large mutated hamster, and combined them. Under Takaru's creation magic, a peach furry beast over 3 meters long appeared before him. Looking at the peach on this peach furry beast, which was less than half a meter in size, Takaru did not harvest it. The peach still had much room to grow. Afterwards, Takaru successively visited the potato carrot onion chickens and tiger chickens. Both types of chickens had laid 3 eggs each. Takaru pondered and took 1 egg from each, intending to taste their eggs. Then, Takaru arrived at a mine location. Probing the depths of the mine, he soon discovered the ruby crabs. Although the number of ruby crabs hadn't changed, Takaru saw that they had laid eggs. Soon, Takaru might be able to enjoy delicious ruby crab. Arriving at the soy sauce locusts, seeing the locusts, which had reached over 3 meters in body length, Takaru directly used telekinesis to suppress the panicked locust. He collected 1 liter of soy sauce from its back before releasing it. He tasted a little. It was definitely the most delicious soy sauce Takaru had ever used, and much more delicious than the soy sauce from the beginning. It seemed that with growth, the flavor also became more delicious. With this inherently delicious soy sauce, the dishes made afterwards might reach another level of deliciousness. For a food lover like Takaru, this was undoubtedly a very celebratory matter. After inspecting these, all the terrestrial high-grade ingredients had been checked. What remained were those in the sea. Due to the expansion of the personal pocket dimension, the area of the sea within it had also expanded greatly. Chapter 424. Chapter 424 excited Komichi and Kazuha. 1427 words. Arriving at the sea surface, seeing the sea which had begun to take shape, Takaru was very satisfied. Subsequently, he dove directly into it, and also observed the scenery of the sea within the personal pocket dimension, along with the abundant seafood resources beneath. These were not Takaru's main focus. What Takaru focused on were the high-grade ingredients he had manifested. After a thorough inspection, the lobster fish, aside from growing in size, had not yet reproduced. The tuna octopus, however, had already produced some roe. As for the smiling manatee, besides an increase in size, there were no other changes. Thinking this, Takaru did not dwell on it excessively. He teleported from the seabed back to the main world. Although he had spent nearly 4 hours in the personal pocket dimension, only 1 hour and 20 minutes had passed in the main world. Seeing Mio and the others still meditating, Takaru, with a thought, directly evaporated the moisture from his clothes. Looking at his current attire, Takaru began to consider that he should also address the issue of clothing. While it didn't necessarily need powerful defensive capabilities, at the very least, it should be clean, fireproof, waterproof, and comfortable to wear, like the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although Takaru didn't know what fabric the Demon Slayer Corps used, perhaps he could create a special silkworm or spider and use their silk. Thinking of it, he immediately acted. Takaru had never hunted silkworm-type insects, so the only available materials were mutated spiders or the corpses of spider-type magical beasts. Thus, Takaru returned to the personal pocket dimension. In a forest, he synthesized the spider corpse in his hand into a special spider magical beast. After setting up some barriers around it to restrict it, Takaru returned outside. Soon, time reached evening. Mio and the others awakened from their meditation. After an afternoon of meditation training, the amount of mana, or chakra within their bodies had increased somewhat. As for Komichi and Kazuha, they had even perceived the special energy within their bodies, leaving both extremely excited. The reason they were able to perceive it in one session here was also related to their previous efforts. Both had consumed the beginner enhancement potions given to them by Hachiman and Yuta. If they had persisted, they would have been able to sense it soon enough without too much time. Coming here, with the boost from the special food and the barrier, they had completely crossed this threshold. Thank you so much, Takaru nii. If it weren't for you, it might have taken me much longer to perceive it. With a joyful heart, Komichi said gratefully to Takaru. Takaru nii, thank you. Kazuha also said gratefully. You're welcome. However, the subsequent energy fusion is not simple either. You'll need to work hard. Alright, Yukino and the others have already called. They said everyone has gone back to the seaside, and are preparing to have a barbecue there. Let's head over now. Gently shaking his head, Takaru said directly. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone quickly nodded. Thinking of the upcoming food, Hana couldn't help but swallow her saliva again. Soon, Takaru teleported with Mio and the others to the beach. Accompanied by the setting sun, everyone was busy at the moment. With everyone working together, many preparations were quickly completed. Some had even started grilling the meat. Takaru, Mio, you're back. With Takaru and the others' appearance, Mio waved at Takaru. Yes, it's already started. Seeing Yui, Ritsu and Hachiman flipping skewers beside the grill, and Kamara drooling nearby, Takaru was somewhat surprised. After all, everyone had only finished their sumptuous meal a little after 3 o'clock. Although it was now past 6, they shouldn't be hungry yet. Well, that's... Hearing Takaru's words, Mio gave a dry laugh. Everyone's stomachs were indeed still quite full, but Mio found it hard to tell Takaru, Yui and Ritsu's words that barbecue, meals, and desserts were stored in different stomachs. Yuta and Hikigaya, upon seeing their younger sisters appear, also put down their work, said a few words to those nearby, and directly came over. Subsequently, after greeting Takaru and the others, the two separately took Kazuha and Kamachi away. So, what did you gain? With some anticipation, Hachiman hesitantly looked at his younger sister. Yes, I can already perceive the energy within my body. Hearing her brother's question, Kamachi nodded proudly. Really? How did Takaru do it? Hearing Kamachi's words, Hachiman was surprised. Of course, it's because of the delicious food we ate earlier. Also, Takaru and I took us to a special barrier. Meditating inside greatly enhances the effect. Seeing Hachiman's surprised expression, Kamachi said excitedly. In that case, bringing you here this time was truly a very wise decision. Looking at the excited Kamachi, Hachiman felt somewhat relieved and even more grateful to Takaru. Yes, yes. This training camp is absolutely amazing. Not only is there delicious food, but it also speeds up training. Hearing Hachiman's words, Kamachi said excitedly. Over on Yuta's side, the situation was similar to Hachiman's. After asking Kazuha, Yuta was also very surprised. At the same time, he felt a glimmer of expectation for the upcoming training. Perhaps training here for a while would be far more effective than training hard at home. Oni-chan. Not long after Hachiman and Yuta left, Aoko and Midori excitedly flew onto Takaru's shoulders. Takaru smiled and patted their heads. As for Kurenai, that one was having a great time playing with Yui and Ritsu, currently waiting by the grill for the skewers to cook. Glancing at Kurenai, Takaru shook his head. He told Mio and the others to do as they pleased, and went directly to Emilia to ask if anything unusual had happened while he was away. Nothing particularly special. Hearing Takaru's question, Emilia gently shook her head. Under normal circumstances, Takaru entrusted the management of household affairs to Diablo and Emilia. As for Ram and Rem, they were Takaru's personal maids and mostly followed him. Karen and Mickey assisted with tasks. Felt and Beatrice, like Mio, mostly waited to be fed under normal circumstances. Of course, when there was work to be done, the two would also diligently help. After finishing his conversation with Emilia, Takaru directly went over to Yui and Ritsu, who were grilling. Takaru, would you like to try this? Noticing Takaru's arrival, Mai nervously handed him a skewer of grilled meat. Thanks. Seeing Mai's somewhat nervous expression, Takaru smiled lightly and nodded, directly taking it. Under Mai's somewhat anxious gaze, Takaru ate it. Very good. The doneness and saltiness are just right. The meat itself has a good chew and fragrance. After taking a bite, Takaru said with a smile. Hearing Takaru's words, Mai nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her cooking skills were only ordinary, so the grilled food she made was also ordinary. Its deliciousness relied entirely on the quality of the ingredients themselves. By the way, everyone, try using this soy sauce. It should make the flavor even fresher and sweeter. Taking out a 500 milliliter bottle of soy sauce, Takaru said directly. This was, naturally, the soy sauce Takaru had just collected from the soy sauce locust. Takaru had divided it into 2 bottles, each exactly 500 milliliters. Yes? Can it really make the taste better? Hearing Takaru's words, Yui asked curiously. Why not try it and find out? Looking at the curious Yui, Takaru simply poured some soy sauce into a bowl for her to try herself. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yui took the bowl of soy sauce, and used a brush to dip and spread it onto the meat. Soon, as the temperature rose, the aroma of the soy sauce began to waft out, blending with the savory scent of the grilling meat, drawing everyone's curious glances. Yui, who was grilling, had an unseemly tear of longing slide from the corner of her mouth. Takaru, we need some over here too. At this moment, Rika and Shinka nearby also called out. Because there were quite a few people, it was naturally impossible to use just one grill, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space for everyone to grill. Okay. Hearing their words, Takaru directly poured a bowl of soy sauce, and sent it over with telekinesis. About half an hour later, with everyone's assistance, all the ingredients were prepared. In the middle, they even set up a large sheep for roasting. Rem was in charge of rotating it, while Rem watched the heat and applied the sauce. Chapter 425. Chapter 425 Conversation with Taihei and the others. 1491 words. Although it was already past 7 o'clock and the sun had completely set, the beach was brightly illuminated under the effect of the lighting technique. A giant crab even charged ashore, offering its body to become everyone's delicacy. While enjoying the food, Yui, Rika, and others performed for everyone, using magic and ninjutsu to release cool spells and techniques for everyone to appreciate. With singing and dancing, it was very lively. As the evening neared its end at 9 o'clock, Takaru used magic to put on a 10-minute grand fireworks display. The beautiful spectacle could even be faintly seen from the distant city. The soldiers monitoring the island also noticed the anomaly on the island. After a report, it was passed to the ability user organization and was directly suppressed by Risa, as she was very clear about the situation there, including Takaru often residing and training on the island. With the end of the fireworks, everyone began to clean up. Because everyone possessed special abilities, gathering everything was very quick. After incinerating all the trash with fearsome flames, Takaru brought everyone back to the castle. Subsequently, the girls went to the open-air hot spring to bathe, while Takaru and the others went to the male area. Takaru, thank you very much for today regarding Kamachi, Hachiman directly said to Takaru while in the hot spring. And also for Kazuha. Hearing Hachiman's words, Yuta quickly added. It's nothing. It was just a simple favor. Hearing their words, Takaru directly shook his head. By the way, Takaru, I should return this to you. At this moment, Taihei directly took out the advanced enhancement potion that Takaru had previously given to Umaru. Yes? Why? Hearing his words, Takaru just frowned at him, but did not reach out to take it. Although I don't know the specific value of the world tree's sapling, I am very clear about the value of these potions. Whether it's the beginner enhancement potion, or the 50 bottles of special recovery potion, the value of these items has already far exceeded my expectations. So, at the very least, I want to return this to you. The other 2 items are one thing, but this one must be very precious to you as well. Not to mention, you've already taken care of me and Umaru so much before, and I'll inevitably trouble you again in the future. Hearing Takaru's question, Taihei said sincerely. Haha, regarding this point, Taihei, you can generously accept it. The sapling of the world tree has helped me far more than the value of these potions. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. However, I can't return the sapling to you now. Hearing his words, Takaru directly interrupted him and said seriously. Although the world tree had devoured a large amount of Takaru's energy, it had continuously expanded Takaru's personal pocket dimension and brought him 3 cute, intelligent, and capable little spirits. Even the value of the life water it produced alone far exceeded these enhancement potions. That was already your thing long ago. I naturally won't question that. It's just this bottle of advanced enhancement potion. Seeing Takaru's attitude so firm, Taihei quickly spoke. But as he finished, looking at the potion in his hand, he hesitated. Although it's none of my business originally, since Takaru says so, I think you can accept it with peace of mind. Although it's precious, I believe Takaru exchanging it with you also shows the value of the sapling. Most importantly, I think Takaru has his reasons for doing this. Watching the exchange between Takaru and Taihei, Hachiman chimed in to persuade. Regarding Takaru's statement that he had already gained far more than the value of the potions from the world tree sapling, Hachiman was very convinced that Takaru was not brushing it off. However, Hachiman wouldn't foolishly press what exactly it was. Also, he believed that Takaru giving this represented that Takaru had his own considerations. Hearing Hachiman say this as well, Taihei hesitated. Subsequently, he put the potion away again and solemnly said thank you to Takaru. Upon hearing this, Takaru didn't say much more, just nodded and patted his shoulder. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, Takaru and the others slowly left. As for Emilia and the others nearby, they weren't leaving so soon, still playing and chatting about girl talk. Coming outside, seeing that the girls hadn't come out yet, Takaru didn't mind. He directly took out some snacks and some beer. A drink? Looking at Taihei, Hachiman, and Yuta, Takaru said with a smile. Then I gladly accept. Hearing Takaru say this, Taihei smiled and nodded. Hachiman naturally wouldn't spoil the mood. As for Yuta, although he didn't drink, he didn't refuse this time either. While drinking and enjoying the snacks, Takaru chatted with everyone. Actually, Takaru was quite curious about the strength of the three. Through conversation, Takaru roughly understood the abilities of the three. First was Taihei. Taihei had originally chosen night-type skills, but later shifted towards hockey and spellcasting. Now, he could be considered a battle mage. As for Hachiman, he balanced spellcasting and ninjutsu. Originally leaning towards spells, now, perhaps to teach Kamachi, Hachiman had learned quite a few ninjutsu, and his two energy types were about equal. As for Yuta, he had chosen the ninja path from very early on and also knew some magic, which were his initial spells. Afterwards, he focused his efforts on ninjutsu. Of course, he had also followed Takaru's advice and exchanged for hockey, but his hockey was still at a primary level. While Takaru and the others were drinking and chatting, the girls came out. They greeted Takaru and the others before going to the rooms to sing and play. Seeing everyone getting along so harmoniously, Takaru revealed a slight smile. Soon, as time passed, around 10:30, everyone had mostly finished playing and began returning to their respective rooms for meditation training. Although there were enough rooms in the castle, the girls still preferred to share rooms in groups of 2 or 3. Regarding this request, Takaru naturally did not stop them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After the first day of fun, everyone had completely settled down for the past 2 days, wholeheartedly devoting themselves to training. Without exception, under Takaru's gravity boost, everyone's training was extremely exhausting. They truly felt the diligence of Myo, Hinata, and the others during their usual training. Under normal conditions, hundreds of push-ups, several kilometers of running, and several kilometers of swimming daily would at most leave everyone slightly out of breath and a little tired. But under the extreme gravity boost, everyone became almost like ordinary people, relying entirely on their tenacity and firm will to persevere. Among them, the one who surprised everyone the most was Yui. Although usually boisterous, when entering training mode, Yui performed much better than everyone else. And because it was group training, no one wanted to be the last one. So every time they reached their limit, everyone gritted their teeth and tried hard. After all, here, even serious injuries were nothing to fear. Whether it was Takaru, Emilia, or Chansey, they could promptly treat everyone. As for nutrition, there was even less to worry about. Whether it was magical beast meat, mutated animal meat, Takaru's catalyzed spirit fruits, or vegetables from the personal pocket dimension, they all provided everyone with incredibly abundant energy. After 3 consecutive days of training, everyone had basically adapted to this high-intensity training. In just 3 short days, they even noticed significant improvements. Kamachi and Kazuha had successfully refined chakra. Feeling the subtle energy within their bodies and its boost to themselves, the two were even more excited. As for Takaru, he hadn't been idle during these 3 days. Besides using shadow clones to assist everyone in training, his main body brought Diablo, Ram, and others to replenish mana. Additionally, Midori, Kurenai, and Aoko helped Takaru make the Star Soul tree bear fruit again, directly yielding over 780 Star Soul fruits. Adding the ones left over from before, and subtracting those consumed during this period, Takaru still had over 1,230 remaining. Basically, he didn't have to worry about running out of Star Soul fruits to eat. Takaru also shared Star Soul fruits with everyone. However, upon learning the value of Star Soul fruits, Yukino and the others felt embarrassed to accept them directly. After negotiation, at a cheap price of 1,000 points each, everyone basically purchased 2 fruits. Feeling the tremendous improvement it brought them, everyone was also thinking about how to compensate Takaru. They planned to directly give Takaru any special items they obtained from chests in the future. Perhaps they could even exchange them with Takaru for items that, although precious, Takaru had in surplus. This would be a win-win for everyone. Chapter 426, Chapter 426 New World. 1,475 words. Besides the Star Soul fruits, there were also the events happening within the personal pocket dimension. First, with the continuous use of his space-time ability, Takaru had, the day before yesterday, managed to accelerate the time flow within the personal pocket dimension to 20-fold. At the same time, when he himself entered, he could increase it to 5-fold. Subsequently, as over 40 days passed within the personal pocket dimension, almost all the magical beasts had entered maturity. Furthermore, pregnant magical beasts existed within every species. For instance, the tiger chickens, podocaronian birds, and ruby crabs had already hatched many new lives. Perhaps in a few more days in the main world, Takaru would be able to share these delicacies with Mio and the others. Besides the reproduction of magical beasts, some Pokémon had also reproduced. The once quiet world was starting to become somewhat lively. Of course, although the number of species was increasing, the personal pocket dimension was expanding even more rapidly under the influence of the world tree. By now, the side length of the entire world had reached over 400 kilometers. Moreover, the newly expanded areas contained some special resources. There were very simple flowers, grasses, and trees, as well as valuable ores. Forests, seas, and ice fields had even appeared. Besides these things, the most important was that the newly emerged areas also contained unique plants similar to the green spirit fruit trees. Furthermore, some magical creatures had appeared, quite similar to magical beasts. However, most were currently in their infancy. Because of this, Takaru specifically captured a calf for research. It looked similar to a cow but was entirely blood-red, contained high temperatures within its body, and could breathe fire. The final conclusion was that this calf seemed to be born with powerful mana, rather than having its mana born from magical contamination. This distinction was very obvious. The former could be called a magical beast, while the latter could only be called a mutated animal. Magical beasts were incomparable to mutated animals, whether in the energy they contained or their limits of combat power. Having discovered magical creatures, Takaru quickly toured the area, and noticed that the newly born life forms numbered roughly over 30 types. Moreover, they were mostly based on animals from Takaru's main world: lions, tigers, black bears, wild boars, giant crocodiles, pythons, wolves, chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and so on, all existed. Without exception, these beings possessed certain abilities. Even though they were still in their infancy, an ordinary adult encountering them would likely have only death as an option. Seeing the personal pocket dimension become increasingly unique, Takaru wondered if it was due to the world tree, or perhaps related to the Pokémon and magical beasts he had manifested. Regardless, Takaru was simply very happy about this change. Now, Takaru had arrived before the world tree, and collected the life water it had produced. After over 40 days of accumulation, the life water Takaru had on him had reached over 230 milliliters again. This was even after Takaru had already let Mio and the others use some. After finishing the collection, Takaru returned outside. In the vast living room, Yukino and the others were gathered here. Because today was Sunday, and the time had now reached 9:20. In another 10 minutes, everyone would collectively begin their reincarnation mission. The last time they were able to gather together before a reincarnation mission was during their second mission. Back then, Takaru was still marveling at the user-friendliness of the reincarnation space, with 24 hours to enter at any time. But that was the only time such a choice was available. Afterwards, due to the need to gather numbers, the reincarnation space directly forced a fixed time. Also at that time, Tsumuji, Mio, and the others had not yet joined everyone's team. As for Shinka and Shizuka, they hadn't even entered the reincarnation space yet. Takaru, should we change locations? Seeing Takaru appear, Yukino hesitated slightly before asking him. Then let's change locations. Diablo, Emilia, I'll leave things here to you for now. Hearing Yukino's words, Takaru turned and said to Diablo. I understand, Master. If any problems arise, please summon me immediately. Hearing Takaru's words, Diablo said respectfully. Yes. Then we'll be leaving now. We should be back around 10 o'clock or so. As he spoke, Takaru simply snapped his fingers and directly brought everyone to the meditation barrier, 1 kilometer from the castle. Please let me be in the same world as Takaru, or Yukino, Ui, and the others. Upon arriving here, Ritsu put her hands together and prayed softly. Takaru said that relying on oneself is the most important thing, Mio beside her said with amusement upon hearing Ritsu's words. Humph, Mio, you're still too young. Following Takaru almost guarantees an A rank, or above evaluation. Besides evaluations and points, you might even obtain something precious in the reincarnation world, just like my Sharingan. Hearing Mio's words, Ritsu said smugly. Besides Ritsu, Yukino, Taihei, Umaru, and the others appeared very calm. After all, their strength was quite considerable, and they were also very intelligent. Although they didn't know the plot, they could often find some side missions through analysis each time. Moreover, they were very cautious and wouldn't easily provoke beings they couldn't afford to mess with. Amidst everyone's tense or expectant gazes, as the time arrived, Takaru and the others simultaneously vanished from the spot. Even Ram and Rem, who had been standing right beside Takaru, couldn't perceive when Takaru and the others had left. They only felt as if they had been momentarily dazed. When they came to, Takaru and the others were gone, and they had no recollection whatsoever of how Takaru and the others had departed. As for Takaru and the others, after being summoned by the reincarnation space, they arrived in their individual personal areas, facing two choices. Compared to others, because Takaru possessed primary authority, he could also choose to delay his mission by 30 days, or force other reincarnators to postpone. After glancing at it, Takaru did not use the privilege of his primary authority. He directly chose to proceed with the mission. With Takaru's choice, he once again vanished from the reincarnation space. Soon, as Takaru regained consciousness, he perceived the crowd of people coming and going around him. The surroundings were filled with towering buildings and the incessant flow of traffic, presenting a scene typical of a modern city. If not for knowing for certain that he had chosen to enter a mission world, Takaru might have thought he had simply arrived in another city. Could the problem this time be occurring in an ordinary city? With this doubt, Takaru looked around him. Within the circle of light, besides Takaru himself, there were two familiar figures, Hikigaya Hachiman and Akiyama Mio. It seemed this mission only had 3 people. Thinking this, Takaru directly checked his reincarnation watch to view the information about this world. World synopsis: originally an ordinary world. However, in the future, this world will suffer a special invasion of magical creatures. To protect the world, people from the future will send chosen individuals to parallel worlds for training through special means. Main Mission 1, Survive. Main Mission 2, complete 2 training missions in parallel worlds. Side Mission 1, clear within 2 months. Side Mission 2, hidden. Looking at the world synopsis and Mission 2, Takaru was completely bewildered. Based on the memories in his head, Takaru found that no anime corresponded to this synopsis. It was probably a world he hadn't seen. However, being able to send people to parallel worlds. Had people from the future developed something incredible? Takaru was also very curious about the so-called magical creature invasion. Based on Takaru's speculation, these magical creatures should be sufficiently harmful to the world. Then people from the future developed something like a time travel machine, went back to the past, and chose chosen ones to go to parallel worlds for training to become stronger. That is to say, even the people from the future probably didn't possess any overly powerful weapons. Therefore, they should pose no threat to Takaru. Having figured this out, Takaru's expression calmed. As for Mission 2, since they needed to complete 2 training missions, matters regarding traveling to parallel worlds probably didn't require their concern. Subsequently, Takaru searched his body and quickly found an item resembling an ID card and a bank card, it seemed the reincarnation space had provided these for them to survive properly in this world. Just as Takaru finished inspecting his belongings, Hachiman and Mio also regained consciousness. Seeing Takaru, the two were momentarily stunned, then revealed delighted smiles. However, they did not lose their composure. They quickly calmed down and immediately went to check their reincarnation watches. Chapter 427. Chapter 427. A world similar to the main world. 1542 words. Soon, after reading the synopsis and mission 2, the two also appeared very confused. Takaru, do you know what this means? Mio asked directly. As the synopsis says, perhaps we are in the past timeline of a certain world. As for what abilities or technologies the so-called people from the future possess, or the power of the magical creatures, it's hard to say. We'll just have to act according to circumstances. Hearing her words, Takaru shared his speculation. The past timeline of the world. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio was somewhat bewildered. As for Hachiman, he remained silent, seemingly thinking of something. He felt a sense of familiarity. Subsequently, his eyes widened. The situation in this world seemed somewhat similar to the setting of his own world. The world undergoes a mutation, and they are chosen to enter the reincarnation space for training. He wondered if this reincarnation space was a technology controlled by people from the future. However, Hachiman quickly frowned. It still wasn't right. If they could control such powerful technology, using it solely for the current changes on Earth would be overkill. Could it be that even more drastic changes would occur in the future? Thinking this, Hachiman's thoughts raced at high speed. Takaru, of course, did not know what Hachiman was thinking. If he did, he would probably just smile slightly. After all, Takaru had naturally considered this possibility as well. But the probability of this idea being correct was simply too low. Compared to the reincarnation space being the technology of future people, Takaru would rather believe it was a power that did not belong to this world. As the two finished viewing the mission and surveyed their surroundings, the circle of light slowly disappeared. Takaru and the other two abruptly appeared in the crowd, but the passers-by nearby merely glanced curiously at Takaru and the others, showing no surprise. Well, aside from being captivated by Takaru's appearance and Mio's beauty, and noting Hachiman's dead fish eyes. It was as if Takaru and the three had always been in that spot. Hey, Takaru, what should we do now? Subsequently, Mio instinctively looked towards Takaru. For now, there's not much we need to do. Regarding Mission 2, judging by the description, it seems that when the chosen ones are summoned, we will be summoned along with them. So for now, we can find a place to rest and also gather some information. Hearing Mio's question, Takaru directly explained. I agree. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman nodded. There's an ATM over there. Let's first check the balance on my card. Noticing an ATM nearby, Takaru walked straight over with the two. Since the written and spoken language of this world was the same as the main world, Takaru and the others didn't need to worry about a language barrier. For example, in the Re-Zero world, both the written and spoken language were different, but the reincarnation space would translate the spoken language for Takaru and the others. However, to understand the written language, they had to learn it themselves. After arriving at the ATM, Takaru checked his card balance according to the prompts, and found 50,000 yen inside. Having already scanned the area with his observation hockey, Takaru knew the cost of living in this world. Everything was quite similar to the main world, so 50,000 wasn't much, but if used frugally, it could last a month. But for Takaru, with both his copying and manifestation abilities, he clearly didn't need to be frugal. Moreover, he didn't know how long he would be in the main world, but it probably wouldn't exceed half a month. Without thinking further, Takaru chose to withdraw the entire amount. 5 10,000 yen notes appeared in Takaru's hand. Soon, Hachiman and Mio also chose to withdraw all their money. They even directly handed their 40,000 over to Takaru, intending for him to manage the funds. Seeing the two hand the money to him, Takaru calmly accepted it. He then took them to a secluded spot. Subsequently, Takaru directly used the transformation technique to change himself into an ordinary middle-aged man. "Wait for me here for a bit." After saying this to the two, Takaru went straight to a nearby pawn shop. Using a simple hypnosis ability, he sold some casually manifested gold necklaces and gold bracelets. Takaru's card gained over 2.3 million more. After doing this, Takaru returned to Hachiman and the others. The reason he used hypnosis despite manifesting gold necklaces and bracelets to sell was that Takaru knew the people he transacted with were merely employees. If over 2 million vanished into thin air, they would be held responsible upon regaining consciousness. Also, it would be easy to trace Takaru and the others through the transaction account. To avoid trouble and minimize disturbance in this world, Takaru was willing to abide by certain rules. Using hypnosis was to prevent excessive questioning about the origin of the items. After easily obtaining over 2 million, Takaru transformed back to his original appearance and took Hachiman and the others to a nearby 5-star hotel. After booking a luxurious room, Takaru and his group checked in. Considering Hachiman and Mio might not have change of clothes, Takaru directly returned several tens of thousands to the two. "Takaru, this is..." Looking at the money Takaru handed her, Mio was somewhat confused. "We'll split up for now. Use this money to buy some change of clothes and also investigate the city. We'll meet back here in the evening." Seeing their confused expressions, Takaru explained simply. "I see. Do you have enough left?" Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman asked directly. "Of course. I didn't go out just now for fun, you know." Hearing his words, Takaru said with a light smile. "I understand." Hearing Takaru say this, Hachiman directly took the money. Mio, a beat slower, also reached out and took the cash. "I have some matters to attend to first. You two can also take a look around this world." As he spoke, without waiting for the two to react, Takaru vanished from the spot. The next second, Takaru reappeared in an unmanned corner of the city. Immediately after, Takaru used space-time manipulation to open a passage to his personal pocket dimension and walked directly inside. Upon entering, he was not greeted by a scenic, expansive world, but rather a somewhat cramped and chaotic space. Clearly, this space was not the one he had developed in the main world. It was new. This also proved that Takaru's previous speculation was correct. Every time he changed worlds, the space he opened using space-time manipulation was new. Upon returning to the original world, he could reopen the already developed personal pocket dimension. That is to say, in a new world, Takaru did not need to expend effort developing his personal pocket dimension, as he could not bring it back to the main world. Having figured this out, Takaru calmly observed this new space. However, developing it still had benefits. It could serve as a private mobile warehouse in the other world. If he collected many items, he wouldn't have to worry about where to put them. After all, although Takaru's item box was considerable, and he even possessed a 10 cubic meter item box, if he accumulated a lot of miscellaneous items, he could simply stuff them all into the personal pocket dimension first and organize them later, which was also quite convenient. Having thought this through, Takaru used mana to develop the personal pocket dimension. Having developed it many times before, the process was familiar. In just about 10 minutes, Takaru used 20,000 mana to stabilize and expand the space. Now, the personal pocket dimension had a volume of approximately 1,000 cubic meters, temporarily sufficient for his needs. Thinking this, Takaru withdrew from the personal pocket dimension. Returning to the real world, Takaru noticed that mana recovery in this world was much slower than in the main world or previous reincarnation worlds. Takaru understood this was related to the mana concentration of this world. Compared to the main world and previously experienced other worlds, this world's mana concentration was far too low. However, Takaru didn't mind. Although the mana concentration was low, Takaru's mana recovery speed, enhanced by various abilities, meant that recovering the 20,000 mana expended wouldn't take too long. Moreover, Takaru himself still had 530,000 mana and 6 million mana reserves. He wasn't worried about running out of mana at all. After inspecting the situation of this personal pocket dimension, Takaru leisurely explored this world. He found it truly very similar to the main world. This included the level of technology and aesthetic standards, and even the worldview was extremely similar. Subsequently, Takaru directly entered an internet cafe. Using a computer, he curiously explored the entertainment facilities of this world. For instance, anime and games. After all, the reincarnation space probably mostly selected these types of worlds for Takaru and the others to adventure in. If he encountered something familiar, Takaru would know the plot. After browsing, he found that the anime selection was quite lacking, while there were many more games. Takaru glanced at them briefly and then ignored them. Chapter 428, Chapter 428 Another World Within Another World. 1,475 words. Subsequently, Takaru thought about searching online for information on parallel worlds. Perhaps someone who had traveled to a parallel world might have posted information online. Excuse me. My name is Tsukikawa Miyu. Can I have your contact information? Just as Takaru was about to begin his search, a girl, encouraged by her companions, mustered her courage, approached Takaru and asked him. Sorry, I don't have a phone or line. Turning his head, Takaru looked at the girl, who could be rated a 7 out of 10, and spoke with a smile. Sorry for disturbing you. Hearing Takaru's words, the girl looked very disappointed and clearly didn't believe him. After all, not having a mobile phone or line in this era was simply too absurd. If he had said his phone was just lost, the girl might have believed it. Thinking this, she naturally took it as Takaru's way of rejecting her. She turned and dejectedly returned to her companions. Seeing the girl leave, Takaru shrugged. He didn't have much interest in the girl. After all, at home, he was attended to by top-tier beauties like Emilia, and the gentle and virtuous Ram, and Remington. Takaru couldn't muster much interest in relatively ordinary girls, especially here in a mission world. After this small interlude, Takaru continued searching for key information, such as parallel worlds and other worlds. Soon, he found a lot of miscellaneous information. The first thing that caught his eye was an explanation of parallel worlds. He skimmed through it and found it didn't differ much from his own understanding. Subsequently, Taker scrolled down and found mostly song titles or information mentioned in TV dramas or manga, all useless. Finally, he found 2 sites similar to forums. Clicking in, he found they were also just people's fantasies. Shaking his head, Takaru directly searched using other world as a keyword. The first result was again a definition of the term. Takaru then scrolled down. Novels, TV dramas, anime, it was mostly this kind of information. As he continued scrolling, Takaru finally found quite a few posts. Clicking in, he found many discussing certain novels or anime. After searching for quite a while, he finally saw a post that didn't seem quite so Chinibyo. It was titled J.K. Yurio's Otherworld Experience, and it included a picture of the poster wearing a mask, along with a few simple photos. The post described matters concerning another world, claiming she had traveled there. In that place, one had to complete tasks assigned by the administrator. Each time a task was completed, the team would increase by 1 person, until eventually it became 4 people. She was the 4th person, having just come out after completing 1 task. Reading her description, Takaru fell into deep thought. In the comments below, some people mocked her, asking if she had been dreaming too much. Others hoped she would reveal her true face. There were even comments from other countries, but Takaru didn't understand those languages and couldn't read them for now. After discovering this, Takaru made a mental note and continued his search. 2 hours later, Takaru left the internet cafe. Aside from Yurio's post, which made Takaru somewhat suspicious, the others were simply too fantastical, and also didn't match the description in the world synopsis. However, none of this was particularly important. It probably wouldn't be long before Takaru and the others would descend into the so-called other world. Then, there should be plenty of opportunities to understand. Teleporting back to the hotel, Takaru found that Mio and Hachiman had already returned. "Takaru, you're back." Seeing Takaru return, Mio revealed a happy smile. "Yes. Have you two eaten?" Seeing Mio's smile, Takaru smiled back at her. "Not yet. We just went to browse the department stores in this world. It seems very similar to our original world." Hearing Takaru's question, Mio said directly, "I had a snack." Hearing Mio's words, Hachiman raised his hand slightly. "Is that so? Then let's just order some food here." Hearing their answers, Takaru said directly, "Yes." Hearing Takaru's words, neither had any objection. Subsequently, Takaru went to the edge of the living room. There was a phone there, along with a menu. Clearly, he just needed to make a call and someone would deliver the food directly. Looking over the menu, Takaru directly selected dishes that looked appetizing. Price was not a consideration for Takaru. He quickly ordered 3 steak set meals, along with 1 serving each of lobster, crab, and abalone. He also ordered some salmon sushi that looked good. After all, having come to another world and not being short on money, how could he not properly sample the cuisine of this world? Perhaps it might be exceptionally delicious. When the food arrived, looking at the dishes that excelled in color, aroma, and taste, Takaru and the others found their appetites stirred. But after tasting it, Takaru found the flavor quite good, but the ingredients were far inferior to what they usually ate. Of course, Takaru and the others had expected this, so they weren't too disappointed. They quickly finished everything. After the meal, Takaru directly took 3 bottles of mumu milk from his item box, and handed 1 to each of the 2. Takaru, you manifested this too?" Looking at the mumu milk in his hand, Hachiman asked with surprise. Although Takaru might not care about mumu milk, manifesting it required consuming points. "I manifested it before. I still have quite a bit left." Hearing his words, Takaru gently shook his head. In fact, these were manifested by Takaru after the slime world ended. The points consumed weren't much, and once points were consumed for these items, they could be used freely in any world without needing to consume points again. It was similar to equipment and recovery potions. Therefore, Takaru kept the manifested mumu milk and chancy eggs separate from those not manifested with points. Although Takaru had many points, he didn't want to waste them unnecessarily. "Yes, it's so delicious. I never expected to be able to drink this in this world too." After taking a big gulp, Mio revealed an expression of enjoyment. "Haha, I'm glad you like it. By the way, I'll give you these. In case we separate, you can use these to quickly recover your condition." As he spoke, Takaru took out 20 bottles of mumu milk and 20 chancy eggs. This is too generous." Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman and Mio quickly waved their hands. If this were the main world, it wouldn't matter, but this was a mission world. Manifesting these items probably cost several hundred points. "Don't worry, I still have plenty left. Just accept them." Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Takaru appeared unconcerned. After all, just among the manifested mumu milk, Takaru still had over 600 bottles on him. As for chancy eggs, he had even more. Waving his hand, Takaru directly sat cross-legged in the living room, and began meditating. Although he had booked a suite, there were actually 2 bedrooms. Whether Takaru used a room or not didn't matter. Booking a suite was just to have a quiet environment for training. Hachiman didn't mind this either. In fact, he had already decided to rest in the living room. As time passed in this unfamiliar yet familiar urban otherworld, Takaru and the others peacefully spent their first day. Soon, as time arrived at noon the next day, Takaru and the others, who were meditating, felt as if they had received some special summon. Almost instantly, they vanished from the spot. Besides Takaru and his group, in the same city where they were, 5 other people also disappeared from this world at the same moment. Under the blue sky, the figures of Takaru, Hachiman, and Mio appeared out of thin air. Besides Takaru and his group, another figure appeared beside them. Before he could even register his surprise, Takaru realized they were falling. Recognizing this, Takaru directly used telekinesis to teleport Mio and Hachiman to the ground. As for the other figure, Takaru did not choose to rescue him, letting him fall directly from the sky into the lake below. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, Hachiman and Mio finally reacted. They had been transported to a new world again. Before either could speak, the man who had fallen into the lake let out a yell. "What the hell is this?" The lake water cushioned his fall, so the man wasn't hurt. However, a giant, worm-like monster in the lake was chasing him. While swimming to evade, he shouted loudly. His shouts drew the attention of 4 people who had appeared on a nearby plain. They quickly came to this side. These 4 had previously entered this world and already had some basic understanding of it. Chapter 429, Chapter 429 Game Master. Extra players. 1,310 words. The 4 arrived and besides the men fleeing in the water, saw Takaru, Hachiman, and Akiyama Mio, leaving them bewildered. As the 4 observed Takaru and the others, Takaru, Hachiman, and Mio calmly observed them in return. Hachiman and Mio glanced subtly at Takaru. "Don't act rashly for now. Let's see how things play out," Takaru said softly, noticing their glances. Hearing Takaru's words, the 2 quickly understood his meaning, and directly pretended to be confused. "What's going on? Doesn't it only increase by 1 person at a time?" The 4 who had experienced other world missions were utterly perplexed, seeing Takaru's group of 3, and the one in the lake. Seriously, what the hell is going on? While everyone was bewildered, the man in the lake climbed ashore. Everyone finally got a clear look at his attire, piercings, chains, dyed yellow hair, and pointy leather shoes, the very image of a delinquent. "Where the hell is this?" Confusedly looking around, he turned. The 3 unfamiliar girls, seeing the skull and snake pattern on the back of his clothes, were quite frightened. Even Mio instinctively retreated to Takaru's side. Although in terms of strength, Mio could crush a few punks like him with her little finger, she instinctively kept her distance from such delinquent-looking individuals. Definitely a dangerous person. "What kind of outfit is that?" Wait, did I do something?" Seeing everyone's reactions, the blonde man was somewhat flustered. At that moment, Takaru noticed a special entity suddenly appear beside them. With its appearance, the surrounding environment turned pitch black, and even time seemed to freeze. "Nice to meet you. I am the Game Master." The special entity directly addressed Takaru and the others upon appearing. Head, your head." Looking at the Game Master, who seemed to be wearing a special suit, but had only half a head, hollow inside, the blonde man exclaimed in shock. As for Mio, she completely hid behind Takaru, gripping him tightly. Through long-term interaction, Mio instinctively believed that behind Takaru was absolutely the safest position. Only Takaru and Hachiman looked calmly at this entity. Although its entrance was somewhat special, and it could even freeze time around them, Takaru sensed no threat from it. Naturally, Takaru had no need to fear it. "Your mission is this." Looking at everyone, the Game Master directly took out a sign to prompt them, ignoring the panicked blonde man and the frightened Mio. "Offer Jiffen Buffo in Vikidamania." Another meaningless phrase. The soulman who had descended onto the plane with the 3 girls frowned, looking at the Game Master's prompt. With the Game Master's appearance, the 4's clothing also changed, directly replaced with armor or mage robes. Revival time is now 50 seconds. The blonde girl in armor quickly checked. It seems a new mechanic has been added. Fast travel allows teleportation to places you've been before. The brown-haired short girl beside the blonde girl murmured. Fixed conditions. Quite a lot of restrictions. The man also said with emotion. Although the newly added teleportation ability allowed instant travel to previously visited locations, it required the entire party to be alive and in the same spot. Also, everyone had to be teleported together. Thirdly, native people, creatures, and buildings of this world could not be teleported. Lastly, there was a 24-hour cooldown. Fifth player, Tori Keita's class is. As he spoke, a special roulette wheel appeared beside the game master, who then rapidly spun it. What? Class. Hey, what are you doing? I'm asking you, what do you mean by class? Hearing the game master's words, Keita kept asking. Give him a trash class. Looking at the noisy Keita, the man dressed as a mage silently prayed. Lancer. Finally, as the roulette wheel stopped, the game master announced his class. Keita's attire transformed into white robes with blue trim. Next, extra player, Nara Takaru. Your class is. As he spoke, the game master spun the roulette wheel again. Hearing that he could also obtain a class in this world, Takaru was momentarily stunned. Also, they were not the sixth player or anything else but extra players. This surprised Takaru, his group, and the other four. Chef. As the roulette wheel stopped, Takaru discovered he had drawn an extremely rare class. Compared to the various warrior and mage classes which had roughly a 1 in 10, or even 1 in several probability, Chef had only a 1 in 20 chance. As the game master's words fell, Takaru's attire also changed. He wore a tall, white chef's toque and a chef's uniform. The four initial players looked at Takaru with expressions of pity. The man among them was particularly empathetic. After all, his initial class was also a rare one, farmer. Its stat bonuses were pitifully small, and his hoe was incredibly fragile. Now, he also had the chef class. It was equally useless. Perhaps the only somewhat useful aspect was slightly faster leveling. Takaru himself felt he had gained considerable insight into cooking. His own physical attributes had increased by a few points. He also gained a special item slot, along with 2 kitchen knives, a frying pan, a ladle, and such. And that was it. Oh, and one special skill, gaining knowledge of the anatomical structure and cooking methods of C-rank and below magical creatures and animals. While Takaru was checking himself, Mio and Hachiman also completed their class changes. Mio became a water mage, while Hachiman became a swordsman. Let me state clearly, extra players do not enjoy resurrection privileges. Well then, see you next time. After assigning classes to everyone, the game master said this to Takaru and the others and vanished from the spot. Hearing the game master's words, Takaru nodded knowingly. He was not at all surprised by the inability to revive. After all, if they could revive, there would probably be no need for main mission 1, survive. Subsequently, Takaru looked at Mio and Hachiman. Comparing their attire to his own, Takaru was speechless. After taking out his 2 kitchen knives of different sizes, Takaru felt they were no different from paper to him. Shaking his head, having experienced so many reincarnation missions, Takaru didn't expect the reincarnation space to freely give them such good things now. Getting a template and a few attribute points was already quite generous. Extra players can't revive. Compared to the composed Takaru, the 4 who had arrived earlier stared blankly at Takaru and his group. In previous missions, they had relied on dying to get through. But upon hearing that Takaru and the others couldn't revive, they realized their earlier thought of overcoming difficulties through sheer numbers was fundamentally unworkable. I'm Nara Takaru. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we'll be teammates from now on. You all should have experienced many of these situations before, right? Can you tell us about them? Also, can you explain the meaning of the task that Game Master mentioned? Looking at the 4 players with their complex expressions, Takaru spoke calmly. Of course. Hello, I'm Takatate Yuka. You can call me Yuka. First of all, this world is a parallel world, or you could say another world. That person just now was the Game Master, responsible for assigning us classes and issuing tasks. We must complete the tasks within the required time. Also, if everyone dies during the process, then it's truly the end. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, Yuka excitedly stepped forward and looked at Takaru with a slightly fangirling smile. I see. Takatate Yuka, your online handle is Yurio, right? Hearing her words, Takaru found her somewhat familiar. Although she wore a mask online, through this conversation, Takaru recognized her. You know me. Hearing Takaru say this, Yuka was dumbfounded. Yes. I've seen the post you published. It was about your other world experience. I happen to remember it. Hearing her words, Takaru nodded slightly. Chapter 430 Battle. Weak Heroes. 1,318 words. Wait, what the hell is going on? At this moment, the continuously ignored Keita couldn't help but shout. Everyone understands, right? Anyway, to understand the mission details, how about we first go to Cordonal? Hearing Keita's words, the short black-haired boy directly ignored him. He seems to not understand yet. Should we explain it again more clearly? Also, it might be good for everyone to get to know each other first, the long golden-haired girl, Shindo Ayu, said hesitantly. Using fast travel again requires a 24-hour cooldown. Instead of wasting time here, moving first is more efficient. Compared to one person's pressure, time is more important. What? You bastard, your tone really pisses me off. Hearing Yotsuya Yusuke, Keita grabbed his collar angrily. Stop, Keita. I'll say this one last time, so listen carefully. This is another world. We are heroes. If we don't complete the mission, we die. That's it. Seeing Keita about to lay hands on Yusuke, Ayu forcefully stopped him. As for Takaru, Mio, and Hachiman, they remained silent throughout, observing the group. With too little information and everyone sharing the same goal, following their lead for now was the best course. Ayu, your explanation was easy to handle. Hearing Ayu's words, the nearby Hakazaki Kuju couldn't help but remark. Alright, I don't really get it but I understand. At that moment, Keita unexpectedly spoke loudly, completely surprising everyone. I dropped out of middle school, so complicated stuff is totally beyond me. Under everyone's astonished expressions, Keita said this with a face full of pride. This even drew a slight smile from Takaru. After this brief interaction, Takaru felt this type wasn't difficult to get along with. Hey you, duel me. At this moment, Keita directly pointed at Yusuke and said. Soon, everyone moved to an empty plain. Keita and Yusuke faced each other. As dust rose, their battle was about to begin. Here I go. Compared to Keita's aggressive momentum, Yusuke only felt extremely troublesome. Takaru and the others directly sat on the grass nearby, watching the two fight. Curious about their strength, Takaru watched their duel with interest, wondering just how powerful they were and whether they posed any threat. Although Takaru and his group had used observation hockey to observe the four people's life force and found it very weak, this might be an illusion, or perhaps they possessed some terrifying, powerful skill. Sorry, Yusuke. He insists on doing this, otherwise, he won't use fast travel, Ayu beside them said with an air of enjoying the spectacle. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Shindo Ayu. Please take care of me. Ayu, speaking, suddenly realized she hadn't yet introduced herself to Takaru and the others. Hello. You should already know our names, right? Hearing her words, Takaru smiled and nodded at her. Looking at Ayu, Takaru instinctively thought of Miura Yumiko from the main world, except Ayu's personality didn't seem like she would bully others. Yes, upon hearing this, Ayu quickly nodded. Hello, I'm Hakazaki Kuju. Like Hachiman-san, I'm a swordsman. Kuju beside her said, somewhat timidly. Hello, hearing this, Takaru smiled at her. Also, that one over there is Yotsuya Yusuke. His class was farmer first, then cook, and now he's a mage, creature. Ayu then pointed at Yusuke, who was reluctantly dueling. Is that so? Hearing her words, Takaru calmly nodded. While Takaru and the others were briefly getting acquainted, Keita was provoking Yusuke. Use that thing, the one that makes people stop moving. Keita shouted loudly at Yusuke. Are you both ready? Begin. Seeing Yusuke had prepared gloves, IU raised her right hand and called out. Ha! As IU announced the start, Keita aggressively charged at Yusuke. Kneel. However, looking at Keita, Yusuke commanded him using his right hand along with his words. With Yusuke's command, Keita felt his consciousness grow hazy. He instinctively stopped moving and unconsciously wanted to kneel. Takaru, sensing the magic involved, revealed an understanding expression. The magic Yusuke used was somewhat similar to word magic, using mana to amplify his speech and compel obedience. However, it was completely ineffective against those with strong willpower. As for Takaru, achieving something like this was also very easy. Using Nen to enhance the persuasiveness of his words worked on the same principle. The only thing that surprised Takaru was the power of Yusuke's magic. It was simply too weak. Myo, who had only recently learned magic, could probably defeat him with pure magic. In fact, based on Takaru's estimation, it was likely on par with the power of the magic wrench could currently use with her mana control, and the spells Takaru had bestowed upon her. As for Keita, affected by the magic, he painfully knelt. His hands slowly touched the ground, his forehead about to bow down. Easy win. With a smug smile, Yusuke took the initiative to attack. But at that very moment, as Yusuke's magic dispersed, Keita instantly regained his senses. With an agile backflip, he narrowly dodged Yusuke's kick and immediately counterattacked, kicking Yusuke flying. Seeing this, IU, Kuju, and the others showed surprised expressions. As for Yusuke, he was completely down by Keita's kick, feeling intense pain, and immediately losing combat effectiveness. Watching the battle end so quickly, Hachiman and Mio revealed shocked expressions. The main issue was that the battle itself was simply indescribable. For a moment, they wondered if this mission was a bonus type. People who had already experienced several missions possessed only this much power and combat sense. Yet they still managed to complete their missions. So this mission shouldn't be difficult, right? As for Takaru, he was even more convinced. Forget about themselves, even Renj alone could probably wipe the floor with them. Considering they could revive in 50 seconds, and would need to be completely eliminated within that revival time, Renj alone wouldn't be enough, but any one of Hinata or the others should suffice. I win. With a smug smile, Keita kicked Yusuke again in the stomach as he lay on the ground, infuriating the downed Yusuke. With the farce over, everyone began to depart. Selecting the ability on their panels, a special light enveloped the 8 of them. In moments, Takaru and the others were transported to another plane. Before them stood thick city walls and a town. We're really in Cortinal. IU said, her expression surprised. Fast travel, simple and practical, Kuju said with emotion. Kahabel should be here. Let's go see her, Yusuke said, taking the lead. IU and the others nodded. Takaru and his group didn't object either. It seemed Yusuke had a source of information. They just needed to observe. If these people could carry them to victory, Takaru would be quite happy. Who is Kahabel? At this moment, Mio curiously looked at IU. We were indebted to her during our last mission. Also, she's very strong. For instance, when we were captured by bandits, we couldn't actively attack the humans of this world. She saved us. Later on, she also helped us a lot. Hearing Mio's inquiry, IU didn't conceal anything and simply explained the situation. So they rely on this world's humans. Perhaps there really are strong ones. Hearing her words, Hachiman became cautious again. Kuju, however, looked at the greatly changed town, feeling somewhat depressed. She worried that perhaps much time had passed in this world. As for Takaru, he observed this world with interest. It seemed this world was also at a medieval level of technology. Magic didn't seem to have too great an impact on this world. Heroes. As they walked along the street, a voice filled with pleasant surprise reached Takaru and the others' ears. Kahabel-san. Hearing her call, Yusuke, IU, and the four exclaimed joyfully. However, Tokuro noticed that Kahabel looked at Yusuke and the others with initial delight, then with regret and disappointment, before quickly adjusting her composure. Chapter 431. Chapter 431. Falling out of love before ever being in love. 1446 words. Long time no see, brave heroes. It's been 15 years already. Kahabel spoke softly. 15. Hearing her words, Yusuke was stunned. Soon, he noticed two small children emerge from behind her, their hair color matching Kahabel's. They are my children. Adorable, aren't they? Speaking of her children, Kahabel revealed a tender expression. Your personality has mellowed. Looking at Kahabel, Yusuke and the others were once again shocked. Subsequently, at her invitation, Tokuro and the others proceeded to Kahabel's home. Yusuke and the others still found it somewhat hard to believe, looking at Kahabel before them. It was difficult to reconcile her with the memory of that fierce female knight. By the way, about Jif and Buffo. As everyone sat in Kahabel's home, they inquired about the mission clue. Yes, do you know anything about it? Yusuke looked at Kahabel expectantly. While I don't know about Buffo, there is an island called Jiffen, famous for exporting high-quality weapons. Kahabel directly shared what she knew. So Jiffen is an island name. Yusuke murmured to himself upon hearing her words. Hearing this, Tokuro fell into thought. Clearly, this mission was closely related to this island. That is to say, their next course of action was to head to this island. Are you still a knight now, Kahabel-san? Having obtained the information they sought, IU was also curious about Kahabel's current situation. I've retired. Hearing IU's words, Kahabel directly removed her right hand. It turned out her right palm was merely a prosthetic. I lost my right hand on the battlefield. 15 years ago, the Deok Empire officially began unifying the continent. Our cardinal formed an alliance with other nations to oppose them, and a great war began. That battlefield, it was truly hell. Although I also went on 4 expeditions, after knowing the hardships and happiness of bearing and raising children, I couldn't do it anymore. I became weak. Hearing IU's words, Kahabel recalled the events that erupted 15 years ago after Yusuke and the others left, her heart filled with immense melancholy and loss. I believe that destruction is 100 times easier than creation. Sensing Kahabel's loss, Yusuke spoke softly. That's right. What you have done, bearing and raising children, is something far more difficult than killing others. Yes, so Kahabel-san hasn't become weak at all. Hearing Yusuke's words, IU and Kuju earnestly chimed in. Kahabel, meanwhile, looked at Yusuke with tenderness. Tokuro and Hachiman also sensed something. From the beginning, Kahabel's gaze towards Yusuke had been consistently special, completely different from how she looked at the others. It carried admiration, love, loss, melancholy, looking very complex. Clearly, something had happened between them during their previous experiences. As for Yusuke, he seemed somewhat obtuse, and hadn't noticed this. Putting it all together, it might have been something like unrequited love. At this moment, perhaps sensing the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, Keita spoke up, steering the conversation towards himself. He briefly mentioned his background and how he had almost strayed from the right path, and how Yusuke had saved his life. That night, Tokuro and the others rested in the rooms Kahabel had arranged. Tokuro, Hachiman, and the others meditated while also remaining on guard. Having arrived in another world and not yet understanding their surroundings, Tokuro naturally couldn't sleep soundly without any precautions. Of course, although Tokuro believed that even without any precautions, there should be nothing in this world capable of threatening him. In the dead of night, Tokuro sensed Kahabel quietly enter Yusuke's room. Yusuke, who was also awake, paused briefly before following her to the fortress walls. Tokuro, there's a good show. Want to come? Yuka, excited by the gossip, knocked on Tokuro's door. I see. Hearing her words, Tokuro directly opened the door. Seeing Tokuro's face, Yuka's breathing quickened slightly. Takaru also noticed Ayu, Kuju, and Mia were here as well. Seeing Takaru, the three smiled lightly at him. As for Hachiman and Keita, they didn't seem to have been invited. Soon, Takaru and the others arrived at a concealed spot on the wall. Although Takaru could have clearly perceived everything around him from his room using observation haki or mana sensing, seeing Ayu and the other three so excited, Takaru followed them here. I love watching the sunrise here. I wanted to watch it with you one last time. Standing on the wall, Kahabel spoke to Yusuke with a face full of tenderness. After speaking, she directly took Yusuke's right hand with her left. Seeing this, no matter how obtuse Yusuke was, he finally understood Kahabel's feelings for him. I thought I would never see you again. With immense longing and endless melancholy, Kahabel spoke again to Yusuke. Seeing her like this, Yusuke felt terribly uneasy. His original personality was quite calm and goal-oriented, even somewhat of a replica of Hachiman, with some differences but many similarities. As long as the outcome was good, everyone along the way could be treated as pawns. However, after experiencing event after event, his personality had changed somewhat. Now, hearing this girl who had once given him immense help say this, his heart was filled with complexity and an indescribable pain. Even his final farewell had been utterly casual. I'm very sorry for getting you involved. If it weren't for getting dragged in by me, Berg wouldn't have died either. Recalling the end, Yusuke could only utter a feeble apology. Hearing Yusuke's words, Kahabel unconsciously tightened her grip on his arm. This wasn't what she wanted to hear. She would never regret that time. Thinking this, Kahabel took a deep breath. Ah, youth. There has never been a longer journey in my life than that one. With those memories, I was able to return alive from hell. Thank you for dragging me into it. Is that really true? Did I truly help this person? Looking at Kahabel's smile, Yusuke began to doubt himself. After all, back then, he had only seen her as someone with immense utility. Back then, we were quite suited for each other, weren't we? As the sun rose, the beautiful scenery illuminated by its light perfectly unfolded before everyone. Kahabel spoke softly, with anticipation. Back then, we were quite alike, Yusuke said softly in response. Have you heard what happened when you collapsed from overusing magic? No. I see. That's a bit disappointing. With reluctance and nervousness, Kahabel mustered her courage, grasped Yusuke's shoulders, and kissed him on the lips. I really liked you back then. After a long moment, their lips parted. Kahabel lowered her head, crystalline tears sliding from her eyes. In the end, I became an old lady first. Sorry about that. With her past love, at this moment, Kahabel completely bid farewell to her youth. It's okay. Looking at Kahabel before him, Yusuke felt a heavy pain in his heart, but didn't know how to respond. In the end, he could only utter such words. He even began to doubt the true meaning of his coming to this world. What were the so-called missions? What exactly were they doing? Let's go back. Ayu, who had been eavesdropping while hiding on the wall, saw this scene and spoke softly, her tone tinged with sadness. Yes, Kuju and Yuka responded softly. Takaru and Sumuji also had no objections. To be honest, Kahabel's words had somewhat moved Takaru. Although he didn't know the specifics of what happened, Kahabel's feelings were without any falseness. Besides Takaru, the four women beside him also felt incredibly sorrowful. I thought it would be interesting, so I came to watch, Ayu said listlessly. So this kind of heartbreak exists too, Kuju said, quite affected. Oh gee. At that moment, a plump bird circled above Takaru and the others' heads. Brave heroes. A voice filled with endless joy reached their ears. The owner of the voice was a middle-aged man. Long time no see. I'm Shikasu. Seeing everyone couldn't quite remember him, Shikasu quickly spoke. The plump bird landed on his head. Looking at the middle-aged man before her, Kuju's eyes moistened slightly. Clearly, the last time they met, this man had been a child. Now 30 years had passed, and he had become a middle-aged man. Thank you so much for protecting the village from the mountain spirits back then. Shikasu looked at Kuju and the others and thanked them again. Long time no see. I hope you've been well. Looking at Shikasu before her, Kuju's eyes were slightly moist. Because she knew that her desperate protection back then had been worthwhile. At the very least, the child from back then, thanks to her protection, had now safely grown into an adult. That was already enough. Chapter 432, Chapter 432 Arrival at Jiffin Island. 1,394 words. Soon, Takaru and the others bid farewell to Kahabel and the rest. Takaru also found Kahabel alone. He could sense that Kahabel carried many chronic injuries, seemingly on the verge of terminal illness. However, faced with Takaru's offer of treatment, Kahabel chose to refuse. Now, she was already satisfied. Her child had grown up, and she had met Yusuke again, confessing her past love. But it had also plunged her into even greater sorrow. Marrying and having a child with a man she didn't love, having her former beloved reappear before her, yet having lost the right to love him. So it was fine to just let things be now. She could still hold on for a few more years. After a few years, her child would be old enough to be self-sufficient. Then, quietly bidding farewell to the world in a few years would be enough. Looking at Kahabel, Takaru silently sighed in his heart and respected her choice. However, he still took out a recovery potion and handed it to her. If she changed her mind later, she could drink it directly, or leave it for her child. Thank you very much, brave one. I can see that you are a strong person. It may be presumptuous, but I hope you can look after Yusuke a little more. I beg of you. Quietly taking the recovery potion Takaru offered, Kahabel even prepared to kneel directly before Takaru. But faced with her action, Takaru simply used telekinesis to stop her. Yatsuya Yusuke is now my teammate. Regardless of the reason, I will protect him as best I can. Looking at the devoted Kahabel, Takaru stated directly, then left without looking back. There were two reasons for seeking out Kahabel before parting. One was personal interest, the other was sympathy. The personal interest was naturally that curing her illness might be a side quest, and the sympathy was that such a devoted woman ultimately dying from the torment of illness was indeed quite unfair. Unfortunately, although she was grateful for his actions, she still chose to refuse. Regarding this, Takaru could only let it go. After bidding farewell to Kahabel, Takaru directly caught up with Hachiman and the others, who had gone ahead. They had already found a ship heading to Jiffin Island. Hey Takaru, what did you talk about with Kahabel in the end? Seeing Takaru arrive, IU inquired curiously. The others also looked at Takaru with interest. After all, Takaru and she had only just met, so there shouldn't be too much to talk about. However, Hachiman had some idea. He could naturally tell Kahabel's physical condition. Although her complexion looked rosy on the outside, internally, it was very bad. I just had a question to ask her. Looking at the curious group, Takaru brushed it off. Is that so? Hearing Takaru say this, the others didn't quite believe it, but they couldn't find any reason to refute it. Moreover, this seemed to be the only answer. Why he needed to avoid the topic was what puzzled them. Soon, Takaru and the others successfully boarded the ship. Takaru noticed that the people boarding didn't seem to be ordinary civilians, nor ordinary passers-by, but rather individuals resembling adventurers. One bald man in particular surprised Takaru. He possessed considerable magical power, though he was concealing it. Although he sensed something unusual, Takaru signaled Hachiman and Mio not to act rashly, and to quietly observe how things developed. No matter what happened, Takaru believed he could handle everything. Soon, the ship departed smoothly. The journey was relatively calm. As the ship was about to arrive, the bald man actively approached Takaru and the others to strike up a conversation. However, compared to the 3 extra players, Takeru, Hachiman, and Mio, the 5 official players, Yusuke Yatsuya, and the others, were far more conspicuous. What an honor, a brave one actually coming to our Jiffen Island. So you saw the notice recruiting mercenaries? The bald man enthusiastically asked Yusuke. Mercenaries? Is that not it? Look, there it is, Jiffen Island. Seeing Yusuke's confused expression, the bald man paused, then discreetly pointed to a conspicuous volcanic island in the distance and directly stated. Upon arrival, everyone could see the island more clearly. At what seemed to be a port, 2 girls were waiting excitedly for the ship's arrival. Welcome to Jiffen Island. We are the Tanabata Festival priestesses of Vaikidamania. I'm Yana. A girl in red attire smiled and spoke to everyone. And Aoiu. The girl in blue beside her also stated her name. Welcome, mercenaries, to Jiffen Island. The 2 girls enthusiastically addressed everyone. The 5 walking at the front, Yusuke and the others, were immediately adorned with flower leis by the 2. We're not mercenaries. Looking at the 2's enthusiastic demeanor, Yusuke hesitated, scratching his cheek. Hearing Yusuke's words, the smiles on the 2 girls' faces froze. After confirming again, their smiles completely disappeared, they took back the flower leis, and their expressions turned cold. We just said we weren't mercenaries. Their attitude got so much colder. Seeing the shift in their attitude, Ayu and Yuka couldn't help but complain. Takeru, however, had already surveyed the island's situation upon arrival using his observation haki, and roughly understood the island's condition, and the reason for the 2's attitude change. Because Takeru sensed that besides ordinary residents, there were many orcs on the island. Although they somewhat resembled evolved goblins, rigored, they were clearly distinct from goblins and much larger in build compared to goblins and ordinary humans. Most importantly, the orcs resided in the castle at the island's center. Clearly, the island seemed to have been occupied by orcs. Connecting this to their attitude toward mercenaries, the mercenaries on the ship earlier, and the bald man's questions, the situation became clear. Their homeland had been occupied by orcs, so they wanted to hire mercenaries to drive them out. Anyway, we need to decipher the meaning of that unknown word first. Do you know what Vaikidamania is? Looking at the complaining Ayu and the other girls, Yusuke gave a dry laugh, and then inquired of Yana and Aoiu. It refers to the harvest season. Hearing Yusuke Yatsuya's inquiry, Aoiu answered. Then do you know what a Jiffen buffo is? Hearing Aoiu's words, Ayu inquired again. Why should we tell you for free? Yana spoke discontentedly. Originally delighted that everyone had come because they accepted a mercenary mission, but instead they came for information. This disparity made it hard for her to control her anger. Yeah. Aoiu couldn't help but echo. In that case, it's fine if we accept the employment, right? Looking at the 2 girls, Takeru stepped forward and said calmly. Thank you for your help. You are truly wonderful, brave one. Hearing Takeru's words and seeing his appearance, the 2 girls immediately came before Takeru, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Their attitude changed so fast. Watching the 2's actions, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Brave one, this way, please. This is the Jiffen buffo. Soon, arriving at a grassland, Yana and Aoiu pointed at grazing animals resembling cows, but with goat horns, speaking to Takeru. Seeing this, Takeru curiously approached the Jiffen buffo, examining this peculiar species with interest. It looked like it might taste good and seemed usable as material to manifest into high-grade ingredients. So the mission is to offer those cow-like animals during the harvest festival, Vaikidamania. Connecting everything, everyone learned the specific mission details. We can't hold Vaikidamania this year. Hearing Ayu and Yusuke's words, Aoiu spoke regretfully. Huh. Hearing Aoiu's words, Yusuke and the others were surprised. If it couldn't be held, that meant the mission would fail, and they would die. Is it because of those green monsters in the island's castle? Hearing Aoiu's words, Takeru inquired calmly. Brave one, you know. This time it was Aoiu and Yana's turn to be shocked. Takaru, do you know something? Hearing Takaru's words and the shocked expressions of Yana and the others, Yusuke looked at Takaru expectantly. I have some guesses, but as for the specifics, I think Yana-san and Aoiu-san will tell us shortly, right? Hearing Yusuke's words, Takaru looked directly at the two. Although his guesses were already 90% accurate, having them state it themselves would lend more credibility. Chapter 433, Chapter 433 The Threat of the Orcs. 1432 words. In that case, please follow us. Looking at Takaru, Yana and Aoiu exchanged a glance, then directly led Takaru and the others towards the central area of the volcano, arriving at a dilapidated wooden hut. From the worn thatched hut, a massive castle could be seen in the center of the volcano. Everyone, please look. That is Kumamo Castle, built by our ancestors 400 years ago. It's a fortress easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was occupied 5 years ago by terrible creatures who drifted here after a shipwreck. Yes, those are the orcs. And the one at the front is the Orc Queen. 5 years ago, when the orcs arrived on this island, fighting broke out immediately. In the end, we suffered a crushing defeat. Before being completely annihilated, the islanders surrendered to the orcs. But we were wrong. Yana and Aoiu recounted the full story to Takaru and the others. Wrong? Looking at their somber expressions, Kuju was puzzled. The orcs didn't think they were fighting. They were just feeding. Yana took a deep breath and stated directly. Do the orcs eat humans too? Hearing Yana's words, Yuka couldn't help but ask. In that case, surrendering wouldn't have. Thinking about it, Iu realized something. The islanders gave them jiffin buffos as food. To avoid being preyed upon, they could only become slaves to the orcs, responsible for breeding the buffos. Aoiu explained directly to everyone. In other words, all the buffos belong to the orcs. Humans cannot use them for the harvest festival. Yusuke quickly understood why the two had said earlier that the harvest festival couldn't be held. The number of orcs increases every year. If they keep growing, there won't be enough buffos to eat. Then, Yana explained the predicament they faced. So to avoid becoming food for the orcs, you decided to strike first and hire mercenaries to launch an attack on the orcs, right? Hearing her words, Hachiman connected all the dots. Yes. We plan to do it during Vikidamania, in 11 days. The Orc Queen will lead the crowd to receive the buffos. Please wipe them all out. The two formally conveyed the details of the employment to Takaru and the others. Just defeat them. Isn't that simple? At this moment, Keita showed a confident expression and spoke. Takaru and the others smiled without comment. If simply defeating these orcs could complete the mission, then there wouldn't even be a need for Takaru to act. Mio alone could easily solve it. However, out of caution, Takaru remained still. Since they planned to act in 11 days, it was best to wait until then. He just worried that other complications might arise. Takaru could use his absolute power and abilities to suppress all unforeseen events. Moreover, even if he dealt with the orcs now, it would be useless. They still needed to wait 11 days, since the mission required offering the Jiffin Buffo during Vikidamania. You make it sound too easy. Hearing Keita's words, Yuka rolled her eyes at him. The disparity in military strength is too great. To compensate for this. After learning the situation, Yusuke began to think quickly. If they could count Takaru, Hachiman, and Mio, they would have 8 heroes. That would make the battle much more manageable, since Takaru and the others seemed far more reliable than Kuju and Yuka. But there was one point: Takaru, Hachiman, and Mio were extra players. They didn't even have the privilege of resurrection. That meant they might not be able to fight on the front lines. Furthermore, their resurrection time was 50 seconds. In other words, if all 5 official players died within that 50-second window, even if Takaru and the others were still alive, the 5 would be permanently dead. Takaru, of course, was unaware of Yusuke's worries. What occupied Takaru's mind now was the possibility of other unforeseen events. Although he didn't rule out that this world might be as simple to clear as the Grimgau world he had encountered before, Takaru wouldn't be too careless to avoid capsizing in a ditch. Also, Takaru was pondering how to complete more tasks and increase his evaluation score. Thinking this, Takaru's gaze fell on Yusuke and the others. Barring unforeseen circumstances, these 5 were definitely the darlings of this world, the protagonists. Changing their lives should yield a considerable increase in the evaluation score. But how to change them? Takaru began to ponder. By the way, what are the Vikidom responsible for? While everyone was thinking, Kuja curiously inquired about their duties. We do the ritual dance when planting rice, conduct the harvest festival rituals, things like that. Hearing Kuju's words, Yana stated directly. Are there other people who can perform that ritual? Hearing her words, Yusuke was again stunned. There is no one else. Aoiu stated directly. In other words, we also need to ensure the Vikidom ritual dancer stays safe. There's a mountain of things to do. After hearing her words, Yusuke increasingly felt the difficulty of the situation. At this moment, a shadow flashed by the entrance. Yusuke and the others were completely unaware. As for Hachiman and Mio, they looked at Takaru. Takaru shook his head, signaling them not to act rashly. However, Takaru had already dispatched a shadow person to merge into the eavesdropper's shadow, and his observation haki kept him fully aware of the peeper's every move. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping man, having left the wooden hut, went straight to Kumamo Castle, found the Orc Queen, and reported to her, informing the Queen about the islanders summoning mercenaries. I see. Thank you for your report. Looking at the middle-aged man kneeling before her, the Orc Queen spoke to him with an unreadable expression. After speaking, a mocking smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Thus, to complete the mission, Takaru and the others settled down on Jiffin Island. Regarding their newly acquired job templates, Mio and Hachiman studied them with some interest for a while, ultimately finding that besides some attribute boosts, and Mio acquiring a water magic spell, there didn't seem to be much else. As for power, since they already had a foundation in magic and considerable mana, using it was very smooth, and the water strike magic packed a decent punch. Their equipment added a few points to defense, spirit, or strength attributes, and that was about it. As for Takaru's chef job's investigation skill, it was also somewhat useless to him. After all, if he wanted to investigate someone's physical structure, both mana perception and observation haki could thoroughly analyze a person's composition. This skill, at most, made Takaru's investigation slightly easier. After some testing, Takaru found his cooking skills might have improved a little, and he gained some special cooking methods, but otherwise, no changes. Reaching max level might bring some changes worth anticipating. Takaru also noticed that after cooking a meal, his experience points increased slightly. Meaning Takaru could level up by cooking. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. While Takaru was meditating, he noticed Yusuke heading to the fields on Jiffin Island early in the morning, helping the islanders plow the land. Since he had previously obtained the farmer job, plowing fields earned him experience points. Since his teammates were unreliable, to survive, he had to become stronger. Later that morning, Yusuke gathered Takaru and the others and led them to the mercenary group that had arrived at the same time as them. The mercenaries, after arriving yesterday, had already begun summoning the native islanders of Jiffin Island to participate in training. To defeat the powerful orcs, their strength alone was insufficient, and they needed everyone to work together to possibly complete the mission. Since this was their own island, although the ordinary residents were reluctant, some chose to join to protect their families. When Takaru and the others arrived, they saw the group training. However, compared to the seasoned mercenaries, the ordinary residents struggled just to lift a longsword or draw a bow. At this rate, even after another 10 days, these residents would provide very little help. Heroes, may I ask what brings you here? Seeing Takaru and the others arrive, Kantil, the leader of the mercenary group, personally received them. Yes. Please allow us to also participate as mercenaries. Looking at the white-haired, somewhat weathered Kantil before him, Yusuke stated the purpose of their visit. That would be incredibly reliable. I am Kantil. I have fought against orcs several times before. Hearing Yusuke's words, Kantil extended his right hand. Chapter 434, Chapter 434 Hachiman vs. Kantil, the Shocked Heroes. 1,340 words. Nice to meet you, Kantil-san. You're truly imposing. It's great to have a veteran like you on our side. Just as Yusuke was about to shake hands with Kantil, Keita beat him to it. Since Kantil has fought against orcs before, we hope you can tell us about their strengths and weaknesses. Subsequently, Yusuke inquired again. Of course. Everyone, please follow me. Soon, Kantil led Takaru and the others to the center of an open training ground. A thick wooden stump stood there, and Kantil drew a circle on the ground beneath it. First, the orcs' weapon is their fist, swung with their long arm reach. Taking a direct hit means instant death. So you must immediately retreat after landing an effective blow. The basic tactic is to always stay outside their attack range. Looking at everyone, Kantil held nothing back and imparted the experience he knew. In other words, hit and run. Okay. Hearing this, Yusuke held 2 kitchen knives, looking as if ready to strike the stump. Little brother, such short blades cannot deal fatal damage to them. Don't you have any other weapons? Looking at Yusuke, Kantil frowned. No, I only have these. Hearing Kantil's words, Yusuke said helplessly. Don't worry, Yusuke. Orcs and the like, we warriors will knock them all away for you. Right, you and Hachiman. Looking at Yusuke, Keita spoke with a relaxed expression. Subsequently, Kantil had everyone test. Soon, only Keita and Iu were found capable of effectively knocking down the stump and safely retreating. Yusuke was eliminated due to his weapon issue, and Kuju and Yuka were also unqualified. And what about you? After assessing the combat power of Yusuke and the others, Kantil looked towards Takaru and the other 2, who had remained silent. Should we make a move? Hearing Kantil's words, Hachiman directly looked at Takaru and asked quietly. Make a small showing. Hearing his inquiry, Takaru gave him a slight nod. Upon hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman nodded understandingly and stepped forward. Wait, they are different from us, so they are not suited for frontline combat. Seeing Kantil looking towards Takaru and the others, Yusuke quickly spoke. Although he wanted to complete the mission, he also didn't want to see any sacrifices. He was well aware of the dangers of standing on the front line. After all, although they had become stronger, their defense hadn't increased much, and their vitality was about the same as ordinary people. The only advantage was that if they didn't all die at once, they could fully resurrect in 50 seconds. Furthermore, if they died in a place from which resurrection was impossible, such as drowning, being eaten, in a blizzard, or in a lava zone, they could not be revived. Yeah, I also think it's better for them to provide support from the rear. Hearing Yusuke's words, Iu said seriously. The other 3 echoed their words with nods. Hearing the 5's words, Kantil frowned deeply. He was unaware that Takaru and the others could not be resurrected. There's no need for all that trouble. We can fight as well. But as for your training, we'll pass. Hearing everyone's words, Hachiman calmly shook his head and materialized his longsword. Approaching the stump, his figure flashed. Before Kantil and the others could react, Hachiman's figure had already appeared behind it, and only then did the wooden stump slowly fall. The sudden turn of events left everyone present somewhat unable to react, completely unaware of what had just happened in that instant. What happened? Why did his position suddenly appear over there? And the stump fell. Seeing this, Iu and the others were puzzled. Only Kantil's pupils contracted. In that instant, relying on his keen eyesight, he had managed to catch Hachiman's movement. He clearly saw that Hachiman hadn't suddenly vanished, and he had merely accelerated. He had casually slashed at the stump only once. Only Takaru and Mio remained calm. Although Hachiman wasn't proficient in swordsmanship, achieving this level was very normal for him. In fact, not just Hachiman, even Mio could easily do it. Is this enough? Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Hachiman realized he might have slightly overdone it. But he had really held back significantly, not even using 30% of his speed. This may be rude, but would you be willing to have a spar with me? Hearing Hachiman's words, Kantle took a deep breath, directly drew his sword, and looked at Hachiman. Hearing Kantle's words, Yusuke and the others were even more shocked. Although they hadn't seen Kantle fight, his bearing and his position as the mercenary group leader suggested considerable strength. Yet now, he was requesting a spar with Hachiman. This meant Hachiman's strength was likely on par with his. How troublesome. Hearing this, Hachiman found it somewhat bothersome. However, seeing the expectant and admiring looks from Yusuke and the others, his mood improved slightly. He then looked towards Takaru again. Since he happened to be in the same world as Takaru, he had long prepared to follow Takaru's arrangements. For him, following the orders of a stronger person was very natural and normal. Not to mention that Takaru had greatly helped him, and following him was also a way to cling to a powerful ally. Naturally, he felt no resistance towards it. As for Takaru, he roughly understood Hachiman's mindset, and thus tacitly approved of his actions. Seeing him look towards him, Takaru directly nodded. I understand. I accept your request for a spar. Seeing Takaru's tacit approval, Hachiman looked at Kantle and spoke softly. Phew, thank you. Can we start now? Hearing Hachiman's words, Kantle revealed a slight smile and directly inquired. You may attack whenever you're ready. Hearing his words, Hachiman casually waved his hand. Then be careful. Hearing his words, Kantle's gaze sharpened. Seizing the moment Hachiman appeared to leave an opening, he charged at Hachiman, his sharp longsword aimed directly at his throat. So fast. Seeing Kantle's movement, Yusuke and the others exclaimed. However, Hachiman, Kantle's opponent, remained calm, showing no tension. Although Kantle was rich in combat experience and had sharp instincts, Hachiman, having experienced so many battles, was no fledgling fresh out of the nest. He had long become a battle-hardened warrior. Most importantly, the gap in their strength was like heaven and earth. Thus, when Kantle was less than half a meter away, Hachiman moved. With an easy side step, he dodged the attack. Seeing Hachiman's quick evasion, Kantle's expression hardened. He swiftly turned his forward-leaning body, quickly overcoming his inertia, and thrust his longsword again at the evading Hachiman. Seeing Kantle capable of this, Hachiman grew slightly more serious. With a swing of his longsword, he collided with Kantle's blade. Clang! With the crisp sound, Kantle's mind shook. His right hand gripping the sword felt a tremendous force transmitted through it, almost making him lose his grip. Though he barely held onto his sword, the great power caused him to lose balance, tipping him to one side. Hachiman did not miss this opportunity. He directly pointed his longsword at the fallen Kantle. I lose. Looking at the blade less than 10 centimeters from him, Kantle took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Although he had lost, Kantle felt no disappointment. Instead, he was excited. With such a powerful expert, and a hero no less, their chances of successfully defeating the orcs had grown significantly greater. Hachiman won. Watching Kantle's swift defeat, Yusuke, Iu, and the others were still slow to react. Hachiman, who usually went unnoticed, possessed such power. They had even considered themselves seniors, thinking that after several missions, they would surely be far stronger than newcomers like Hachiman. Yusuke even thought further, perhaps it was precisely because Takaru and the others were so incredibly powerful that the game master assigned them as extra players. But if Hachiman possessed such strength and still couldn't solve future disasters, just how terrifying were those disasters? As Hachiman demonstrated his power, Yusuke, after his initial excitement, began to connect many things. Chapter 435. Chapter 435 Reminder to Hachiman, Yuka's request. 1343 words. Takara-san and Mio-san, is your strength also on par with Hachiman-san's? After thinking through many things, Yusuke quickly sought confirmation from Takaru and Mio. Well, something like that. Hearing his words, Takaru said with a light laugh. Really? Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke immediately broke into a smile. Hachiman, standing nearby, rolled his eyes upon hearing Takaru's answer. He was self-aware enough to know that while his strength might be considered mid to upper tier within the group, he wasn't sure if all of them together could withstand even a few of Takaru's attacks. He wasn't foolish. Although he hadn't personally witnessed much of Takaru's true strength, based on descriptions from Yukino and the others, as well as Yui and Ritsu, the conclusion was always that Takaru's power was unfathomable. Especially during the last mission, he had heard Tsumuji mention that Takaru had become a demon lord. While he wasn't entirely sure what that title entailed, judging from Takaru having hunted a demon lord in the previous world and recruited numerous powerful subordinates, Takaru's strength had clearly reached a world beyond their imagination. Is that so? We haven't asked before, what do you all do in the main world? After hearing Takaru's response, IU inquired further. Us? We're students, just like you. Mio and I are first years in high school, and Hachiman is a second year. Hearing her words, Takaru said with a smile. As for what she called the main world, Takaru naturally took it to mean his own original world. Students? But how are you all so strong? Hearing Takaru and the others claim to be students, the group was somewhat speechless. If Takaru had said they were students earlier, they would have unhesitatingly believed it. But after Hachiman demonstrated his power, they couldn't help but suspect whether Takaru and the others were heirs to some kendo clan, or apprentices at some dojo. By the way, that job you obtained, it doesn't affect your combat ability, right? Since we can't use weapons outside our own job. Then, Yusuke reacted again. Takaru, like himself initially, had obtained a job with no combat power boost. It doesn't. Hearing Yusuke's words, Takaru lightly shook his head, but didn't elaborate further. That's great, Takaru. We're counting on you this time. At this moment, Yuka exclaimed excitedly, then came to Takaru's side, looking at him with admiration. Although Takaru hadn't demonstrated his own strength, he was handsome, and they weren't truly that oblivious. They had vaguely sensed from the beginning that among the three, Takaru was basically the leader. This is our mission too, so we're just helping each other. Hearing her words, Takaru let out a dry laugh. As for Yuka, Takaru had no interest in that direction. Moreover, through brief interactions, Takaru found her personality not particularly suited to his preferences. Yuka herself, however, seemed unaware. My apologies, I haven't yet asked for your name. Nearby, Kanto, having accepted his defeat, and been helped to his feet by Hachiman, respectfully inquired of him. I am Hikigaya Hachiman. Hearing his inquiry, Hachiman stated directly. I see. Then, Hachiman-san, please take me on as my apprentice. Subsequently, before everyone's shocked gazes, Kanto knelt directly before Hachiman. Well, you know I'm a hero, right? The time I can stay here isn't long. Looking at Kanto's actions, Hachiman panicked for the first time, somewhat at a loss. Phew, yes, I am aware. That is why I hope you can train me over the next 10 days. Whether to increase our chances of victory against the orcs, or for my own selfish desire, I beg of you. Hearing Hachiman's words, Kanto spoke earnestly again. But I don't really have anything to teach you, and I never thought about taking an apprentice. Hearing Kanto's words, Hachiman said with a bitter smile. It wouldn't be bad, Hachiman. At this moment, Takaru spoke up. But. Hearing Takaru actually encourage him to take an apprentice, Hachiman was stunned. I can see that Kanto-san is genuinely eager to improve. Although he's a bit older, his foundation isn't bad. Simple guidance wouldn't hurt. Takaru continued. Well. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman fell silent. He quickly pondered the intention behind Takaru's suggestion. Soon, he understood, immediately thinking of mission evaluation scores. He then took a deep look at Kanto. I understand. I can guide you before the battle with the orcs. But you need to be mentally prepared. I may not necessarily be able to improve your strength. Having thought it through, Hachiman took a deep breath and spoke seriously to Kanto. Yes. If I don't improve, it will only be because of my own dullness. And please rest assured, hero. My strength hasn't progressed in years. If you can help me improve during this time, I will be the one grateful to you. Hearing Hachiman's words, Kanto said excitedly. All right then. I agree to guide you. Hearing him say this, Hachiman fully accepted Kanto's request. Thank you, Hachiman-sama. And you, hero, I have yet to learn your name. After confirming Hachiman's agreement to guide him, Kanto knelt before standing. He then inquired of Takaru, since without Takaru, Hachiman wouldn't have agreed to his request. No need to be so formal. My name is Nara Takaru. Just call me Takaru. Hearing his words, Takaru casually waved his hand. I understand, Takaru-sama. After hearing Takaru's name, Kanto said solemnly. Takaru casually waved his hand upon hearing this, not taking it too seriously. Kanto's matter gave Takaru a direction. Perhaps helping them grow stronger and change their life trajectories would be an excellent choice. But as for how to implement it, or whether to actually implement it, Takaru decided to see how things developed. Well then, since everything's settled, I'll be leaving now. Thinking this, Takaru directly addressed the group. Takaru, where are you going? Hearing Takaru's words, Yuka quickly pressed closer. As for where, I suppose to level up. Hearing her words, Takaru said calmly. Can you take me along? Hearing Takaru's words, the usually least proactive Yuka quickly spoke up. Hearing Yuka say this, Yusuke looked at her in astonishment. He knew Yuka's personality all too well. For her to voluntarily propose leveling up was truly unheard of. Are you sure you want to come along? Hearing her words, Takaru looked at her calmly. Is there a problem? Hearing Takaru's words, Yuka said nervously. No, not really a big problem. Hearing her words, Takaru calmly shook his head. Takaru, I'll go too. At this moment, Mio came to Takaru's side and spoke. Okay. Let me inform Hachiman first. Hearing Mio's words, Takaru directly nodded. Hachiman, I plan to go level up. But there are no monsters on this island. I'll take Mio back to our starting point. While we're away, keep an eye on the island's situation. We'll return as soon as possible. Looking at Hachiman, Takaru spoke seriously. I understand. Leave it to me. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman paused, then directly nodded. Good. I'm counting on you. Nodding to him, Takaru prepared to leave with Mio and Yuka. Takaru, can you count me in? Seeing Takaru about to leave, Yusuke, who had earlier been deemed non-combat effective by Kanto, and was also looking to level up, spoke seriously upon seeing Takaru's confident demeanor. Also, I want to become stronger. Please take me with you. Seeing Yuka and Yusuke both approaching Takaru, Kuju took a deep breath and nervously inquired of Takaru. Unlike Yuka, her lack of combat ability was purely due to her weak foundation, but she genuinely wanted to fight. One is the same as many. If you're interested, then let's go. Hearing her words, Takaru led the group to another side of the island. As for IU and Keita, they were currently arranged to undergo training, preparing for the upcoming orc battle. There shouldn't be any monsters here, right? Looking at the peaceful surroundings, Yusuke inquired doubtfully. Maybe we should ask Yana and Aoiu where we can find monsters to level up. Hearing Yusuke's words, Kuju spoke weakly. Chapter 436, Chapter 436 Leveling Up. 1372 words. No need. There are no monsters other than orcs on this island. Hearing their words, Takaru directly shook his head. Then why did you bring us here? Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke was stunned. Because there are no extra people watching here. Well then, let's head back to the starting point to level up. Looking at the curious group, Takaru stopped keeping them in suspense. Heading back to the starting point means. Boom. Before Yusuke could finish his question, a violent tremor shook the island. What's wrong? Sensing the tremor, everyone showed worried expressions. It's just tremors from the volcano. Alright, we're leaving. Looking at them, Takaru said calmly, then directly used teleportation magic to envelop everyone, and in an instant they vanished from the spot. Although Takaru hadn't known the location of Cortinal initially and couldn't teleport there, once he had been there, he could memorize it and quickly travel there. As for other times, although he could teleport, it was generally limited to locations he had explored. In other words, the range covered by his observation haki or mana perception, roughly about 15 kilometers. We're back at the starting point. Once their consciousness cleared, Yusuke, Kuju, and Yuka looked around dazedly at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment. As for Mio, she remained calm. For Takaru to accomplish this was far too simple. Alright, there's a group of monsters gathered over there. Let's go. Saying this, Takaru used teleportation magic again, transporting everyone to a location within the forest. Watching their surroundings change once more, the three were again in a daze. The nearby goblins were also dazed, looking at Takaru and the others. They quickly reacted, raising their clubs high and swinging them down at Takaru. Look out! At the critical moment, Yusuke reacted swiftly, materializing his kitchen knives and placing himself in front of Kuju. But before he could act, a stream of water swept through, directly cutting the attacking goblin in two. The scene was somewhat bloody. The one who attacked with the water stream was naturally Mio. She had simply slightly altered the form of her newly learned water strike, changing it into a water blade, which produced the current power. Only after being splashed with blood did Yusuke react dazedly, staring blankly at the cold expression of Mio. It was difficult to connect the timid, seemingly delicate girl before him with this one. Goblin corpses should have some value. Saying this, Takaru collected the corpses. Seeing the goblin corpse vanish into thin air, the three stared at Takaru in shock. At this moment, three nearby goblins, noticing their companion's death, roared in anger, brandishing their weapons and charging at Takaru and the others. Takaru casually formed a wind blade and sent it towards them. Like a gentle breeze passing by, the three goblins also underwent a division of heads. As the three goblins fell, Takaru noticed he had even leveled up twice, directly reaching level 3. Seeing this, Takaru was somewhat surprised, realizing the experience bar for support jobs like chef was indeed not very high. Upon leveling up, Takaru also noticed his attributes automatically increased by 1 or 2 points, very minimal, and he couldn't even choose where to allocate them. But since it was free, it wasn't bad. Subsequently, Takaru collected the 3 goblin corpses he had killed into his item inventory. Takaru, that magic you just used. At this moment, Yusuke Yatsuya swallowed and inquired of Takaru. Yes. Is there a problem? Hearing his words, Takaru looked at him calmly. Did you participate in trials like this before? Or are you actually a mage in real life? Looking at Takaru's nonchalant expression, Yusuke took a deep breath and inquired. This is my first time participating in such a trial. Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yusuke was again dumbfounded. Not just him, Kuju and Yuka also stared blankly at Takaru. Since Takaru was participating for the first time, only one possibility remained. Takaru originally possessed such abilities, and was actually a mage in real life. They had thought Takaru and the others were newcomers, but it turned out they were the true veterans. Moreover, being such veterans, they were far too easygoing and low-key. More monsters are coming. Weren't you all here to level up? Looking at the still dazed three, Takaru reminded them calmly. I'll take that goblin. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke finally noticed. Soon, a goblin spotted them and was angrily charging in their direction. Besides the goblin, there were also 2 white kobolds on the other side. Seeing Takaru and the others, they acted as if they had seen their family's murderer, howling and charging over. Seeing the pincer attack, Kuju and Yuka were startled, instinctively moving closer to Takaru. Mio, those 2 kobolds are yours. Yusuke, the goblin is yours. Noticing the situation, Takaru calmly looked at Mio and Yusuke. Okay. The 2 quickly nodded and charged towards their respective opponents. Although kobolds seemed significantly stronger than goblins, and there were 2 of them, for Mio, they were still far too weak. Shadow Strike Magic. With a simple concentration, Mio directly used a shadow magic spell, piercing straight through a kobold. With immense pain, the kobold fell to the ground, becoming experience points for Mio. Compared to Mio's instant kill, Yusuke didn't have it as easy. Although the goblin's threat level was only E, and the kobold's threat level was D, the strength gap between Yusuke and Mio was also like heaven and earth. So while Mio was instantly killing kobolds, Yusuke was locked in a struggle with his goblin. After finally kicking the goblin twice, he took his kitchen knife and slashed it across the goblin's neck. Schlick! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh, blood spurted from the goblin's neck. After a painful struggle, the goblin completely fell. Ha ha, looking at the fallen goblin, Yusuke panted heavily. Although his efficiency was far inferior to Mio's, compared to the others, it was undoubtedly very good. Good work. After lightly praising Yusuke, Takaru turned to look at Yuka and Kuju. Well? Didn't you say you came here to level up? What use is it to be so afraid when you see monsters? Looking at the 2, Takaru did not soften his tone because they were girls. Although they might die, they could resurrect. At most, they would endure some pain. Most importantly, this was not their first time entering this world. With such behavior, even if others were capable, they couldn't help them. I'm sorry. Sensing Takaru's severity, the 2 lowered their heads. All right, continue forward. Start with actual combat. If you can't kill a healthy goblin, start with injured ones. Looking at the 2, Takaru stated directly. Since they chose to follow him, Takaru was prepared to help them improve somewhat, like he had done in the Grimgau world. Subsequently, Takaru led the group further towards the next goblin gathering point. Seeing 3 goblins, he had Yusuke deal with 1, then directly injured a leg of the other 2, and used barriers to separately enclose Kuju and Yuka each with 1 goblin. Looking at the special barriers surrounding them, and the fierce-faced goblin before her, although Yuka was terrified, she gritted her teeth and faced it. As for Kuju, seeing the goblin with reduced mobility, she raised her sword and charged at it. Timing the moment the goblin attacked, she quickly dodged. The goblin wanted to press its advantage, but hindered by its injured leg, it could barely move. This allowed Kuju to seize the opportunity, slashing directly at its arm, leaving a not insignificant wound. Feeling the pain, the goblin grew angrier, limping towards Kuju, raising its club to swing at her again. Facing its sluggish movements, the prepared Kuju dodged again, and took the opportunity to slash at its abdomen, carving another wound. In the ensuing battle, the goblin met its end at Kuju's hit-and-run tactics. After it was over, Kuju knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. Although she had controlled the initiative throughout the fight, her intense vigilance left her feeling exhausted now that she relaxed. Seeing this, Takaru shook his head, her foundation was truly too poor. Chapter 437, Chapter 437 Taking an Apprentice and Class Change. 1,364 words. As for Yuka, her situation was even more troublesome. She was a mage heat, but currently, she couldn't even release a fireball. At most, she could make her staff a little warmer. So facing an injured goblin, she was constantly being chased and attacked. Occasionally, she used her staff like a spear, thrusting it at the goblin. Finally, after dying twice in a row, she managed to impale the goblin with her staff. Looking at Yuka's performance, Takaru was stunned. He had thought they were weak, but this still shattered his perception. It seems the priority now isn't to have you kill monsters to level up, but to have you train from the basics. After the three returned, Takaru sighed and said to them. Hearing Takaru's words, the three were startled, then lowered their heads. First, Kuju. You find even holding a sword extremely difficult, let alone swinging it or swordsmanship. As for Yuka, although you have the mage job, you don't understand what magic truly is, nor how to release it. As for Yusuke, your issue is your job. So I'll ask you now, do you want to use a sword in the future or learn magic? Looking at them, Takaru stated directly. I can use a sword or other magic. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke was stunned. Of course. Although you can't pick up others' weapons, as long as it's originally yours or newly created, it's fine. Saying this, Takaru casually formed a magic or sword. Feeling the faint glow emanating from it, everyone sensed it was extraordinary. Takaru-san, please take me as your apprentice. I want to train in swordsmanship. Looking at the sharp sword in Takaru's hand, Yusuke decisively imitated Kanto and knelt before Takaru. Are you sure you want to become my apprentice? Do you understand what being an apprentice means? Looking at Yusuke's resolute expression, Takaru narrowed his eyes. Yes. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Please accept me as your apprentice. I am willing to follow your orders in the future. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke spoke again. His decision to seek apprenticeship was not impulsive. Takaru's strength was unfathomable, and most importantly, Takaru was undoubtedly extraordinary in the real world. So if Takaru was willing to take him as an apprentice, he would be the greatest beneficiary. I understand. However, for now, I can only accept you as a probationary apprentice. Whether you can become a formal apprentice depends on your own effort. Hearing Yusuke's words, Takaru pondered for a moment and spoke. Yes. Master, please receive my bow. Hearing Takaru say he would accept him as a probationary apprentice, Yusuke quickly and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Good. In the coming days, I will give you special training. How far you progress and what you learn depends on yourself. Looking at Yusuke's excited expression, Takaru said calmly. Yes, master. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke nodded seriously. Since you choose to be a swordsman, start with sword swings. No need for too many at first, just 1,000 swings. Looking at him, Takaru directly handed him the sword. Yusuke, who had been delighted at obtaining a fine sword, froze. Of course, simply swinging a sword 1,000 times is still too easy. So, I will apply a gravity magic on you. Looking at Yusuke, Takaru didn't wait for him to speak, and activated gravity magic. Yusuke soon felt something pressing down on him, a certain heaviness. This is 25 kilograms. It's the first day, just a test run. Looking at Yusuke's strained expression, Takaru said calmly. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke bit his lip and nodded, then went to the side and began swinging. As for you two, Kuju, your task is the same as Yusuke's, swing a sword. I'll set the same goal for you, complete 1,000 sword swings today. But how you choose is up to you. Yuka, do you want to learn real magic? After instructing Yusuke, Takaru turned his gaze to the two. I'll learn. Hearing Takaru's words, Kuju took her sword, and went to swing alongside Yusuke. Can I ask, can magic also be used in the real world? Hearing Takaru's words, Yuka inquired of Takaru. That depends on you. So-called magic is constructed and formed from mana. You already have basic mana now, though not much, but you can increase it through meditation. As for magic, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Hearing her words, Takaru said calmly. I'll learn. Please teach me. Hearing Takaru's words, Yuka quickly spoke. In that case, I'll teach you the meditation method first. Saying this, Takaru touched her forehead with his index finger, and using the skill of the Shub-Niggurath, he copied a meditation method and bestowed it upon her. How strange. It feels like I have a new skill. With Takaru's bestowal, Yuka quickly noticed the oddity. That is the meditation method. You should meditate well today. Hearing her words, Takaru knew the skill bestowal was successful, and directly spoke to her. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, Yuka quickly replied. Compared to Yusuke and the others, she only needed to sit and meditate. It couldn't be more perfect. Alright, you all stay here. I've set up a barrier. As long as you don't go out recklessly, monsters can't break in. Mio and I will go level up now. Seeing the three working hard, Takaru said calmly. We understand. Hearing Takaru's words, the three nodded respectfully. With Takaru and the others here this time, they could fully cling to this powerful support. What more could they ask for? Takaru nodded at the three, then led Mio into the forest. Soon, Takaru and the others found another goblin community. With their effortless attacks, one by one, goblins fell to the ground and Takaru and Mio's levels rapidly increased. After killing about 9 more goblins, Takaru's level directly reached 10. As his level reached 10, Takaru noticed time around him froze again, and the game master instantly appeared beside Takaru. Congratulations, your job level has reached 10. It is now class change time. Beginning job change roulette. Congratulations, you have obtained warrior sword. Combining previous and current, you have acquired these abilities. As the roulette stopped on the grid marked warrior sword, the administrator quickly spoke to Takaru. Subsequently, Takaru's attire changed again, quickly transforming from the white chef uniform into a warrior's light armor. As for Takaru's attributes, they once again received a slight boost. With the class change complete, the game master quickly disappeared, and after about 10 seconds, time completely resumed its flow. Takaru, your appearance. Noticing Takaru's sudden change, Mio beside him showed a surprised expression. She had been right next to Takaru, yet she had been unaware during his class change. I reached level 10 and just changed class. Looking at the surprised Mio, Takaru explained briefly. You maxed out that quickly. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio was startled. She had killed considerably more monsters than Takaru, yet she had only reached level 8. Yes. These support jobs have much smaller experience bars compared to combat jobs. Hearing her words, Takaru spoke again. I see. Hearing Takaru say this, she didn't dwell on it. Looking at the remaining few goblins, she instantly killed them with water blades. After the kills, her experience reached level 9.5, soon to be maxed and ready for class change. With anticipation, Takaru collected the goblin corpses, and led Mio to find other monsters. Soon, after hunting 2 kobolds, Mio's experience bar successfully reached level 10, and she smoothly completed her class change. At a certain moment, Takaru sensed the temporal anomaly, and used his space-time manipulation ability to forcibly move within the frozen time-space. Congratulations, you have successfully changed class to Mage Heat. Combining previous and current, you have acquired these abilities. The game master said this to Mio, then quickly dissipated from the spot. As it disappeared, it glanced towards Takaru. Since it had no eyes, Takaru wasn't sure if it was shocked. Hee, Takaru, I changed class again. Leveling up in this world is so easy. After examining her gains, Mio excitedly said to Takaru. Chapter 438, Chapter 438 A Fulfilling Day. 1310 words. It's alright, mainly because we already possess considerable strength ourselves. If it were our first time coming to this world, it probably wouldn't be this simple. Hearing her words, Takaru was quite rational. That's true too. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio thought back to her own beginnings. Aside from reward worlds, her second world was the one she experienced with Takaru. It was also because of Takaru's training that she overcame her initial fear, and subsequent worlds went so smoothly. Subsequently, Takaru continued leading Mio to find monsters. After killing countless goblins, kobolds, centipede monsters, and woodland spirits, Takaru successfully changed class 2 more times, warrior, spear, and mage, wind. Mio also changed class to warrior, axe, and farmer. Alright, let's head back now. It's time for lunch. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Takaru collected them again. Okay. Hearing Takaru say this, Mio nodded. Returning to their original forest location, Yusuke and Kuju were still laboriously swinging their swords. Because of fatigue and hunger, their movements had greatly deteriorated. Even Yuka, who was meditating, had become distracted. Master, Mio-san, you're back. Seeing Takaru and Mio return, Yusuke called out breathlessly. Yes, take a rest now. How many swings have you done? Looking at Yusuke, Takaru inquired calmly. Only 285. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke showed an embarrassed expression. In 2 or 3 hours, he had only managed this many. It wasn't that he was slacking off, it was the burden on his body combined with the mechanical swinging. Now his arms were trembling, and he could barely hold his sword steady. And this was only possible because they were in the game world, with some enhancements and quick recovery. In the real world, he would have been exhausted long ago. Barely acceptable. Kuju, what about you? Hearing Yusuke Yatsuya's words, Takaru said calmly. He wasn't satisfied, but this was only the beginning. Although they could recover, fatigue still remained, not to mention energy consumption. 190. Hearing Takaru's words, Kujo lowered her head and spoke quietly. She didn't even have any extra weight on her, yet she was still worse than Yusuke. Never mind. Just do your best. Now, let's prepare lunch. Saying this, Takaru directly took out a large wild boar carcass, one he had hunted incidentally while killing goblins. With his chef skills enhancement, Takaru quickly thought of several cooking methods and butchered it very proficiently. Master, let me help. Yusuke naturally noticed that Takaru and Mio's attire had changed. Clearly, in just over 2 hours of training, Takaru and the others had completed class changes. If it were at the beginning, he would have been shocked. But knowing Takaru and Mio's capabilities, he simply found it only natural. Okay. Hearing his words, Takaru remembered that Yusuke had mentioned his second job was also chef. With everyone busy, the wild boar was transformed into various delicious dishes presented before them. Takaru also took out chansey eggs and mumu milk. After tasting, Yusuke, Kuju, and Yuka were instantly conquered. Feeling their stamina rapidly recovering, they showed shocked expressions but didn't dwell on it, simply assuming it was special food unique to this world. After lunch, Takaru had the 3 resume their training, and they complied without complaint. Takaru continued his leveling journey with Mio. By around evening, Takaru and Mio had changed class 7 times, including obtaining Advanced Warrior, Sword, and Advanced Mage, Wind. Besides these, they also had sub-jobs like Blacksmith and the initial Chef. Their base attributes had received considerable boosts from the accumulated gains, and the advanced jobs granted several skills. However, these skills were ones Takaru could easily develop with some effort, and didn't enhance his actual strength. As for Mio, she had changed class to Advanced Mage, Water, and Advanced Warrior, Axe, and her strength had also increased considerably. After dinner, Takaru led everyone back to Jiffin Island. Sensing the surrounding situation and finding no irregularities, Takaru and the others returned to the rooms Yana had arranged for them. Heroes, where did you all go? Noticing Takaru and the others return, Yana and Aoiu came to Takaru's side. We went training. Hearing her words, Takaru said quietly. I see. If there's anything we can help with, please feel free to instruct us, heroes. Hearing Takaru's words, Yana and Aoiu spoke to Takaru with adoration. Takaru's charm didn't only affect Yuka, it also worked on Kuju, Yana, Aoiu, and the others. They just weren't as bold as Yuka. We understand. Hearing her words, Takaru smiled and nodded. That night, Hachiman came to Takaru and reported the day's events. It turned out quite a bit had happened after Takaru and the others left. First, Ayu practiced the power of her sword swings by tying multiple stumps together and attempting to split them. As for Keita, he sparred with a mercenary group member named Rice. Besides this, Kantle was receiving guidance from Hachiman. Although Hachiman didn't understand swordsmanship, he possessed physical attributes and abilities far exceeding Kantle's. His training method was simple, combat. Another incident involved complaints from some villagers. Additionally, there was an orc intrusion. However, in the end, a former Jiffin Island resident named Thanza, along with Yana and Aoiu, managed to calm everyone down. Of course, the reason the suppression went smoothly was mainly due to Hachiman demonstrating his overwhelming combat power. The others fought fiercely, with Ayu and Keita even dying once, yet Hachiman defeated the orc with a single slash. Because of this, Hachiman instantly became a heroic figure on the island. Haha, congratulations on gaining so much admiration. Maybe it will boost your evaluation score. Hearing his words, Takaru said with a smile. Come on, don't mock me. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman scratched his head. Well, aside from that, anything else? Looking at Hachiman, Takaru inquired directly. It's about this. Takaru, you can probably make some weighted equipment, right? After sparring with Kantle for so long today, I think he needs to improve his fundamentals. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman spoke seriously. I see. Got it. Hearing Hachiman's words, Takaru waved his hand, and several wrist and ankle bands materialized in the air. These are 10 kilograms and 20 kilograms respectively. They should be about right for him. Handing the 8 rings to Hachiman, Takaru said with a light smile. Thanks. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman directly stored the equipment and spoke sincerely to Takaru. Yes. Hearing his words, Takaru didn't say much, just nodded. By the way, what did you guys gain today? Subsequently, Hachiman inquired curiously. Yes, quite a bit. Leveling up in this world is pretty fast. Mio and I have already changed class 7 times. The attribute points are a bit scarce but they accumulate decently. Hearing his inquiry, Takaru said with a light smile. As expected. Although I spent all day sparring with Kantle and later hunted an orc, my warrior level has also reached 8. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman said thoughtfully. Just sparring gives that much experience. Hearing his words, Takaru was somewhat surprised. Yes, perhaps because Kantle is an advanced warrior. Sparring with him provides a special experience bonus. Of course, it's definitely not as efficient as monster hunting. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman shook his head. True, but there's no rush. There's plenty of time. You can go level up the day after tomorrow. Looking at Hachiman, Takaru said with a smile. I'll leave it to you then. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman didn't refuse and spoke seriously. Meanwhile, in Kumamo Castle, the earlier eavesdropper once again came to report the day's events to the Orc Queen. Yes, that child fought very bravely. Unforgivable. I will never forgive them. I will definitely avenge that child. Upon learning what happened today, the Orc Queen spoke with hatred. Hearing the Orc Queen's words, the man remained silent, enduring endless torment in his heart. Chapter 439. Chapter 439 Improvement in Strength, Ayu and Keita join in. 1,371 words. As time passed, 6 days had gone by since Takaru and the others arrived at Jiffin Island, meaning only 5 days remained until the planned general assault. During these days, although Takaru was often away from the island, he was fully aware of the bald man's every move. But Takaru did not do anything to startle him. Over these days, Takaru had maxed out all his jobs. Mio and Hachiman had done the same, increasing their base attributes by about 20 to 30 points each, which was a very decent improvement. Apart from this, their mana growth was also considerable. Perhaps because Takaru's base mana was over 500,000, each time he changed to a mage class, he gained an increase of over 10,000. Advancing an advanced mage to max level even granted him an increase of over 30,000. When Takaru asked Hachiman and Mio, their increases were only a few hundred. In the end, they gained roughly just over 2,000 mana, but for them, this improvement was enormous. This made Takaru realize that this likely involved a percentage-based increase. Although the percentage was relatively low, with Takaru's high base, his gains far exceeded theirs. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takaru. Race, Human Demon. Bloodline abilities, Senju Bloodline, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Left Eye, Rewind, Right Eye, Koto Amatsukami. Talent ability, Unique Skill Universal Perception. Strength, 1093, 985, Ordinary Person, 20. Constitution, 1158, 8. Defense, 1476, 2133. Speed, 1053, 4. Spirit, 1630, 38097. Mana, 673,03260, Ordinary Person, 0. Skills, Creation Magic, Advanced, Necromancy Magic, Advanced. Resistances, Natural Effects Nullification, Abnormal Status Nullification, Mental Attack Resistance, Physical Attack Resistance, Pain Resistance, Magic Attack Resistance. Evaluations and Points, EX Rank Evaluation X1. S Rank Evaluation X1. A Rank Evaluation X3. B Rank Evaluation X3. C Rank Evaluation X5. Points 554,800. Aside from Takaru's own improvements, Yusuke, Yuka, and Kuju had also made leapfrog progress. Under Takaru's training philosophy of train until you can't, die trying, and if you don't die, train harder, the three had, after several instances of being crippled, more than doubled their physical capabilities. Most importantly, these gains were not from job leveling, but purely from physical training. This meant that when they did level up, they would experience another tremendous boost. This was something they had never imagined possible, that ordinary training could actually make them stronger. Besides the improvement in physical abilities, their combat skills had also advanced. Through continuous sword swinging, Yusuke and Kuju had basically mastered swordsmanship. At the very least, they were now proficient in the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Thrust, chop, lift, hang, cloud, point, snap, and parry, they had mastered all these techniques. As for on-the-spot reactions in combat, that would rely on extensive practical experience. As for Yuka, she was no longer limited to slightly warming the front 10 centimeters of her staff. Under Takaru's guidance, she could now proficiently cast fireballs. Takaru had even bestowed upon her an advanced flame spear skill. She now possessed preliminary combat capability. What she lacked was practical experience. Takaru planned to begin their actual combat training today. However, just as Takaru and the others were about to leave, Ayu and Keita approached Takaru. "Wait, Takaru, can you wait a moment?" Coming up to him, Ayu called out to Takaru while still running. "What's the matter?" Looking at Ayu, who was still slightly out of breath, Takaru showed a puzzled expression. "Well, Takaru, you've all been doing secret training these past few days, right?" Looking at Takaru, Ayu inquired directly. "Yes. Actually, it's not really secret training, but we have indeed been training." Hearing her words, Takaru corrected her wording. Takaru, we're teammates, right? How could you leave me and Ayu out?" Hearing Takaru's words, Keita quickly spoke up. "You mean you want to join us for training?" Hearing his words, Takaru asked with surprise. "Is it possible?" Hearing Takaru's words, Ayu asked nervously. It's not impossible. However, these three have all taken me as their master and must follow my instructions. So do you two also wish to take me as your master? Hearing her words, Takaru said calmly. Take you as master. Hearing Takaru say this, Ayu and Keita were stunned. Yes. Seeing their shocked expressions, Yusuke and the other three nodded calmly. Starting from the second day, Kuju had made her decision. As for Yuka, seeing that both Yusuke and Kuju had taken Takaru as their master, she felt that not doing so herself would be somewhat odd. Moreover, she had certain master-disciple fantasies and, with special delusions, also became Takaru's apprentice. Similarly, although the two were girls, Takaru did not grant them special treatment. They also became probationary apprentices. After all, Takaru did not plan to bring them back to the main world, so they were destined never to become formal disciples. I understand. I am willing to take you as my master. Seeing the serious expressions of Yusuke and the other three, Ayu took a deep breath and spoke sincerely. Wait, Ayu, you're taking him as master. Then what about me? Hearing Ayu's words, Keita was completely dumbfounded. After all, although Takaru appeared to be his peer, his actual age was younger than his own. This made him hesitate. Even if you wanted to take him as master, master wouldn't accept you. Looking at Keita's expression, Yusuke directly spoke. What did you say, you mere defeated opponent? Hearing Yusuke's words, Keita couldn't help but mock. I'm not the same as I was a few days ago. Hearing his words, Yusuke said calmly. Enough. If you are willing to follow my arrangements, then come along. Today, the task I've given Yusuke and the others is hunting. Looking at the two, Takaru said calmly. Hearing Takaru speak, Yusuke quickly shut his mouth. Hunting. Please take me along. Hearing Takaru say this, Ayu quickly spoke. Over these days, through arduous training, she felt her strength had improved considerably. Now was the perfect time to test herself. How about this, Yusuke, let's have another match. We'll compete in hunting monsters and see who kills more. Hearing Takaru say this, Keita spoke again. Hearing Keita's words, Yusuke said nothing and simply looked at Takaru. Then it's decided. I will serve as the referee. All right, let's depart. Saying this, Takaru simply snapped his fingers, and Takaru and the others' figures vanished from the spot. This is. Where are we? Weren't we on Jiffin Island? Looking at the surrounding forest, Ayu spoke dazedly. Ayu, this is Master's spatial teleportation skill. Hearing Ayu's words, Kuju quietly explained to her. Spatial teleportation. Is that magic from some job? Hearing Kuju's words, Ayu again spoke with surprise. No, it's not. It's a skill Master learned himself. Hearing Ayu's words, Kuju quickly shook her head. A skill he learned himself. Hearing Kuju's words, Ayu felt her mind couldn't quite keep up. All right, monsters are coming. At this moment, Takaru spoke seriously to the group. I don't know what's going on, but leave it to me. Looking at the ferocious goblin horde, Keita didn't overthink it. After all, he wasn't the type to use his head much. Soon, Keita raised his spear and heavily thrust it straight through a goblin's heart. The powerful force pierced directly through, giving the goblin no time to react. Blood gushed out as it fell to the ground. While he was still smug, a nearby goblin quickly reacted and bashed its club directly into Keita's head, instantly crushing him to death. With Keita's death, Yusuke and the others immediately sensed it. Keita, now in soul form, didn't seem too concerned. They're coming. Let's move too. Watching the goblin that had killed Keita adjust its stance and approach them, Yusuke said to Kuju and Yuka. I don't need your reminder. Hearing Yusuke's words, Yuka said unceremoniously. Then, to the shock of Ayu and the soul form Keita, Yuka directly raised her staff. Soon, a fireball formed before her. Fireball! Shouting loudly, Yuka swung her staff forward with force. The fireball flew rapidly toward the goblin, and upon contact, it exploded, transforming into blazing flames that engulfed the goblin. Yusuke and Kuju raised their long swords. As Yuka's fireball hit one of the goblins, they each moved to decapitate another goblin. Chapter 440 discouraged IU and Keita. 1,479 words. With the three's clean and swift kills, their levels just reached 10. The three had already reached the critical point from their continuous efforts, and now they completed their level up. As the game master appeared, Yusuke soon changed to a new job. It was blacksmith, a rare job with only a 5% chance. It allowed him to forge equipment and armor, and the weapons he created could also be used by heroes. As for Kuju, she was very fortunate to change class to advanced warrior, obtaining more refined armor and a longsword. However, the weight was considerably heavier than before, but for Kuju now, it wouldn't be too much of a burden. As for Yuka, she became a mage, wind, this time. Although she didn't change to an advanced mage, she was still quite lucky. Changing to mage again increased her mana once more. Your strength. After watching the three easily kill the goblins and complete their class changes, IU was still in a daze. She had thought that after her own arduous training these days, combined with her original foundation, she should have surpassed everyone by a large margin. But reality was cruel. Not only had she not widened the gap, but they had actually surpassed her. Is it because you received Takeru's training that you're this strong? After Yusuke and the others returned, IU spoke hesitantly. Yes. Hearing IU's words, the three nodded. This was an undeniable fact. Without Takeru, even if they had 2 more months, they could never have reached this level. Takeru, I beg of you. Please take me as your apprentice. Hearing the three's words, IU immediately knelt before Takeru. And I beg of you too. At this moment, Keita, having resurrected, no longer had any extraneous thoughts. Although he didn't want to admit it, the strength Yusuke had just displayed far exceeded his own. Continuing to compete would only bring humiliation. Moreover, he didn't actually hold a grudge against Yusuke. On the contrary, Yusuke was still someone who had helped him. His previous actions were only because he wanted to impress IU. I understand. Then I will accept you. However, like Yusuke and the others, you can only be probationary apprentices. The guidance period will probably be from this mission until the end of the next mission. Whether you can become formal disciples depends on your own efforts and fate. Hearing their words, Takeru nodded without hesitation. Regarding their apprenticeship requests, although he wasn't 100% sure it was a side quest or hidden quest, changing their life trajectories could still improve his evaluation score. Not to mention, they were definitely important figures. Alright, since you have entered under my guidance, let's begin with the first step. First, IU, do you plan to develop in the direction of a swordsman or a mage in the future? After accepting the two, Takeru got straight to the point. Swordsman or mage? I choose mage. Hearing Takeru's words, IU was initially surprised, then thought of the fireball Yuka had released and quickly spoke. Is that so? I understand. Then let's begin your first training session. Hearing her words, Takeru directly nodded. Wait, master, you haven't asked me yet. At this moment, Keita quickly raised his hand. You only drew the warrior spear job, and you've been training with the spear these past few days. You'll continue training with the spear from now on. Hearing his words, Takeru said calmly. Ah, yes. Hearing Takeru's words, Keita was speechless and could only nod. Alright, IU, come here. I will teach you the basic meditation method. It can increase your mana value and your control over mana. It is also the foundation for releasing magic. Yes. Hearing Takeru's words, IU quickly stepped forward. Under IU's somewhat nervous gaze, Takeru directly touched her forehead with his hand. Soon, IU sensed that she seemed to have acquired a special skill. All right, go meditate for now. Looking at her, Takaru directly spoke. I understand. Thank you, Taker. No, thank you, Master. Hearing Takaru's words, IU quickly spoke, then obediently went to an open space nearby, sat down, and began meditating. All right, Keita. Your task is the basic movements of spearmanship. I will only demonstrate once. You will perform each movement 1,000 times. Looking at Keita, Takaru directly manifested a spear. He then went to the side and began recalling some basic spear techniques he had seen, repeated applications of thrust, lift, chop, and stab. There were also the essential principles of spearmanship. Although Takaru had not studied spearmanship much, at his level, and with his exceptional aptitude, if he was inclined, basic proficiency was very simple. Of course, spearmanship was easy to learn but difficult to master. Although Takaru could quickly enter the door and reach minor mastery, to truly master it would require considerable time, even for him. However, although he was not an expert, training Keita, who was completely a layman, was still very simple. Hearing Takaru explain the essentials of spearmanship, Keita pricked up his ears to listen. Although he wasn't interested in studying, he could absorb knowledge that would make him stronger. Also, watching Takaru's movements, he could grasp some key points. Soon, after Takaru finished his demonstration, he had Keita demonstrate. Although there were some errors, Keita showed considerable talent. While there were still many flaws, he displayed many of the key points. Not bad. However, when holding the spear, keep your body upright. The thumb of your right hand should be inside, 4 fingers outside, gripping the middle of the spear shaft, making the spear shaft stand vertically close to the right side of your body, spear tip pointing upward. Your left arm hangs down, palm facing inward, close to the outer side of your left thigh. Besides the gripping posture, the key points for thrusting. Looking at Keita, Takaru corrected him again. After a round of corrections, over 40 minutes had passed. Keita began swinging the spear with some semblance of proper form. All right. The rest is to swing each movement 1,000 times. Looking at the time, Takaru said calmly. 1,000. I understand. Although it seemed somewhat excessive, Keita nodded seriously. Of course, simply swinging 1,000 times would be too monotonous. So I will add a little difficulty for you. Before Keita could react, Takaru spoke again. Add difficulty. What is? Before he could finish his words, he felt a tremendous gravity pressing down on him, causing his originally straight body to bend slightly from the sudden force. I have applied 30 kilograms of weight on you. Since your progress is far behind Yusuke and the others, you need to work even harder. Looking at Keita, Takaru said calmly. Yes, I understand, Taker. Master. Looking at Yusuke, who was sneaking a laugh, Keita spoke through gritted teeth. All right. All of you stay within this barrier. Don't slack off. I'll take Yusuke and the others hunting now. Saying this, Takaru casually set up a barrier and walked forward. Yusuke, Kuju, and the others quickly followed. Watching Takaru and the others leave, thinking about becoming stronger, Keita took a deep breath and quickly began swinging his spear. Movements that had seemed easy before now felt increasingly difficult under the weight, but Keita did not give up. Unfortunate experiences in his childhood had made Keita's desire for strength far exceed that of Yusuke and the others. He also believed in the supremacy of power. Now, with such an opportunity before him, he was willing to put in far more effort than ordinary people. The opportunity had been given to everyone, whether to cherish it was up to them. Soon, within Takaru's vast detection range, the group encountered another goblin horde. Without needing Takaru to say anything, Yusuke and the others assumed their stances. Perhaps because of their improved strength, when Yusuke and the others saw the monsters, their first reaction was not fear or tension, but tension mixed with eagerness. Soon, as the monsters charged over with claws bared, Yusuke and Kuju flanked the goblins from both sides. As for Yuka, she quickly gathered her mana. Soon, 3 fireballs floated before her. Quickly, with the clash of weapons and the bombardment of magic, the new goblins became nothing more than experience points for the group. Although I sensed from before that this sword was extraordinary, it still far exceeds my imagination. Watching his sword easily cleave a goblin and its weapon in two, he couldn't help but marvel. Yes. The weapons that come with the warrior job can't withstand a single hit. Hearing Yusuke's words, Kuju agreed. All right. Time to move to the next location. Hearing their conversation, Takara did not elaborate on the sword and simply said calmly. Yes, Takara-sensei. Hearing Takara's words, Yuka quickly echoed, moving close to Takara's side and looking at him adoringly. Chapter 441, Chapter 441. The battle begins. 1,367 words. As time passed, Takara led the 3 in hunting goblins, kobolds, giant centipedes, and woodland spirits. Facing the once threatening woodland spirits, Yusuke and the others could now easily kill them with just a bit of effort. By the end of the day, the two had completed another class change, further increasing their attributes. Keita felt as if his arms were ruined, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yusuke simply patted him lightly on the shoulder. He deeply understood this feeling. However, thanks to their special recovery abilities, they would be back to normal within a night at most, ready to push themselves hard again the next day. It's so delicious. This is too much, Kuju and Yusuke, you guys have been eating food this delicious for the past few days. What kind of egg is this anyway? Ayu, hugging a huge boiled egg and devouring it, showed an expression of pure enjoyment. Gulp, ah, so good. Master, please give me another bottle. Keita nearby downed a liter of milk in one go and excitedly spoke to Takaru. There's none left. Each person is limited to 1 bottle per day. Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. Eh? Hearing Takaru's refusal, Keita's face fell. Ha ha ha. Yusuke and the others watched and secretly laughed. Hey Yusuke, we're fellow disciples under the same master, right? Seeing he couldn't get any more, Keita came over to Yusuke, putting his arm around his shoulder. No way. Seeing his move, Yusuke quickly guarded his milk. Don't be so stingy, Yusuke, Keita said with a familiar, casual air. After dinner, Takaru teleported everyone back to Jiffin Island. Briefly sensing the situation, he noticed the orcs seemed to be growing impatient. Perhaps the battle would come sooner than the scheduled time, but everyone still had at least 2 or 3 days to prepare. Time flew by quickly. Amidst everyone's arduous training, 3 days passed rapidly. That night, everyone gathered because Takaru had already informed them of the orcs' movements. Takaru-san, will the orcs really appear from here? Looking at the calm, windless port, Cantil asked Takaru curiously. Undoubtedly. They'll arrive in about 10 minutes. There will be 3 of them this time. Hearing Cantil's words, Hachiman directly stated. I see. Hearing Hachiman's words, Cantil fell silent. Master, can we try our hand this time? Keita asked Takaru expectantly. Consider this orc encounter a small test for you. Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. Thank you, Master. Hearing Takaru say this, not only Keita but also Yusuke, Ayu, and the others ignited with fighting spirit. Soon, 3 large, green-skinned orcs climbed up from the port. They had swum here. Now, seeing everyone seemingly expecting them, they showed surprised expressions, quickly replaced by rage. Seeing this, Cantil directly drew his sword. Not only him, but Rice, Thanza, and the other mercenaries also assumed vigilant stances. Please wait, Cantil-san. Could you leave this to us? Looking at Cantil's action, Yusuke stepped forward and spoke seriously. Well, I understand. Hearing Yusuke's words, Cantil also wanted to test how much he had improved recently, but after glancing at Hachiman and Takaru he relented. Thanks, Cantil-san. Seeing Cantil agree, Yusuke nodded to him. At this moment, the orcs could no longer hold back, directly swinging their boulder-sized fists. "Hey, big guy, I'm your opponent." Kata targeted one orc, charging forward to provoke it. Seeing Kata's provocation, the orc charged at him. Facing the aggressive orc, Kata's demeanor changed. He became solemn and serious, no longer his usual playful self. Soon, facing the orc's straightforward punch, Kata sidestepped to dodge the attack. Although his strength had increased considerably, he had no intention of matching power with these large brutes. Evading the orc's attack, the massive orc seemed full of openings in Kata's eyes. He lightly raised the spear Takaru had given him and thrust. The orc's thick arm was like tofu, he quickly carved a deep gash into it. Roar! Feeling the immense pain and seeing his arm gushing blood, the orc roared in fury, then swung its other fist at Kata. Such straightforward attacks, Kata muttered, shaking his head slightly as he again moved sideways. The clumsy orc simply couldn't keep up with Kata's speed. Arriving behind the orc, Kata raised his spear and fiercely stabbed at the orc's thigh, quickly withdrawing. He left a deep puncture wound in the orc's leg. Unable to exert force due to the leg wound, the orc knelt on the ground, howling in agony. "Goodbye." Looking at the orc, now full of openings, Kata leaped high and forcefully swept his spear across the orc's neck. Schlick! A torrent of blood gushed out. The orc could only clutch its neck in pain before falling dead. "Hee hee, everyone, how did I do?" Kata, having single-handedly killed an orc, turned around to boast about his achievement, only to find the other two orcs already dead on the ground. "Too slow." Hearing Kata's words, Yusuke said unceremoniously. "No way, I was hunting alone, that's why I was slow." You be the judge." Hearing Yusuke's words, Kata instantly reverted to his usual goofy self. His cold, composed image from moments ago completely collapsed. "You are all truly incredible." The mercenaries who had been watching, along with some villagers who had joined the preparations, had witnessed the orcs, creatures they considered extremely dangerous and seemingly invincible, fall in moments against the group. They cheered excitedly. Counting the orc that died earlier, there should only be 11 orcs left, right? Some villagers, seeing the dead orcs, spoke excitedly. "Then, master, should we take the initiative to attack?" Subsequently, Yusuke looked at Takaru. "Yes. But you all stay here." Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. We stay here." Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke and the others were stunned. Before they could ask further, Takaru directly took Mio and Hachiman to the orc's stronghold. "How foolish. You've come to deliver yourselves." Seeing Takaru, Hachiman, and Mio suddenly appear before her, the orc queen, who had been preparing to order her subordinates to launch a full-scale attack on the island, frowned. You can talk." Hearing the orc queen speak, Mio was somewhat surprised. Having hunted so many monsters, she had thought the creatures in this world couldn't speak. Humph. Why are humans such a foolish species? You have much better brains than us orcs, yet you are unaware of your own weakness. You completely forget the kindness you've received, you are obsessed with fighting, you are savage and cruel. Looking at Takaru and the others, the orc queen spoke again. "Well, I won't deny much of what you say. But as they say, things turn into their opposite when they reach the extreme. Everything has positive and negative sides. Also, you are the invaders here. What kindness have you received? And finally, you call us weak. Then let me show you. Takaru, can I handle her?" Hearing her words, Hachimen calmly rebutted, then looked at Takaru. "Naturally." Hearing his words, Takaru did not refuse. "Thanks." Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman spoke sincerely to Takaru. Then, Hachiman raised his longsword and charged at the orc queen. Seeing Hachiman charging straight at her, the orc queen showed no mercy. She predicted Hachiman's speed, and just as he was about 2 meters away, she abruptly clapped her hands together. Boom! The immense force of her clap produced a loud sound. However, the Orc Queen sensed something was wrong. Her hands hadn't struck anything. The next moment, before she could think further, her left arm was severed cleanly at the root, blood gushing out. Why? The sudden turn of events left the Orc Queen bewildered. Sorry, that speed wasn't my limit. Having moved behind her, Hachiman said calmly. Damn you. Hearing Hachiman's words, the Orc Queen, without thinking, swung her remaining right arm down at Hachiman's position. Bang! The immense power created a small crater in the ground, along with a cloud of dust. But when the Orc Queen raised her arm, she didn't see Hachiman's corpse. Clearly, Hachiman had dodged her attack in that instant. I'm sorry, but our strength is beyond your imagination. Saying this, Hachiman, his longsword coated in armament haki, severed the Orc Queen's neck. Chapter 442, Chapter 442 Volcanic Eruption. 1209 words. With blood gushing from her neck, the Orc Queen felt her life slipping away. Her remaining right hand reached toward Kumamo Castle. How can I fall here? My daughter, my family. I must protect them. Feeling herself growing weaker, the Orc Queen recalled her young daughter. But it was all wishful thinking. Unless Takaru and the others intervened, her injuries were already fatal. That she still retained consciousness was only thanks to the Orc's robust vitality. Seeing the Orc Queen's actions, Takaru could sense her anguish. But they were enemies. Takaru could not extend a helping hand to them. On the contrary, he had to eradicate them root and branch. Roar! Seeing their queen die before them, the orcs behind her let out a mournful cry, and charged straight at Takaru and the others, intending to tear them apart. Unfortunately, it was all wishful thinking on the orcs' part. With a few wind blades released by Takaru, several orcs fell to the ground without resistance. As for Mio, she didn't even need to take out her taigu. With a few shadow strike spells, all the orcs struck by the immense power suffered fatal wounds and fell dead. That just leaves the three over there. Subsequently, Hachiman and Mio looked toward Kumamo Castle. If we kill them, this mission should be complete, right? Mio said hesitantly. Hard to say. But no matter what happens, we can handle it. Hearing her words, Takaru said confidently. Then, Takaru teleported above the castle. Noticing Takaru's arrival, two orcs looked at him warily but did not come out of the castle. They simply watched him vigilantly. Takaru naturally understood why these orcs did not attack proactively. They were protecting a young orc behind them. Unlike ordinary orcs, this one had hair, clearly the Orc Queen's daughter, and the next generation's queen. My apologies. Murmuring softly, Takaru walked straight inside. Seeing Takaru enter, the two orc guards swung their fists at him. But their massive fists were blocked by an invisible barrier just 10 centimeters from Takaru. Takaru then lightly tapped the two orcs. As if struck by a terrible attack, their bodies trembled and they collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Seeing her protectors die, the young orc stared at Takaru in terror, retreating repeatedly. She looked pitiful and helpless. If not for her appearance, it might have made Takaru seem more like the villain. In your next life, be a good person. Murmuring softly, Takaru moved his will. An invisible attack caused the young orc to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Then, using telekinesis, he brought the three dead orcs to rest beside the Orc Queen's corpse. Takaru paused thoughtfully, then gathered them together. Blazing flames appeared from nowhere, completely consuming them. Their ashes drifted with a gentle breeze out to sea. All right, let's head back. After finishing, Takaru said to Hachiman and Mio. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, the two quickly nodded. Returning to Yusuke and the others, the group anxiously gathered around. The orcs have been dealt with. Looking at the hopeful expressions in everyone's eyes, Takaru said calmly. Really? Hearing Takaru and the others' words, the villagers were astonished. Takaru and the others had only been gone for a little over 10 minutes. They didn't expect in that short time, they had eliminated the 11 orcs remaining in Kumamo Castle. As expected of Master. As for Yusuke and the others, they had no doubt upon hearing this. Whoa, fantastic. The other villagers quickly accepted this fact. After all, they had witnessed Yusuke and the others' combat prowess. There was no need for suspicion. Thinking this, the residents of Jiffin Island were moved to tears. Without the threat of the orcs, they could return to their peaceful, contented lives. All the mercenaries also smiled. Accepting this mission, everyone had come to the island prepared to die. Unexpectedly, Takaru and the others had also taken on the mercenary task due to special circumstances, giving everyone hope. And when they saw Hachiman easily defeat Kanto, everyone felt greatly relieved. With such strong individuals, the scales of victory seemed to have tipped in their favor. Now, hearing the concrete news that all orcs were defeated, everyone was overjoyed. There's one more matter. As everyone celebrated, Takaru spoke softly. What is it, hero? Hearing Takaru's words, everyone grew puzzled. Aren't you curious why the orcs acted ahead of schedule? Hearing their questions, Takaru inquired calmly. Ahead of schedule. Could it be? Hearing Takaru's words, everyone realized. In the crowd, a man trembled uncontrollably upon hearing Takaru's words. His expression was extremely unnatural. Earlier, seeking a chance to survive should the attack fail, he had disclosed all intelligence to the orcs. But the orcs had proven so vulnerable against Takaru and the others. Now he seemed to be in a difficult position. What do you have to say, Kyle-san? Looking at the angry crowd, Takaru calmly gazed at a man among them. Hearing Takaru speak his name, the man sat down limply, as if his soul had left him. As for denial, he knew it was impossible to shake the villagers' trust in Takaru and the others. Damn it, why? It was you. Why did you betray us? Hearing Takaru's words and seeing Kyle slumped on the ground, many angrily glared at him. Without Takaru and the others, the orcs' premature action could have caused many casualties. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. It's getting late. We'll rest now. Seeing the furious crowd, Takaru didn't intend to involve himself in these messy affairs. Also, Takaru knew someone was already growing impatient. The next afternoon, Takaru and the others were warmly hosted by the residents. As everyone held a celebration banquet, the island suddenly shook violently. So strong, so strong. Feeling the violent tremors, Keita could only lie on the ground, panic in his heart. Although his strength had improved considerably, facing natural disasters like earthquakes, he was utterly powerless to resist. Not just Keita. Yusuke and the others also crouched or lay down. Everyone's gaze turned toward the volcano. Massive plumes of smoke and erupting flames now billowed from it. I see. The final challenge is the volcanic eruption. Looking at the volcano's condition, Hachiman stated decisively. Hearing this, Takaru revealed a meaningful expression. This eruption was not natural but influenced by special factors. How can this be? An elderly craftsman, looking at the volcano's state, spoke incredulously. Lord Island Spirit is angry. Feeling the tremors beneath their feet, Aoiu and Yana experienced such violent shaking for the first time. Meanwhile, volcanic bombs flew in all directions, many heading toward Takaru and the others' location. Everyone be careful. Noticing this, Aoiu shouted loudly. Snap. With a snap of Takaru's fingers, an ultra-wide-range barrier rapidly rose. The volcanic bombs bounced off upon contact. Hero. Yana, beside Takaru, noticed his action. Yes. Everyone, evacuate toward the port now and board the ships in order. Do not step outside the barrier. Since the celebration was held here, all residents were gathered. With Takaru and the others' protection, no accidents would occur. Everyone, move. Do not push. Seeing everyone still dazed, Aoiu shouted loudly. Yes. Hearing Aoiu's words, the people snapped awake and carefully moved toward the port. Chapter 443, Chapter 443 Ice Age, Killing the Fire Dragon. 1303 words. Takaru, the tide is receding. While moving toward the port, Iu suddenly noticed something strange about the sea. No, it's a tsunami. Yusuke, seeing this, spoke tensely. I know. Everyone board the ship. Hearing her words, Takaru said calmly. But. Hearing Takaru's words, Iu looked at Takaru blankly. The approaching tsunami was clearly no ordinary matter. Boarding the ship now might subject them to a tremendous impact. Just listen to Takaru. Seeing Iu's expression, Mio patted her shoulder. The more she experienced with Takaru, the more she felt his mystery and depth. In that case, simply following Takaru's instructions was enough. After everyone boarded the ship, they saw the ferocious tsunami rushing toward them at a terrifying speed. Harvest the rice, bring the miso paste. At this moment, Yana began singing a song passed down through generations. Music and dumplings from the Eastern Isle, the shaking earth, the soaring heart, Aoiu joined in singing. Ah, that's it. This song is the memory of the disaster that struck this island 800 years ago. Only now did some elderly people realize that the lyrics were not something else, but a narration of the catastrophe. As for Takaru, he glanced at Yana and Aoiu, immersed in their song. It seemed that singing this song now was their duty. Takaru paid them no further attention. Before everyone's astonished eyes, he jumped directly onto the sea surface. What amazed them even more was that Takaru did not sink. He stood upon it as steadily as if on land. Takaru-sensei. Takaru-san. Watching Takaru's actions, everyone was bewildered. The tsunami was about to hit. Takaru ignored their calls, calmly gazing ahead. Energy surged within him, rapidly converting into frigid air. Ice Age. In less than 3 seconds, Takaru spoke softly. As his words fell, the seawater beneath Takaru's feet rapidly froze, spreading forward from his position at an astonishing speed. Then, before everyone's shocked eyes, the rapidly approaching tsunami froze in place, forming a spectacular wall of ice. Beyond everyone's sight, the freezing continued for a full kilometer before finally stopping. So incredible. Is this really something a person can do? Looking at the magnificent frozen tsunami, everyone gazed at Takaru as if he were a god. Hachiman and Mio could only wryly smile. Although Takaru always exceeded expectations, this time seemed to have once again surpassed even their own. Our homes. At this moment, an islander looked at the houses engulfed by lava. Others, seeing their homes and fields swallowed, shed tears. This island has always had the ancestral admonition, do not build houses on low ground. But we used the excuse of insufficient land and began living by the coast. Population increased, fields and property grew. We believed this represented the island's prosperity. We only saw immediate benefits, casting aside our ancestors' warnings. How shameful. Looking at the spewing lava, Yana spoke with tears. We were indeed wrong. We ignored the ancestral admonition passed down through generations, and lost our houses and fields. But if houses collapse, we rebuild sturdier ones. If fields are flooded, we reclaim new ones. The skills and wisdom of Jiffin's people have been honed precisely for this, passed down to this day. Aoiu spoke seriously. Yes. So what if there's little land? So what if there are no resources? Our ancestors compensated for these with superior skills and diligent hands. Not through plunder but through effort and sweat, they turned this island into a peaceful paradise. Hearing Aoiu's words, Yana encouraged everyone. As for Takaru, after freezing the sea, he flew directly into the island. He casually stored 2 Jiffin buffos killed by volcanic bombs into his item inventory, then proceeded toward the volcano. There a dragon bathed in lava had emerged. Over there. At this moment, Rice pointed fearfully toward the volcano's summit. Even shrouded in lava, the fire dragon's figure was clearly visible. Wait, Master's target is that dragon. Seeing Takara's actions, Kuja was panicked. It should be fine, right? Master even froze a tsunami. And even if something goes wrong, he can teleport back, can't he? Looking in that direction, Yusuke quickly analyzed. The appearance of a dragon was far beyond everyone's imagination. In any world, dragons were generally at the apex. Watching Takara challenge a dragon, although everyone knew Takara was immensely powerful, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. As for the person in question, Takara felt no pressure. Although this was a top-tier monster of another world, compared to Malim from the previous world, there was simply no contest. Standing here, Takara did sense a slight suppression. His energy was slowly draining, and a special barrier existed in the sky. The perpetrator, Takara clearly knew, was the bald man Leji halfway up the mountain. Takara did not directly kill the bald man. He approached the dragon first. After all, Leji had helped summon a dragon for him, so Takara would let him live a couple more minutes. Is this volcano your habitat? It seems you'll need to move. Arriving not far from the dragon, Takara said with a faint smile. Hearing Takara's words, the fire dragon wasted no time. Energy gathered in its maw, and it spewed a torrent of lava fire at Takara. Sensing the intense heat and energy within the flames, Takara smiled. A black vortex rapidly formed before him. As the lava fire touched the vortex, it was directly devoured, becoming Takara's reserve mana. Noticing this single blast increased his mana reserve by over 40,000, Takara was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such powerful energy within it. Thanks for the meal. But you seem to be struggling. Allow me to release you. Saying this, Takara calmly advanced. Seeing Takara approach, the dragon sensed the threat and blasted another stream of fire at him. Without exception, it was easily devoured by Takara's devourer. Only a little over 20,000. It seems something affected you. As for the one disturbing you, I will deal with him. Saying this, Takara appeared above its head as if teleporting, and struck down with a fierce punch. Boom! The impact of fist against dragon's skull produced a thunderous sound. A section of the volcanic crater shattered from the immense force. The dragon, struck by Takara's blow, was left barely breathing. But draconic vitality prevented it from dying quickly. Still lacking a bit in strength. My apologies for causing you more pain. I didn't want to damage your body, so I held back. Looking at the dragon's condition, Takara spoke softly. Moreover, Takara intended to manifest this dragon as a combat asset. He had no intention of directly devouring its soul. Although he could still control it with necromancy without a soul, its growth potential would be severely limited. As he pondered, Takara struck again. A fist infused with nen penetrated the dragon's hide, striking deeply within. Instantly, the dragon's pupils contracted, then slowly closed. Takara directly stored the dragon's corpse in his item inventory. All right. Just one last guy left. Deal with him, handle the volcano situation, and this mission should be complete. Saying this, Takara's gaze fell less than 500 meters below. There, a bald man hid behind a special rock. Takara's earlier punch had dislodged stones rolling downward, affecting his position. Takara swiftly flew toward him. Flight magic. Noticing Takara's descent, the bald man Leji frowned, tension in his heart. Although he had vaguely seen Takara flying upward earlier, the distance was considerable, and he wasn't certain. Now witnessing it firsthand, he was naturally nervous. Ahaha, hero, is there something you need? Looking at Takara, Leji forced a smile, his laugh dry. Yes. You are the final obstacle. Looking at Leji, Takara said calmly. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Hearing Takara's words, Leji continued playing dumb. Chapter 444, Chapter 444 First mission complete, return to everyday world. 1,300 for words. Is that so? Then take your questions with you to the afterlife. Saying this, Takaru quickly formed a fireball aimed directly at Leji's location and launched it. Leji panicked and jumped aside, barely dodging. As expected of a hero. Yes, I am the dragon bishop who summoned Daraswade Dragon-sama. How did you discover me? Seeing Takaru directly attack, Leji stopped pretending. How did I discover you? I saw everything you did on the island. Including the fact that the orcs came to this island because of you. On one side of the island, I found a dilapidated ship with a large cage on board. That was used to imprison the orc queen back then, wasn't it? Looking at Leji, Takaru said with a light smile. I see. Devouring flame, scorching breath. Hearing Takaru's words, a special emblem appeared on Leji's face. Although still puzzled, he quickly chanted, releasing 2 blazing beams of fire at Takaru. But as they approached Takaru, they were directly devoured by the black vortex, not even a spark remaining. So this is your trump card. Even the dragon you summoned couldn't harm me. How much of a chance do you think you have? Looking at the meager 2,000 or so mana added, Takaru revealed a mocking smile. What did you say? What happened to Daraswade Dragon-sama? Hearing Takaru's words, Leji was visibly shaken. Well, he has become my trophy. Saying this, Takaru abruptly appeared behind him. Hearing the voice from behind, Leji fearfully leaped forward, quickly distancing himself from Takaru. Applebio, exclama. After putting distance between them, he instinctively began chanting a spell. But before he could finish, he noticed something was wrong. His body seemed no longer under his control, and his head was getting closer and closer to the ground. Takaru calmly watched Leji's severed head fall. Although Leji's combat capabilities were decent, compared to Takaru, he was undeniably and facing an elephant. After dispatching him, Takaru sensed the location of the barrier's foundation stones. With a thought, 6 bolts of lightning rapidly gathered in the air and struck the ground, shattering the inscribed foundation stones. As the stones broke, the barrier quickly dissipated, and the volcanic activity completely subsided. Everyone on the ship noticed the situation seemed to have calmed down and cheered joyfully. Takaru-sensei is so reliable. I feel like we're unnecessary. Looking at Takaru's achievement, Ayu scratched her head. But if even Takaru and the others couldn't resist the future monster's invasion, can we really do it with our strength? Hearing Ayu's words, Yusuke again recalled the fragment of the future world the game master had shown them. Soon, everyone gathered around Takaru again upon his return. Hero, what's the situation? Yana looked at Takaru expectantly. Yes, it's completely resolved. The perpetrator was that bald man named Leji. He called himself a dragon bishop and used a special barrier to summon the dragon. Looking at everyone, Takaru revealed the truth. Leji from 3rd Ward. Hearing Takaru's words, Yana said with surprise. I remember he was a prodigy who stood, walked, and spoke earlier than other children since childhood. As an architectural designer, he was deeply respected by the villagers. Come to think of it, he was also the one who first proposed building houses on that land now swallowed by lava. Soon, Aoiu pieced it together. As time passed, 2 days later, the island held its harvest festival, successfully offering the Jiffin buffos during Vikidamania. And so, the mission is successfully completed. Watching everyone celebrate, Keita said excitedly. Being able to hold a festival like this is all thanks to the heroes. Yana said gratefully. We represent the islanders in expressing our gratitude. Aoiu looked gratefully at Takaru and the others. Hearing their words, Hachiman, Yusuke, and the others scratched their heads. Throughout the entire process, they hadn't seemed to contribute much. As for the mercenaries, they looked utterly bewildered, as if they had simply come on a trip and witnessed what human capability could achieve. You don't need to be so formal. We have our own objectives. Hearing their words, Takaru gently shook his head. If not for the mission requirements, Takaru and the others would never have set foot on this island, nor naturally participated in this affair. Even so, we will never forget. The lessons learned from this experience must be passed down. As Vikidam ritual dancers, I will pass them on to future generations forever. Looking at Takaru, Aoiu spoke seriously. Yes. Do your best. Hearing her words, Takaru smiled and nodded. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, the two quickly nodded, then returned to the altar platform and began dancing. Takaru-sensei, after we return to the real world, can I come find you? At this moment, Yusuke approached Takaru and asked. That should be fine. You can contact me directly by phone. My number is 1 ****. Hearing his words, Takaru directly gave him the phone number he had purchased in this world. I understand. I'll trouble you then, master. Muttering the number several times, Yusuke committed it to memory. Master, can we contact you too? Hearing Yusuke's words, Ayu beside him spoke expectantly. Of course. But I might not necessarily be free. Hearing her words, Takaru explained calmly. He wasn't sure if the time he spent in their world would align with theirs. We understand. Hearing Takaru say this, everyone thought Takaru might need to train hard, or handle many matters in the real world. As for Mio and Hachiman, seeing Yusuke and the others' reactions, they could only smile wryly. But they also knew that compared to Takaru, they indeed fell for short. As Takaru and the others conversed, Yana and Aoiu's song and dance concluded. Takaru and the others then received the mission completion notification, and instantly appeared in a special void space. The game master was there. Now, as compensation for completing the mission, you may ask one question. Looking at Takaru and the others, the game master directly stated. Master, you ask. Hearing the game master's words, everyone turned their gaze to Takaru. No. I have nothing I wish to ask. You will need to rely on yourselves in the future. You ask. Hearing Yusuke and the others' words, Takaru directly shook his head. After all, he would likely leave this world in a little over a month. The future calamity was something they would have to solve themselves. So Takaru saw no need to take up such an important inquiry. Although Takaru was somewhat curious about what these so-called future people were, and what abilities or technology they used to return to this era to cultivate heroes, asking this question would likely yield useless answers or be unanswerable. So Takaru stopped thinking about it. Even if he knew, he probably couldn't obtain such abilities or technology anyway. Hey, what exactly was that dragon priest's goal? Hearing Takaru wasn't going to ask, Keita directly inquired. You're still thinking about that? Hearing Keita waste this precious opportunity, Yusuke said irritably. To resurrect the dragon. Goodbye. Simply stating this, the game master vanished instantly. That's it. Watching the game master disappear at light speed, everyone felt speechless. With the game master's disappearance, Takaru and the others quickly returned to the real world. Takaru noticed the time. Although over 10 days had passed in that world, only a few seconds had passed in the real world. This ability to save even more time than the reincarnation space surprised Takaru considerably. He quickly checked the game panel and game inventory, finding them unopenable. However, his inventory exclusive to the reincarnation space was unaffected. The large quantities of goblin, kobold, giant centipede, woodland spirit, and massive dragon corpses he had collected lay intact within. Additionally, the attribute and skill bonuses he had gained in that world were retained within himself. Chapter 445. Chapter 445 excited Yusuke, troubled Ayu. 1,395 words. Besides Takaru, Mio, and the others were also checking their own situations. They quickly discovered that the panel from that world was unusable in this one. However, neither of them paid much attention to it. The most important thing was that the dozens of attribute points and the increased mana had not disappeared. Meanwhile, at his home, Yusuke, after waking up, quickly saved Takaru's number in his phone with the memo master. But when he considered whether to call now, he hesitated. Then, thinking of something, he put down his phone and went outside. Since Yusuke's family home was in a rural area on the edge of the city, there was a large open space in front of his house. Arriving at the open space, he quickly performed jumps and strikes. To his delight, he found that the results of his training in the game world were also reflected in the real world. And this time was different from before. If previously he had only gained 2 or 3 attribute points, this time he had gained roughly 10 points across various categories. Among ordinary people, he had clearly become a superhuman. Most importantly, he could feel a trace of mana within himself. Even without the special gloves previously given by the game master, he could definitely sense its presence. He clearly understood that this was the special mana obtained through the meditation method Takaru had bestowed upon him. Although this mana was allocated as MP in the other world, in the real world, it was truly his own. Thinking this, Yusuke looked at a large tree beside him, and clenched his fist. He remembered Takaru saying that the body could be strengthened through mana. Combined with the power he now possessed, he was extremely curious about how much force his strongest punch could deliver. Deciding to act, after some concentration, Yusuke barely gathered the weak mana within him into his fist. The moment it coalesced, he punched the tree. Bang! The collision of fist and tree produced a considerable sound. The tree shook violently, leaves furiously raining down. Feeling the pain radiating from his fist, Yusuke couldn't help but inhale sharply, slowly withdrawing his hand. When he pulled back his fist, he saw it had become bright red. But the tree hadn't fared well either. Although it hadn't fallen, at the point of Yusuke's strike, a distinct fist imprint and countless wood fragments were shattered. It was as if struck heavily by a blunt instrument like a hammer. Looking at the fist print left on the tree, Yusuke couldn't help but swallow. From now on, he truly was no longer an ordinary person. Then, looking at his reddened fist, he understood. His mana was still too weak, and his control was insufficient. This was why the areas with weaker mana coding experienced greater pain. Thinking this, he excitedly returned home to meditate on his mana. He clearly remembered Takaru instructing him to reduce physical training in the real world, but never to neglect meditation. After all, they didn't have Takaru's healing abilities or nutritional supplements. Excessive independent training could easily leave chronic injuries. Besides Yusuke, others who had returned to the real world also couldn't wait to get home and examine their gains from this world. Since the physical attributes honed in the other world fully manifested in reality, everyone had achieved considerable improvement. Especially Kuju. Originally, in the real world, her constitution was extremely frail. After several missions, her constitution had recovered to normal levels. But this improvement brought her base attributes to roughly 16 or 17 points. It was a tremendous leap. Feeling the newfound strength welling up within her, it was a sense of fullness she had never experienced. She almost felt she could kill an ox with one punch. And Kuju clearly understood that she now possessed not merely strength, but also decent combat awareness and basic swordsmanship. Give her a sword, and she could unleash even greater combat power. Oh right, and the meditation method master bestowed. Thinking this, Kuju sat on her bed and began to meditate. Wonderful! I can sense the presence of mana. After a long while, Kuju opened her eyes, revealing an excited expression. What should I do? Should I call Master? But what if Master is busy right now? And calling immediately after returning, would that leave a bad impression? This is so annoying. In a clean and tidy room, IU held her phone, deeply torn. The reason for her inner conflict was naturally whether to call Takaru. Compared to the somewhat unreal feeling in the other world, meeting in the real world had a thrilling sense of an online relationship becoming offline. So after returning to the real world, she was considering whether to meet Takaru now. She was also curious if Takaru in the real world was the same as in the other world. with that unbelievable appearance and unbelievable strength. So annoying. Right, let me ask if anyone else has called. Thinking this, she quickly took out her phone and inquired in a line group. IU, has anyone called Master yet? Yuka, not yet, afraid of disturbing Master. Kuju, just finished meditating, also afraid of disturbing Master. Yusuke, I haven't either. Kuju, by the way, should we add Keita to the group? Yusuke, I don't have his contact info. Looking at everyone's messages, IU fell silent. Then she sighed, put down her phone, and lay on her bed. Well, whatever. I'll contact him tomorrow. Thinking this, she slowly closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. Takaru, naturally, was unaware of everyone's inner turmoil. After returning to the real world, Takaru directly contacted the hotel to have delicious food delivered again, enjoyed it thoroughly, then soaked in a hot bath, fully relaxing. Although this mission was easy for him, necessary relaxation was still indispensable. Hey, Takaru, IU and the others said that after returning, there would be an interval of several weeks. Are we going to stay here for several weeks? In the living room, Mio, having comfortably finished her bath, came to Takaru's side and curiously inquired. Because they were sitting quite close, Takaru could smell Mio's unique fragrance mixed with the scent of body wash. If that's really the case, then we can only wait. But I don't think it will make us wait idly for several weeks. Since the side quests were given within 2 timeframes, the stay in this real world probably won't be that long. Hearing Mio's words, Takaru shared his speculation. I see. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio said thoughtfully. Besides, if we really stay this long, there's nothing wrong with taking a good vacation in this world similar to our main world. Subsequently, Takaru shifted the topic and said with a faint smile. A vacation. Looking at Takaru's smile, then realizing it would be just the two of them, Mio seemed to think of something, and a blush crept onto her face. Takaru, if we really need to stay for over 10 days, should I get another room? At this moment, Hachiman emerged from the bathroom, scratching his head. That's no problem. Here's the card. Hearing his words, Takaru nodded and directly tossed the card to Hachiman. This suite only had 2 rooms, and there were 3 of them. Neither Takaru nor Hachiman could stay in the living room indefinitely. Yeah, I'll just open a room next door. Catching the card Takaru handed him, Hachiman said accordingly. Watching Hachiman quickly leave, Takaru was momentarily stunned. As for Mio, she thought of something, and her face grew even redder. Of course, nothing special happened in the end. Hachiman simply opened a room next door, returned the card to Takaru, and moved in there. Soon, time arrived at the next morning. Early in the day, Takaru received an unfamiliar call. Hello, this is Nara Takaru. Master, it's me, Yusuke. On the other end of the line, Yusuke's voice quickly came through. Yes, Yusuke. Is something the matter? Hearing his words, Takaru inquired curiously. It's like this. The 6th player has arrived at my place. She's asking us to help her film videos of the other world. Also, according to her, many people abroad have experienced these things before and uploaded videos. It seems that those who fail the mission die of heart attacks. Chapter 446, Chapter 446 Reassembled. 1260 words. So you contacted me about this? Hearing his words, Takaru said calmly. Ah well, I wanted to ask for your opinion, master. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke said meekly. This? I have no objection. She's looking for you, isn't she? You can decide. Hearing his words, Takaru said indifferently. Okay. Is there something else? Hearing his hesitant tone, Takaru inquired further. Master, can you come over? I've received so much of your help over there, I also want to host you in the real world. Subsequently, after hesitating for a moment, Yusuke spoke seriously. I see. I happen to be free. Send me your location. Hearing his words, Takaru thought for a moment and directly replied. Yes, I'll send you my location now. Then, master, see you soon. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke quickly spoke. Yes, see you. Hearing his words, Takaru nodded and directly ended the call. Yes. Hearing Takaru's agreement, Yusuke jumped up excitedly. Is that the person you like? You seem really happy. The sixth player beside him looked at Yusuke with surprise. No way, that's someone I respect. In the fifth mission, if it weren't for him, we might not have completed it at all. Hearing Glenda's words, Yusuke quickly spoke. Thinking of those terrifying orcs, without Takaru's training, far from wiping them out, they could have easily been wiped out themselves. Not to mention the terrifying tsunami, volcanic eruption, and the dragon's existence. He truly couldn't imagine how they could have won. Completing the mission with his own strength. Hearing Yusuke's words, Glenda inquired curiously. Not exactly. Master also had 2 companions. But basically, Master was the one who completed it. Hearing Glenda's words, Yusuke directly stated. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to meeting him. Hearing Yusuke's words, Glenda felt a sense of anticipation. Ah right, I should let IU and the others know too. Saying this, Yusuke directly took out his phone and called IU and Kuju. As for Yuka, he hesitated for a moment before contacting her. After all, if she found out later that he had invited Takaru without telling her, she would definitely curse him. Meanwhile, Takaru, after receiving the location Yusuke sent, checked their positions. It wasn't far. Just like in other worlds, Takaru and the others' starting points were generally not too distant from important figures. Takaru, are you going out? Soon, Mio came to Takaru's side and asked curiously. Yes. Yusuke just contacted me. It seems a 6th player has appeared, and they want to film videos of the other world to upload. Hearing Mio's inquiry, Takaru directly stated. Is that so? Hearing Takaru's words, Mio was momentarily stunned. Yes. Since we're free, want to come along. Consider it a little trip, and we can experience the local customs of this world. Subsequently, Takaru invited Mio. Would I be a bother? Hearing Takaru's words, Mio showed an interested expression. We're just going for fun. It's not like we're fixed to stay at his place. What bother? Besides, if you go, he'll only welcome you. Hearing Mio's words, Takaru shook his head with amusement. That's true too. Then I want to go. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio quickly spoke. Subsequently, Takaru took Mio to see Hachiman. Hachiman said he needed to train, and would rather stay in. Takaru had no objection. After speaking with him, Takaru and Mio went outside and took a high-speed train to Yusuke's grandfather's house. Since they treated it as a trip, taking these transportation methods like ordinary people was quite enjoyable. Along the way, Takaru observed the scenery of this world. It wasn't much different from Takaru's main world. The greenery here was quite nice. Nothing particularly special happened during the journey, aside from some passers-by being surprised by Takaru and Mio's high appearance. After a transfer, Takaru and the others smoothly arrived at Yusuke's grandfather's house 2 hours later. Takaru-sensei and Mio-senpai, welcome. Seeing Takaru and Mio arrive, Yusuke excitedly welcomed them in. A blonde woman behind Yusuke looked curiously at Takaru and Mio. She was quite intrigued by this Takaru whom Yusuke held in such high regard. Then, looking at Mio, she found her very much to her liking. Hello, I'm Glenda. Nice to meet you. Seeing Takaru and Mio, Glenda introduced herself in a foreign language. English. Hearing Glenda's words, Mio was somewhat surprised. The language of this world was basically the same as the main world's. Hello, I'm Nara Takaru. This is Akiyama Mio. Nice to meet you too. Hearing her words, Takaru quickly responded, also in English. With over 10 years of study and his superb memory, Takaru had long mastered several mainstream languages in the main world. Not to mention, with his increasing strength, learning a language with proper tools now took about an hour. Master, this is the script I wrote. Do you want to take a look? During the time Takaru and the others arrived, Yusuke had handwritten some material. It was just a low-budget short video, nothing too professional required. The camera was provided by Glenda, as she was someone who traveled extensively making short videos, and had her own fan base online. With this filming, they hoped to find like-minded individuals through the videos. Exchanging experiences or helping each other would be a great option. Hearing Yusuke's words, Takaru curiously took it. The script was written in plain vernacular, nothing professional. Yusuke wasn't a specialist, which was understandable. Master and Mio-senpai, Ayu, Kuju, and Yuka have arrived. I'll go pick them up. Soon, Yusuke received a message and quickly spoke. Go ahead. Hearing his words, Takaru casually waved his hand. Soon, after everyone greeted each other, they directly went to the small forest in the village. Yusuke had chosen this location for filming. Out of curiosity, Takaru followed them there. But after seeing their props, Takaru couldn't help but hold his forehead, truly low budget, as expected. It kind of, sort of, looks like warriors and other world residents, right? Looking at the cardboard armor and longsword, Ayu forced a smile. Yeah. Kind of, sort of. Hearing Ayu's words, Kuju nodded. Use these instead. Seeing this, Takaru directly created a set of armor and a longsword from nothing, completely modeled after the warrior sword from the other world. Oh my god, is this magic? Seeing Takaru's action, Glenda exclaimed. As for Yusuke and the others, although somewhat mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Then, Ayu directly came over and picked up the armor. She found the weight and feel remarkably similar. After some slightly difficult assembly, she successfully equipped it. Swinging the longsword, she could feel its sharpness and sturdiness. Although Takaru hadn't used magic or to manifest it, with his abilities, even ordinary iron implements became like masterpieces subjected to countless tempering. Wonderful. This makes it even more realistic. Watching Ayu's actions, Glenda said excitedly. And the monsters? Subsequently, Takaru looked directly at Yusuke. Well, Yuka and I were going to play those roles. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke said embarrassedly. I see. Hearing his words, Takaru directly took out 3 relatively intact goblin corpses, and 1 kobold corpse. Suddenly seeing Takaru produce otherworld monsters, everyone this time was completely shaken. These are the monsters from the other world. Glenda looked at the goblin and kobold, instinctively filming. Undead revival. Subsequently, before everyone's shocked eyes, the dead kobold and goblin stood up, staring blankly at the group. This sudden development shocked everyone again. Glenda stared blankly at Takaru, seeming to understand a little why Yusuke held him in such high regard. Chapter 447. Chapter 447. Another visit to the other world, a new mission. 1270 words. And your portrayal of the game master isn't right either. Subsequently, Takaru looked at Yusuke. Well. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke scratched his head. Before he could say anything else, Takaru used the transformation technique to change his appearance into someone else. Game master. Looking at the familiar figure missing half his head, Yuka and the others exclaimed. Glenda quickly zoomed in on Yusuke for close-up filming. After these preparations, the video finally entered production. Looking at everything so familiar, if not for Glenda still holding the camera, Ayu and the others might have wondered if they had entered the other world again. Then, with basic authenticity, everyone quickly filmed. When killing the monsters, Ayu showed no mercy, leaving deep gashes on the goblin and woodland spirit, complete with gushing blood. About half an hour later, the short video successfully wrapped up. Afterwards, everyone reviewed it. It barely needed any editing before being uploaded online. While not 100%, it achieved about 85% authenticity. Afterwards, under Yusuke's lead, everyone went to a small-town restaurant. Sorry, Takaru-sensei, this is a poor hospitality. With limited funds, Yusuke naturally couldn't treat Takaru to high-end cuisine, only these street stall-like foods. Don't worry about it. Eating this kind of food occasionally is quite nice. Hearing his words, Takaru waved his hand. Mio also said nothing. Before becoming a reincarnator, her family wasn't wealthy. She didn't look down on such food. After lunch, everyone returned to Yusuke's grandfather's house. There IU and the others excitedly told Takaru about their gains, and IU wanted to continue learning magic from Takaru. Since both had previously changed class to mage, wind, Takaru uniformly taught them wind blade, and how to use wind magic to enhance themselves. When properly used, wind magic could provide self-enhancement, greatly improving speed and agility. Hearing Takaru's instruction, the two studied diligently. Meanwhile, Kuju and Yusuke took advantage of Takaru's presence to practice swordsmanship. Can you teach me to? After uploading the video, Glenda, seeing everyone training, made a request to Takaru. Since you're the sixth player, that's not impossible. Hearing her words, Takaru said calmly. Wonderful, master. Hearing Takaru's words, Glenda quickly knelt before him. Magic or swordsmanship, which do you want to learn? Hearing her words, Takaru said with a light smile. Swordsmanship. Hearing Takaru's words, Glenda quickly replied. Is that so? I understand. Then let's start with sword familiarization. Saying this, Takaru formed a longsword and handed it to her. Glenda curiously picked up the sword and swung it. Due to extensive travel, Glenda's basic strength was comparable to an average adult male. Well, like Yusuke and the others, start with 1,000 swings, then proceed to basic sword techniques. Looking at the curious Glenda, Takaru quickly assigned tasks. After briefly instructing them, Takaru took Mio for a stroll nearby. Thus, about a week passed in the real world before Takaru and the others were summoned again. Although Takaru and the others had spent 7 days in the real world, Yusuke and the others had experienced 14 days. According to Yusuke and the others, Takaru and the others had been unreachable since the next day. Additionally, the uploaded video had gone viral, though most inquiries were about whether it was a movie promotion. Some watched for entertainment. Others claimed to be players themselves, though this remained unverified. Of course, these matters had little to do with Takaru and the others, so Takaru naturally didn't concern himself with them. The sixth player, Glenda Carter's job is Warrior Axe. After the job roulette spun, the game master quickly announced Glenda's job. Curiously examining her new equipment, Glenda seemed quite satisfied. Now, announcing the sixth mission. Mission A, reduce the number of rainbow star addiction within the Goldia Kingdom to below 3%. Time limit, 90 days. Mission B, prevent the annihilation of Zagros Village. Time limit, 30 days. Please select your preferred mission. With Glenda's class change complete, the game master quickly announced the sixth mission. Unlike before, this time there was a choice between two. Hearing the game master's words, everyone looked toward Takaru. I choose B. Seeing everyone looking to him to decide, Takaru unhesitatingly chose the second mission. Simply put, the second mission took less time and seemed simpler than Mission A. It appeared to require only combat. And preventing annihilation meant only one person needed to survive. The tolerance for error was very high. Understood. Goodbye. Hearing Takaru's words, the game master quickly vanished, and the surroundings returned to normal. Alright, now let's start gathering information. After the game master disappeared, Takaru looked at everyone. Master, I suggest we ask Kahabel-san in Courtnall. At this moment, Yusuke raised his hand and spoke softly. He also had a selfish motive. Kahabel had helped him greatly and admired him. He wanted to visit her, though he wasn't sure how much time had passed. Yes. Let's depart. Hearing his words, Takaru directly took everyone and vanished, appearing outside the city of Cortinal. I wonder how many years have passed since then. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar town, Kuja said with emotion. The city has completely changed. Yuka also said with emotion. Hey, where was Kahabel-san's house again? Looking around, Ayu couldn't remember at all. The changes were simply too great. It's over there. Through his perception, Takaru sensed Kahabel's daughter, who had completely inherited her mother's appearance. Kahabel-san. Soon, arriving at her home, Yusuke called out to the back of Kahabel's daughter. Hearing the voice, the girl watering flowers turned around and immediately recognized Takaru and the others. In a cemetery, Takaru and the others saw Kahabel's tombstone. Clearly, in the end, Kahabel had not used the recovery potion Takaru had left her last time. Mother received much care from all of you in her lifetime. All of you haven't changed at all. The girl said with emotion, looking at Takaru and the others. She then told them the general details. Hearing about Kahabel's final moments, Yusuke felt complicated emotions. Subsequently, Takaru and the others asked the girl about Zagros village. The girl shared what information she knew. Although I can't take you directly to the village, these three gentlemen are willing to carry you partway. That evening, the girl helped Takaru and the others find merchants willing to travel near Zagros village. Thank you for arranging this. Sitting in the carriage, Ayu said with emotion to the girl. This journey with the heroes was my mother's greatest pride. Since I was little, like a bedtime story, I heard mother tell it countless times. If I can do something for the heroes, mother would surely be happy. Hearing Ayu's words, the girl said seriously. Hearing the girl's account, Yusuke was stunned. Clearly, Kahabel treasured her journey with everyone far more than he had imagined. She was still such a little girl back then. Looking at the now graceful young woman, Keita said with emotion. 17 years have passed. Naturally, she grew up. Hearing Keita's words, Yuka felt somewhat bitter. Somehow, I feel like I've suddenly aged. Keita sighed again. In other words, each time a mission passes, a considerable amount of time passes in this world. Hearing everyone's accounts, Glenda directly stated. Yes. That's the one thing I really can't get used to, Kuja said somewhat melancholically. Hearing everyone's sentiments, Takaru remained calm. Having undergone baptism in the reincarnation space and frequently traveling to other worlds, there were many worlds Takaru never revisited. Compared to them, Takaru was fortunate that he could bring those important to him back to his own world to live together. Chapter 448, Chapter 448 Special Goblins, Glenda's First Kill. 1182 words. The carriage moved forward continuously from night until the evening of the next day before finally stopping. Takaru and the others arrived at a forest. Since Zagros village had no contact with the outside world for years, even the people of this world didn't know its exact location. This area was simply the closest region. After bidding farewell to the merchants, Takaru and the others entered the forest. With his observation hockey active, Takaru quickly sensed abnormalities in the vicinity. The mana concentration in the forest was much denser than elsewhere, and the monsters here were considerably stronger than in ordinary areas. Head that way. Soon, Takaru sensed people living not far away and pointed in that direction. Yusuke, Kuju, Glenda and Keita, you take the lead clearing the path. Ayu and Yuka, be responsible for vigilance and protecting everyone. Looking at the pathless forest, Takaru spoke to them. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone paused, then nodded. Subsequently, everyone advanced into the forest. They used their longswords or spears to cut down the obstructing branches. Besides this, they also had to endure the gravity Takaru had applied to them. Since Takaru knew the exact direction, although their progress was slow, they steadily shortened the distance. After about 2 hours of walking, everyone felt extremely exhausted. At the same time, they finally encountered their first goblin. That is, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar goblin, Glenda became vigilant. "Don't you all come over. I'll handle this small fry alone." Seeing the goblin, Kada, who had been tirelessly clearing the path, perked up excitedly. "Monopolizing experience points, how stingy." Hearing Kata's words, Yuka muttered, "I won't remove the gravity." Hearing his words, Takara said calmly, I understand. But it's just one goblin." Hearing Takara's words, Kada paused, then spoke arrogantly again. Seeing his confidence, Takara didn't warn him further. These goblins, surrounded by high-concentration mana, had evolved. Underestimating them would only lead to capsizing in a ditch. Ah! Shouting loudly, Kada raised his spear and charged at the goblin. Hearing Kata's shout, the goblin reacted, noticing this uninvited guest. Without hesitation, it leaped high, also shrieking. Noticing the goblin's speed, Kada, mid-charge, froze, then stopped dead. Then, the goblin landed directly before him, and thrust its club straight through his stomach. Kada promptly collapsed. That idiot. Watching Kada die so abruptly, Yusuke said helplessly. He then raised his longsword and charged at the goblin, with Kuju closely following. Yuka and Iu initially wanted to provide magical support, but Takara stopped them. After all this training, if they needed to gang up on a single enhanced goblin, it would be too embarrassing, even under gravity suppression. As for Hachiman and Mio, they also sensed something was off. Although their detection abilities weren't as strong as Takara's, the goblin's movement just now revealed its abnormality. Ah! Kuju shouted, swinging her longsword at the goblin. But with the gravity Takara had applied and her exhaustion from the journey, her speed was too slow. The goblin easily dodged. After that single swing, she was already gasping for breath. Seeing Kuju full of openings, the goblin prepared to attack. But at that moment, Yusuke's assault arrived. He slashed directly at the goblin, which sensed the danger and blocked with its weapon. Seeing the goblin block his attack, Yusuke was momentarily stunned. Recovering, he kicked it, sending it flying. After this, Yusuke also gasped heavily. He had worked the hardest clearing the path, and was now exhausted. The goblin, kicked away, quickly stood up. Rubbing the spot where it was kicked, it glared at Yusuke with fury. Strange, this is just an ordinary goblin, right? The small fry type. Watching from the sidelines, Yuka said curiously. Theoretically, yes. But its speed and power are weird. Hearing Yuka's words, Iu frowned. As the two wondered, the goblin drew closer to Yusuke Yatsuya. Yusuke barely raised his longsword, aiming at the goblin. At the critical moment, while the goblin's attention was completely on Yusuke, Glenda had quietly approached the goblin. Timing her moment, she came up behind it and swung her axe at its neck. Struck by Glenda's axe, the goblin fell to the ground with no chance of survival. I see. So this is what it feels like. After killing the goblin, Glenda savored the sensation of blade meeting flesh, speaking calmly, showing no fear. Somehow I feel a bit embarrassed. Watching the valiant Glenda, Iu couldn't help saying. Glenda-san has considerable talent and ability. Watching Glenda's performance, Mia was somewhat surprised. At this moment, a minute had passed, and Kada sat back up. Instant death, how pathetic. Looking at Kada, Yuka mocked. Hey, are goblins this strong? Hearing Yuka's words, Kada chose to ignore her. Indeed. Hearing Kata's words, Kuju agreed. If it were an elite monster in a game, I could understand. Yuka instinctively thought of elite monsters in games. Threat level D. At this moment, Yusuke exclaimed. What's wrong? Hearing Yusuke's words, Glenda looked at him curiously. I used my chef skill to check this guy's stats. Hearing Glenda's inquiry, Yusuke quickly replied. Is that strange? Hearing this, Glenda inquired curiously. Yes. Normally, this type of goblin has the lowest threat level, F-. But this one has D-level threat. Hearing Glenda's inquiry, Yusuke explained again. It's simple. The mana concentration here is several times that of the outside world. Under these conditions, the goblins have been enhanced. Of course, if you use magic, you'll also find your own spells amplified. Hearing Yusuke's words, Takaru said calmly. I see. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone paused, then nodded in understanding. And you there peeking for so long. Time to come out. Subsequently, Takaru looked toward a patch of grass. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone looked where he was gazing. The person in the grass seemed startled and quickly fled. Should we catch her? Hachiman looked at Takaru and inquired. He had also sensed the girl's presence. Let's follow and see the situation first. Hearing his words, Takaru calmly shook his head. Seeing this, everyone nodded and walked in the direction the girl had fled. Before long, Takaru and the others passed through the forest and arrived at a small hillside area. Here, countless wooden stakes were inserted into the ground. Is this a cemetery? It looks quite old. Looking at the scene, Glenda was stunned. There's a house over there. Subsequently, everyone looked curiously at a distant house. Let's go. Looking at the thatched hut, Takaru directly spoke. As the door opened, illuminated by moonlight, everyone saw the girl trembling in the corner. She seems really scared. Seeing the girl's appearance, Kuju said quietly. Noticing the girl's actions, Takaru narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Mio and Kuju. Mio and Kuju, you two go inside and calm her. Everyone else wait outside. Okay. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio and Kuju went inside. As for Takaru and the others, they surveyed the surroundings outside. There was a freshwater source ahead, vegetable fields cultivated near the house, and fruit and animals in the forest not far away. Survival here wouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 49 Jesby and Zagros Village. 1,200 words. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. After entering, Mio spoke carefully to the girl. Yes, we just want to ask you something. Kuju added. Heroes. Hearing their words, the girl timidly raised her head and spoke hesitantly. Yes, you can tell, right? Hearing the girl's words, Kuju smiled. We are heroes, so you can feel at ease. Although Mio wasn't quite used to the title of hero, it was quite useful at times like this. Hearing Kuju and Mio's words, the girl put down the small knife she was gripping tightly, seemingly completely letting down her guard. Seeing the girl's actions, Mio and Kuju exchanged glances and both sighed in relief. After dispelling the girl's vigilance, Mio went outside to call Takaru and the others in. Looking at the dim house, Takaru directly cast a light spell. Everyone looked curiously at the soft glow emanating from above. Master, can I learn this too? Looking at the light spell, Ayu said excitedly. Of course. It's not a difficult spell. Hearing her words, Takaru nodded lightly. I'm Akiyama Mio. Can you tell me your name? Looking at the girl, Mio inquired curiously. I'm Jesby. Hearing Mio's inquiry, the girl spoke softly. Then Jesby, why did you run away earlier? Hearing the girl's name, Ayu asked curiously. Sorry, I thought you were people from the village. Hearing Ayu's inquiry, Jesby lowered her head and spoke quietly. Village? Are you a child from Zagros village? Hearing Jesby's words, Yusuke said excitedly. Hearing Yusuke's inquiry, Jesby nodded lightly but did not speak further. We want to go to Zagros village. Where is the village? Hearing this, Ayu inquired again. Hearing Ayu's words, Jesby glanced briefly at Ayu, then went to an empty window of the house. Outside, there was a mountain resembling a volcano. Mountain. No, that should be a monolithic rock. Hearing Yuka's confusion, Glenda explained calmly. Monolithic rock. Also called a volcanic neck. It forms when cooled magma emerges from the ground. A famous example is Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Seeing everyone still seemed unclear, Glenda explained again. I think I've heard of that. Hearing Glenda's words, Yusuke said thoughtfully. As for Takaru and the others, they remained silent. The village is over there. Subsequently, Jesby directly stated. What? Can you climb a place like that? Hearing this, Keita was stunned. You'd need to ride a winged monster to get up there. Although they had grown stronger, no one had achieved flight yet. No wonder they have no contact with the outside world. Hachiman sighed. Could you take us to that village? Subsequently, Yusuke inquired again. Hearing Yusuke's request, Jesby lowered her head and said nothing. It seems impossible. This child mistook us for villagers and ran away. Seeing the girl's reaction, Glenda said calmly. All right, let's rest nearby for tonight. Watching everyone's discussion, Takaru, who remained silent throughout, said. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone nodded. Since Takaru could proficiently use earth magic, he could easily create houses 10 times sturdier than this one. With his deeper analysis of magic, he could produce not just dirt or stone bricks, but even ceramics. In less than a minute, a modern 3-story house appeared before everyone. Although not connected to electricity, it had all the necessary furniture. Water issues were solved with Takaru's water-gathering barrier. Incredible. Looking at the house, everyone exclaimed in admiration. Jesby, witnessing Takaru's magic, was also deeply shocked. All right, everyone rest. We'll discuss the village tomorrow. Looking at everyone, Takaru said calmly. Okay. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone quickly nodded. Master, can I take a bath? Subsequently, Kuju bashfully approached Takaru and inquired. Having cleared the path under gravity, she was drenched in sweat. If even the men found it unbearable, the girls certainly did. Of course. There's light magic and water-gathering magic inside. But for hot water, you'll need to heat it yourself with fire magic. Hearing her words, Takaru explained calmly. After all, this was a hastily built temporary dwelling. Naturally, it couldn't be as exquisite as the giant castle on Monster Island, nor have as many functions. I understand. Thank you, Master. Hearing Takaru's words, the girls showed delighted expressions. Takaru paid no attention and jumped directly to the third-floor balcony, selecting a room to stay in. Hachiman, Mio, and the others quickly chose rooms inside. Let's take a bath together. At this moment, Glenda approached IU and the others. Okay. Hearing Glenda's words, Kuju nodded. I'll handle the heating. Yuka quickly spoke. While the girls did this, Yusuke and the others went to other bathrooms to clean up. There was more than one bathroom. Soon, time arrived at the next day. Takaru leisurely opened his eyes. During the night, Takaru had already visited Zagros village to investigate. Without alerting anyone, he had scouted and returned. The mission was to prevent Zagros village from being annihilated. Takaru and the others simply needed to find the source of the disaster or protect a few individuals. However, Takaru clearly knew that for a higher evaluation score, fewer sacrifices meant a higher score. For now, the specific source of the disaster was unclear. Even the villagers of Zagros village seemed unaware of the impending calamity. Waiting here foolishly for 30 days to silently guard them was possible, but unnecessary. Currently, Takaru found Jesby the most suspicious. The mana within her was even stronger than that of the Baldman Laji encountered on Jiffin Island. Possessing such powerful mana yet acting weak and fearful of a village composed entirely of ordinary people was frankly ridiculous. Besides investigating the village, Takaru had also discovered a special item, a stone containing immense mana. This stone was clearly the culprit behind the monster's enhancement, as well as a valuable treasure. Takaru had promptly retrieved it. As he pondered, Takaru noticed Jesby, along with Kuju and Glenda, at the freshwater source ahead. I usually fetch water here. There are edible fruits over there. I'll go pick some. Looking at Kuju and Glenda, Jesby said obediently. Then I'll go too. Hearing Jesby's words, Glenda directly spoke. No need. This is something I do every day. You all go back to the house. Hearing Glenda's words, Jesby directly refused and quickly left. Glenda watched Jesby's retreating figure, sensing something was off. What's wrong? Noticing Glenda's expression, Kuju inquired curiously. Nothing. I just think it must be hard for such a young child to live alone. Hearing Kuju's words, Glenda said quietly. Glenda-san, are you not good with children? Hearing Glenda's words, Kuju asked with surprise. No, I like children very much. A cute child like her, when she turns 18, I'll like her even more. Glenda suddenly said with emotion. 18. Hearing Glenda's words, Kuju didn't immediately understand. I mean, she's outside my age range. I'm not interested in men. Seeing Kuju still somewhat confused, Glenda continued. You mean? Suddenly hearing this, Kuju was surprised. Don't worry. Men don't jump on women they see either, right? Seeing Kuju's somewhat worried expression, Glenda said helplessly. I suppose so. Sorry, I don't have anyone like that around me. I'm really sorry. Realizing her rudeness, Kuju apologized. After all, Glenda had always behaved very politely. Chapter 50 Wireworm. 1112 words. Don't worry about it. You're cute like this too. Seeing Kuju's reaction, Glenda gently pinched her chin, lifting her head slightly while leaning close and speaking softly. Faced with Glenda's action, Kuju instantly turned as red as an apple, her eyes spinning. Ha ha ha, seeing Kuju's adorable reaction, Glenda showed a triumphant smile, and then moved away. For a moment my heart raced. After Glenda left, Kuju clutched her pounding heart and whispered. Takaru, observing from above, noticed this scene. He shook his head and looked elsewhere. At that moment, Jesby was giving orders to a man with a terrifying insect head growing from his own. The man's expression was vacant. After issuing her command, Jesby quickly hid. The man parasitized by the insect directly walked toward Kuju's location. Noticing the controlled man approaching, Kuju screamed loudly. Although her strength had improved, her courage was still at an ordinary person's level. Seeing such terrifying things naturally frightened her. Not just Kuju, even Mio would be scared. Father! At Kuju's scream, everyone quickly gathered. Jesby stepped out from her hiding spot, her expression filled with disbelief. What happened? Seeing this, Glenda, protecting Kuju, asked her. I don't know. Hearing Glenda's words, Kuju said helplessly. Although she had discovered the monster, she had no idea how it came to be. Father. Jesby still had a pained expression. You just said father. Everyone heard Jesby's words and looked astonished at the parasitized men before them. No, why is this happening? Jesby looked incredulous and instinctively moved toward the man. No. Other players online mentioned a wireworm that parasitizes other creatures. No matter how much you cut or kill it, it won't die. The best method is to burn it to ashes along with its host. Just as Jesby was about to approach the man, Yusuke appeared and stopped her. Burn to no. Hearing Yusuke's words, Jesby became agitated. The moment its brain was parasitized, he was already dead. I'm sorry, but we can't be annihilated here. Blocking Jesby again, Yusuke made his resolution. Yusuke. Glenda and Kuju looked at Yusuke's expression, understanding he was preparing to bear the sin of killing. no need for such trouble. As the three hesitated, Takaru directly appeared among them. Suddenly hearing Takaru's voice, Jesby trembled. Turning around, she stared in shock at Takaru, who had arrived unnoticed. Seeing Takaru before him, the parasitized man instinctively attacked. But before his strike could reach Takaru, his entire body froze solid, completely stilled. Father. Seeing Takaru's method, Jesby was again shocked. Then, reacting, she anxiously looked at the frozen man. Do you really want to save this man? Watching Jesby's actions, Takaru looked at her with a smile. What are you saying? He is my father. Of course I want to save him. Hearing Takaru's words, Jesby was startled, then quickly spoke. Yusuke and Glenda, hearing Takaru's suggestive words, seemed to think of something but dared not be certain. Master, can you save him? At this moment, Kuju quickly spoke. She completely failed to notice anything wrong. Her only concern was whether the man could be saved. Is that so? Then, as you wish, I will save him. Hearing Jesby's words, Takaru's eyes changed. His pupils transformed into a hexagram pattern, tinged with crimson. What is this? Seeing Takaru's eyes, Jesby was startled and instinctively retreated. Takaru ignored her and looked directly at the frozen man. Time rewind. Speaking softly, the man's body rapidly changed. The insect, like rewinding, retracted. The man's appearance quickly restored. However, the ice Takaru had used still firmly encased him. Takaru's time rewind targeted the man himself and the wireworm. Soon, the man's appearance returned to normal, no longer in the parasitized form. But Takaru knew this did not mean the man was saved. The wireworm still remained in his brain, merely returned to a state before complete occupation. However, this posed no difficulty for Takaru. He pointed lightly. The wireworm larvae within the man's brain seemed surrounded by something. With a thought, Takaru used spatial teleportation to bring it before him. Then, Takaru tapped again. The larvae, as if struck by some terrible impact, exploded. Of course, Takaru used telekinesis to contain it, preventing any splatter. Within the telekinetic field, ultra-high temperature flames appeared, completely incinerating the wireworm's remains. Everyone watched Takaru's actions in complete bewilderment. Clearly, Takaru's actions had once again exceeded their imagination. Snap. After handling everything, Takaru snapped his fingers. The ice encasing the man shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Master, this is... Watching Takaru's series of actions, Yusuke Yatsuya asked, bewildered. Saving him. Hearing Yusuke Yatsuya's words, Takaru said calmly. But isn't someone completely parasitized by a wireworm already brain dead? Even if you kill the wireworm, the person is already dead. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke still found it hard to understand. Correct. So I simply returned him to the moment before complete parasitization, and killed the wireworm then. Hearing his words, Takaru said with a light smile. Father. At this moment, Jesby anxiously rushed toward the man. But her hand contained a special spell. The moment she touched him, she was directly repelled. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Kuju quickly went to help Jesby up. Are you all right? How strange. What happened? Why am I here? Heroes. Waking up, the man looked confused at his surroundings. Seeing Takaru and the others, he was stunned. Well? Do you remember what happened before? Looking at the man, Takaru spoke softly. Before. I think I met someone, then lost consciousness. It was her. Hearing Takaru's words, the man suddenly noticed Jesby. He recalled that his unconsciousness was related to her. Isn't Jesby your daughter? Hearing the man's words, Kuju was stunned. Daughter? Impossible. I only have one son, Ranan. Hearing Kuju's words, the man directly stated. How can this be? Father, I am Jesby. Have you lost your memory? Hearing the man's words, Jesby looked anguished. Enough. No more pretending, Jesby. All your actions have been under my observation, including the scene of you manipulating him, parasitized by the wireworm. Looking at Jesby, Takaru shook his head. What? Hearing Takaru's words, everyone was stunned. Kuju instinctively released Jesby. What are you saying? Hearing Takaru's words, Jesby still tried to play dumb. Do you know why you were repelled just now? I had placed an anti-magic barrier on him. Unless your magical attainments exceed mine, or you can dispel the barrier, any other magic will be repelled. And clearly, you didn't even notice the barrier before attempting to alter his consciousness with magic. You failed. Seeing her still trying to pretend, Takaru said calmly. Chapter 51 Monster Uprising. 1143 words. Why? Everything was supposed to go according to my script. Hearing Takaru's words, Jesby roared. A magic staff appeared in her hand. She quickly summoned a small wyvern, which landed beside her. She swiftly jumped onto it. Do you still think you can escape now? Looking at her actions, Takaru gently shook his head. Secreta aqua visitan, fragmentum stella imperium. Monsters, hear my command. Hearing Takaru's words, Jesby, on the wyvern's back, quickly cast a special spell. With the purple glow from her staff, everyone felt the ground tremble. Through his observation hockey, Takaru sensed monsters in the vicinity rapidly converging on their location. Still giving us a parting gift. Looking at Jesby, Takaru smiled. Hearing Takaru's words, Jesby instinctively sensed something wrong. She nervously looked at Takaru. The moment her eyes met his, she seemed to suffer some attack and fell directly from the wyvern's back. Takaru caught her with telekinesis and placed her gently on the grass. Everyone else watched Jesby suddenly fall, somewhat bewildered. Master, it seems many monsters are approaching. At this moment, Yusuke Yatsuya spoke tensely. Due to the commotion, Mio, Hachiman, IU, and the others had also arrived. Yes. This is a wealth of experience and an excellent trial. All of you, engage. Slay every last one of these monsters. Looking at them, Takaru said calmly. A trial? I understand. Hearing Takaru's words, the others, though somewhat nervous, gripped their weapons tightly. Watch me. Keita, ever the most enthusiastic, charged directly at a goblin and pierced its neck with a single spear thrust, killing it instantly. This time was different. Although the goblin's threat remained, Keita was unaffected by gravity and at peak physical condition. Instantly killing a goblin was perfectly normal. You stay here. Nothing will happen. We still have many questions for you later. Looking at the nervous man, Takaru directly spoke. Why yes, hero. Hearing Takaru's words, the man quickly nodded. Takaru appeared the calmest, and everyone seemed to follow his lead. Clearly, Takaru was their leader. We're going to. Can't let Keita hog all the glory. At this moment, Yusuke materialized his longsword and charged into the monster horde. Glenda. What? Master. Glenda, who was also preparing to advance, paused upon hearing Takaru. Take this. Saying this, Takaru handed her a longsword. In the real world, Takaru had trained her with the longsword. Compared to an axe, she could better utilize a sword. Thank you, Master. Receiving the sword, Glenda quickly swung it. Finding it very comfortable, she then charged into the monster horde. Soon, Yusuke and the others collided with the massive monster horde. Although the monsters were numerous and enhanced, Yusuke and the others had been completely transformed. They held their ground without falling behind. Countless monsters fell at their hands. Even the large woodland spirits were no match. Takaru, what's wrong with Jesby? After observing the battle for a moment, Mio curiously looked at the unconscious Jesby and the fallen wyvern beside her. Jesby seems to be a dragon bishop. This annihilation crisis of Zagros village may primarily originate from her. Hearing Mio's words, Takaru said calmly. She's the mastermind. Hearing Takaru's words, Mio was deeply shocked. So, if we deal with her, this crisis is resolved. Our mission is complete. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman said with surprise. Although equally shocked that Jesby was the mastermind, he was more curious if their mission could be directly completed. Perhaps. But she may have other companions. Also, the crisis facing Zagros village may not be limited to this. Hearing his words, Takaru gently shook his head. I see. Then what do you plan to do next? Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman inquired further. Naturally, have her confess everything she knows. Hearing Hachiman's question, Takaru said with a smile. Seeing Takaru's confident expression, Hachiman nodded. Wisely, he didn't ask how Takaru would accomplish this. Judging by Takaru's demeanor, he had long formulated a plan. While Takaru and the others conversed, Yusuke and the others, facing the numerical disparity, saw Ayu, Kuju, and Keita die twice. Yuka, focused on spellcasting, was ambushed and died once. Only Yusuke and Glenda remained calm, relying on their skills. Though wounded, neither had died yet. Watching the growing pile of corpses, Takaru directly manifested an alloy container, and used telekinesis to deposit the slain monsters inside. With the corpses removed, Yusuke and the others could fight more freely, their pace accelerating. Do you two want to join? Looking at Hachiman and Mio, Takaru directly inquired. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman nodded. Seeing this, Mio took out her staff. The two charged toward the monsters. With two simple punches infused with armament hockey, Hachiman easily crushed the heads of two woodland spirits. Shadowbind Noose, Ice Arrow. Compared to Hachiman, Mio's magical harvest was even faster. With Hachiman and Mio's addition, Yusuke and the others felt the pressure ease. Watching their swift actions, they wondered how long it would take to reach such a level. In less than 30 minutes, the monsters Jesby had summoned were completely annihilated. Takaru collected 3 large alloy containers full of materials. Besides the standard goblins, kobolds, woodland spirits, and scorpion monsters, there was also a leader-class monster resembling a serpent. Its body was red, its underbelly green, its head somewhat draconic. Approximately 20 meters long. Yet it failed to cause any disturbance before Mio slew it. Ha ha. After 30 minutes of intense combat, Yusuke and the others were visibly exhausted. The moment it ended, everyone sat on the ground, gasping heavily. But the arduous battle was worthwhile. With all monsters slain, everyone changed class once or twice, gaining considerable improvement. The man who had watched the entire battle was dumbfounded. Takaru and the others' strength far exceeded his imagination. He had thought he might not survive. By the way, you're from Zagros village, correct? What's your name? Seeing Jesby still unconscious, Takaru looked at the man. Hero, I am Bin. I was once a villager of Zagros village. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, the man quickly nodded. I see. Can you tell me about Zagros village? And what do you mean by once was? Hearing the man's words, Takaru inquired curiously. Ah, yes. Zagros village is inside there. Due to the terrain, arable land is limited, yet the population continues to grow. The village chief, based on legends of New Eden, had some elderly villagers embark on a journey to find it. But such an elusive legend was impossible to find. Those who left never returned. Dan and I went to argue with the village chief, and were expelled ourselves, ordered to find Eden. After separating from Dan, I settled here. In the end, I met Jesby. But Jesby frequently asked me about Zagros village and seemed very interested in New Eden. While I was puzzled, I lost consciousness. Hearing Takaru's words, Bien recounted everything he knew. Chapter 52. The moment of parting, unwilling to let go. 1259 words. New Eden? After listening to Bien's description, Takaru inquired curiously. Yes, there's a legend in the village. New Eden lies beyond the dense forest, where the sun rises. Hearing Takaru's words, the man shared what he knew. Where the sun rises, beyond the dense forest. Hearing his words, Takaru looked eastward. Then, he extended his consciousness. Following the clues, he soon detected a waterfall. Penetrating through the waterfall, he discovered a more secluded village. I see. But what was Jesby's purpose in annihilating Zagros village? Thinking this, Takaru looked at the still unconscious Jesby. As he considered, a nin needle formed in Takaru's hand. He directed it toward the sleeping Jesby. Avoiding the possibility of Jesby being a special existence, Takaru did not intend to use Koto Amatsukami on her. As the nin needle entered Jesby's head, the sleeping girl stirred. Takaru gathered some water and splashed it on her face. Soon, she awoke, her eyes vacant as she stared at Takaru. The others quietly watched Takaru's actions, somewhat bewildered. Now, Jesby. Tell me everything about your identity and purpose. Looking at Jesby, Takaru directly spoke. Yes. I am a dragon bishop. My goal here was to summon a dragon. But summoning a dragon requires immense energy and a great deal of life force. Coincidentally, a few months ago, a special meteorite landed nearby. It contained tremendous energy, perfect for dragon summoning. Energy was sufficient, but life force remained an issue. Although Zagros village had over 300 people, it was far from enough. However, while I could sense many humans in the place they called New Eden, I never found them. So I continued searching for a location to perform the ritual. Ultimately, I wanted to understand the humans I sensed near the waterfall. I tried contacting Bien, and through him learned of the New Eden legend. When Bien grew suspicious, I had a monster parasitize him. Then, coincidentally, you heroes appeared. I intended to make use of you. Hearing Takaru's inquiry, Jesby recounted everything. I see. Hearing her words, Takaru now completely understood the entire situation. Takaru, what should we do with her now? Looking at the dragon bishop who appeared as a little girl, Hachiman hesitated, looking at Takaru. As a dragon bishop, we cannot simply ignore her. For now, wait a moment. If we kill her now, the mission might immediately end. At this moment, it doesn't seem like the optimal solution. Hearing Hachiman's words, Takaru said calmly. Master, you're going to kill her. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke was visibly shaken. Yes. If not for me, Bien-san would have been killed by her already. If we hadn't discovered her early, once she performed the ritual, it's uncertain how many people she would have killed. And before this, her hands were already stained with countless lives. Of course, these aren't the main points. The important thing is that her existence has become an obstacle to our mission. Therefore, she must die. Looking at Yusuke and the others' expressions, Takaru taught them another lesson. Human life is precious, but sometimes it is also worthless. As for questions of right and wrong, they were even more meaningless. If Takaru and the others were weak, they would have been killed in the monster horde. But Takaru's strength surpassed the horde, surpassed her. Therefore she, as the enemy, was wrong. Bien-san. After speaking to Yusuke and the others, Takaru turned to Bien. Yes, hero. Hearing Takaru's words, Bien quickly stood. I have found New Eden. Not far away, there is another group of people, also former villagers of Zagros village and a young man. Do you wish to continue living here, live with those people over there, or return to report New Eden's location and lead the villagers there? New Eden? Another group. Could it be Dan and the others? Can I meet with Dan and them first? Hearing Takaru's words, Bien said excitedly. Of course. Hearing his words, Takaru directly nodded. Then, Takaru used teleportation magic to bring Bien to the group not far away. It consisted of several elderly people and a young man. The moment Bien saw the elders, he became deeply emotional. They were indeed the former villagers. After separating from Bien, Dan had found the elders by chance. To help them survive better, he remained with them. When everyone heard that Takaru had found New Eden, they were overcome with gratitude. Regarding returning to report, although some resented the village chief, they understood it was a necessary measure. With their families still in the village, they decided to return and report. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Over these 3 days, after much persuasion, the villagers completely resolved to relocate. The group set out for New Eden. After Takaru removed the meteorite embedded in the wall, the so-called village was revealed to everyone. Takaru then completely broke the barrier, creating a bridge for everyone to cross to the new land. The secluded mountain villagers warmly welcomed the arrival of the Zagros village's people. Some elders had even met before. Now they enthusiastically greeted the relocating Zagros villagers. Under Takaru's direction, this isolated, nameless village was renamed Zagros Village. Takaru then helped establish a large defensive barrier to protect the village from monster intrusions. After 3 busy days, Takaru had handled everything. Yusuke and the others resumed their normal training. With matters settled, Takaru gathered Yusuke and the others again. Takaru prepared to kill Jesby. Barring unforeseen circumstances, with Jesby's death, Takaru and the others would immediately leave this world upon mission completion. Perhaps they would never meet again. Master, is there something? Do you have new magic to teach us? Looking at Takaru summoning them, everyone looked at him expectantly. No. I called you here to say goodbye. Hearing Ayu's words, Takaru gently shook his head. Goodbye. What do you mean? Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke and the others were stunned. Exactly as the words say. I need to return to my own world. Hearing Yusuke's words, Takaru said calmly. Master's world. Wait, isn't Master's world our world? Hearing Takaru's words, Keita was bewildered. Only Yusuke was visibly shaken upon hearing this. Then, recalling Takaru's actions and abilities in the real world, he finally understood why Takaru was an extra player, why his abilities were so extraordinary, why even the dragon of this world was no match for Takaru. He had initially wondered, with a powerhouse like Takaru, why the future world still faced crisis. If Takaru never belonged to this world from the start and simply would not be present when the future disaster struck, everything made sense. As for what Takaru and the others were, perhaps like themselves, they came to this other world. Upon completing certain missions and fulfilling their purpose, they would permanently leave this world. They themselves needed to complete 10 missions, while Takaru, Hachiman, and the others perhaps only needed 2. Wait, Master. Will we never see each other again? Hearing Takaru's words, Ayu spoke frantically. Yes. Currently, you may still struggle against the future disaster. But if you work hard in the time ahead, you too can become saviors. Looking at the group before him, Takaru spoke softly. But we can't. Without Master, we absolutely can't do it. Hearing Takaru's words, Kuju beginning to understand, tears falling from her eyes. You can. In earlier missions, without us, you successfully completed missions. Now, with the power you possess, I believe it will be even easier in the future. Looking at the crying Kuju, Takaru continued. Chapter 453, Chapter 453 Return, a Special Slime. 1269 words. Hachiman and Mio, standing behind Takaru, watched the melancholic group, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although the time they had spent together wasn't long, Mio and Hachiman had come to regard everyone as friends. Now, facing what seemed to be a permanent separation, it was inevitably hard to let go. Despite the reluctance, they were somewhat accustomed to such scenes. I understand. So, Master, when will you leave? Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke was silent for a moment before speaking softly. When this mission concludes. Perhaps today, or perhaps we still have some time. Hearing Yusuke's words, Takaru directly stated. In other words, Master plans to kill Jesby now and complete the mission, correct? Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke Yotsuya quickly grasped the key point. Correct. Can you wait? Even just 1 or 2 more days. I truly want to receive more guidance from Master. Hearing Takaru's words, Yusuke bit his lip and knelt on one knee before Takaru. Master, I beg of you. Seeing Yusuke's action, although still somewhat confused, Keita imitated Yusuke and knelt on one knee before Takaru. Master, don't go. Yuka, Iu, and the others tightly grasped Takaru's sleeves. Looking at everyone with tearful eyes, Takaru's heart was also heavy. Parting moments are always hard. But one cannot remain in one place forever. Especially for Takaru and the others, they had families in the main world and needed to continuously complete missions in the reincarnation space. They could not stay in one instance world. I understand. 2 days from now, I will kill Jesby. That should be our time to say goodbye. Looking at them, Takaru was silent for a moment before speaking. Yes. Thank you, Master. Hearing Takaru's words, although reluctant, everyone responded loudly. All right, everyone should return to training now. Shaking his head, Takaru showed a helpless expression. Yes. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone took one last look at Takaru before returning to their positions and diligently training. Sorry, Mio, Hachiman. We may need to wait another 2 days. Looking at the two, Takaru spoke softly. No. You resolved this matter. Without you, relying solely on us would have taken much longer. Besides, an extra 2 days of training isn't a bad thing. Hearing Takaru's words, Hachiman directly shook his head. Yes, I think so too. Hearing Hachiman's words, Mio echoed. By the way, Takaru, apply the gravity enhancement to me too. I've already received your training for so many more days than Ritsu and the others. I'm sure Ritsu will be very envious when we return. Suddenly, Mio smiled and said to Takaru. Is that so? I understand. Looking at Mio's sincere smile, Takaru smiled back. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. Amidst everyone's reluctant gazes, Takaru executed Jesby. With Jesby's death, Takaru and the others' figures quickly dissipated from the other world. Takaru, Hachiman, and Mio directly returned to the reincarnation space. As for Yusuke and the others, they were summoned by the game master. Seeing Takaru and the others vanish before them, everyone felt an indescribable sense of loss. Now, Knight Glenda Carter. As compensation, you may ask one question. In the special space, the game master addressed Glenda, who had already undergone 3 class changes. How do dragons appear in our world? Hearing the game master's words, although Glenda wanted to ask about Takaru and the others, recalling Takaru's admonition, her rationality suppressed her emotions. There exists a small hole connecting the 2 worlds. This hole continuously expands, and eventually, dragons will emerge from there. Goodbye. After speaking, the administrator quickly vanished. Yusuke and the others returned to the real world. Upon returning, Yusuke quickly took out his phone and dialed Takaru's number. Although the call connected, no one answered. After trying repeatedly, he could only despairingly accept this fact. His life then returned to tranquility. Every day he attended school, trained, and meditated. On the 3rd day, he received a letter. The sender was Takaru. Inside the envelope was a letter Takaru had prepared before the mission, along with a card containing 1,500,000. The amount wasn't enormous, but for students like Yusuke and the others, it was undoubtedly a fortune. Takaru left this money for Yusuke and the others to use where needed. As for how to use it, Takaru completely entrusted the decision to Yusuke. Yusuke could even secretly keep it for himself. Takaru had explained everything in the letter. However, Takaru chose Yusuke because he knew Yusuke was not that kind of person. Takaru didn't know if this would help everyone. Even a small assistance would be enough. Master. Looking at Takaru's letter and the bank card, Yusuke's tears fell again. He did not conceal it but informed IU and the others. After everyone learned of the letter and bank card, no one suggested dividing it. They likewise entrusted it to Yusuke for safekeeping, trusting he would use it for the best purposes. Takaru, back in the reincarnation space, naturally knew nothing of subsequent events. Upon returning, Takaru received numerous notifications from the reincarnation space. Congratulations on clearing. Beginning settlement. Main Mission 1, Survival, completed. Main Mission 2, complete 2 parallel world training missions, completed. Side Mission 1, clear within 2 months, completed, cleared within 1 month, evaluation increased. Side Mission 2, kill Dragon Bishop, Leji, completed. Side Mission 3, kill Daraswade Dragon, completed. Side Mission 4, kill Dragon Bishop, Jesby, completed. Side Mission 5, change class 10 times or more, completed. Hidden Mission, number of related personnel deaths during mission, fewer deaths, higher evaluation. No evaluation bonus if more than 3 deaths, 0 deaths, evaluation greatly increased. Significant impact on key individuals, evaluation greatly increased. 366 monsters slain, evaluation increased. Impact on certain individuals, evaluation slightly increased. Settlement complete. Congratulations on obtaining S+ rank evaluation. Reward, 1 S rank evaluation, 120,000 points, S evaluation chest. Open S evaluation chest now. Open. Takaru had no hesitation regarding this. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Advanced Character Manifestation Card X1, Equipment Slot Expansion Permit X1, Advanced Enhancement Potion X2, Special Monster, Attribute-less Slime. Slime. Hearing the system's prompt, Takaru was stunned. He hadn't expected to obtain a monster, and an attribute-less slime, the newbie monster of ordinary worlds. Although he had recently encountered a slime destined to become one of the octogram, Takaru did not believe the adorable slime in his hand could become such an existence. It came from an S-rank chest. It should have some practical use. With some anticipation, Takaru examined the soft, adorable slime in his hand. Special monster, attribute-less slime. A slime with weak combat power, yet possessing infinite possibilities. Talent Skill 1, Devouring Evolution. This small body, given time, can devour even dragons. Triggers evolution based on devoured items. Can devour organic and inorganic matter. Talent Skill 2, Infinite Reproduction. As a slime with sufficient energy, it can divide infinitely. Talent Skill 3, Mimicry. By devouring objects, it can mimic them. However, its essence remains a slime. Looking at the slime in his hand, Takaru marveled. The core of its 3 talent skills was the first, Devouring Evolution. With that skill, the other 2 support skills became extremely powerful. Shaking his head, Takaru stopped focusing on the soft, adorable slime, and looked at the system prompts. Manifest equipment, sword, axe, armor, staff, robe. Goblin corpses, kobold corpses. Dragon corpse. Seeing the prompt, Takaru directly ignored the swords, axes, and other equipment. They were incidental junk equipment from the other world's class changes, useless to Takaru. He could manifest superior equipment at any time. Although such equipment wouldn't grant special attributes to the wearer, its defensive capabilities were tangible. Chapter 454, Chapter 450 for Bustling Reincarnator Hall, Paradise Rice. 1,259 words. After some selection, Takaru directly discarded all the equipment and chose to manifest the large quantity of corpses. Ding, confirm manifestation, Goblin Corpses X286, Kobold Corpses X205. Magic Stone Fragments X2, Dragon Corpse X1. Initial Privilege activated. Manifestation Cost, B Rank Evaluation X1, C Rank Evaluation X1, D Rank Evaluation X3, points 38,500. Manifest. Seeing the system prompt, Takara was somewhat surprised that the required evaluations and points were only this much. Compared to the value of these monster corpses, the price was truly very low. It seemed the initial privilege was more useful than he had imagined. Points deducted. Manifestation successful. Remaining, EX Rank Evaluation X1. S Rank Evaluation X2. A Rank Evaluation X3. B Rank Evaluation X2. C Rank Evaluation X3. Points 616,300. After manifestation, Takara hesitated briefly, then used the equipment slot expansion permit X1. The chosen slot was naturally the weapon slot. This way, Takara no longer needed to constantly carry Twilight Moon on his person to receive the high attribute bonuses. Weapon equipment slot expansion requires B Rank Evaluation X1. Points 10,000. Equipment slot expansion X1. Confirm? Confirm. Points deducted. Expansion complete. Remaining, EX Rank Evaluation X1. S Rank Evaluation X2. A Rank Evaluation X3. B Rank Evaluation X1. C Rank Evaluation X3. Points 606,300. Looking at the newly opened weapon slot, Takara directly placed Twilight Moon inside, fixing his equipment attribute bonuses. In the future, when he needed Twilight Moon in combat, he could place his staff in the equipment slot, enjoying additional attribute bonuses. After handling this, finding nothing else to use, Takara directly checked his status panel. Reincarnator No. 3, Nara Takaru. Race, Human Demon. Bloodline Abilities, Senja Bloodline, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Left Eye, Rewind, Right Eye, Koto Amatsukami. Talent Ability, Unique Skills Universal Perception, Demon Lord's Aura, Gravity Domain, Infinite Regeneration, Lightning Mastery, Enhanced Clone, Freeze Domain, Universal Barrier, Magic Control, Telekinesis Domain, Space-Time Manipulation, Ultimate Defense, Perseverance, Devourer, Nen, Lion's Heart, Shub-Niggurath. Strength, 1101, 985, Ordinary Person, 20. Constitution, 1166, 8. Defense, 1486, 2133. Speed, 1063, 4. Spirit, 1643, 38. Mana, 685,000, 3286, Ordinary Person, 0. Skills, Creation Magic, Advanced, Necromancy Magic, Advanced. Resistances, Natural Effects Nullification, Abnormal Status Nullification, Mental Attack Resistance, Physical Attack Resistance, Pain Resistance, Magic Attack Resistance. Evaluations and Points, Remaining EX Rank Evaluation X1. S Rank Evaluation X2. A Rank Evaluation X3. B Rank Evaluation X1. C Rank Evaluation X3. Points 606,300. Seeing nothing else needing attention, Takara directly went to the Reincarnator Hall. Here, Takara saw the already taking shape group of reincarnators. Compared to before, when there were at most 30 or 40 people, the Reincarnator Hall now had nearly 100 reincarnators. Including those not present, the number likely exceeded 200. Although 200 was incomparable to the main world's billions, it also indicated that the probability and number of powerful individuals emerging in the main world had increased. Since combat was prohibited in the reincarnation space, everyone treated it as a convenient trading hub. Takara noticed many people wearing special masks produced by the reincarnation space, wearable only here, which blocked others' inspections. This was likely to prevent recognition of their faces, avoiding trouble from unscrupulous individuals in the main world. As for Takaru, he had no such concerns. Anyone daring to cause him trouble would simply meet their end on the spot. Takaru. While surveying the surroundings, Umaru waved at him from over there. Besides Takaru, almost everyone else was gathered here. Since they had crossed over from the same location, there was no rush to return. How was it? Good gains from this world. Arriving beside everyone, Takaru smiled and asked. Very good. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone smiled. The monster levels in this mission world were not high. As long as one didn't overestimate themselves and challenge the dragon, Leji alone was worthless. As for Jesby, although Umaru and the others lacked Takaru's keen observation haki and mana perception, with Jesby's constant scheming, seeing through her true nature was only a matter of time. Regarding interrogation, although it wasn't as smooth, simply killing her and clearing the surrounding monsters would also be judged as mission completion. Takaru, is that a slime in your hand? At this moment, Yui noticed the slime in Takaru's hand and said excitedly. Yes. Want to hold it? Seeing Yui's expectant expression, Takaru said with a smile. Can I? Hearing Takaru's words, Yui said excitedly. Here. Hearing her words, Takaru smiled and handed the slime over. Yui received it and excitedly rubbed it against her cheek. So soft, so cute. Watching Yui's excited expression, Takaru found it amusing. Want to browse? Maybe we can find some treasures. He suggested to everyone. Many people were already setting up stalls over there. Takaru wanted to see if there were any treasures or items suited for himself. Okay. Hearing Takaru's words, everyone nodded in understanding. By the way, Takaru, if you have plenty of recovery potions, I suggest you sell some. They're so effective. Selling them for 500 points a bottle shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Yukino thought of something and directly spoke to Takaru. Yes, indeed. Sometimes here, it might just save your life. Hearing Yukino's words, Taihei nodded seriously. Then I'll take a look later. Hearing this, Takaru nodded thoughtfully. Although he already had many points, one never had too many. Like money, more was basically better. Soon arriving at the stall area, they saw many reincarnators bargaining. Mostly, they were selling equipment, some selling monster corpses. Potion sellers were fewer but not absent. However, they sold only basic health recovery potions, similar in effect to those Takaru had manifested in his first reward world, perhaps slightly better. Occasionally, someone would inquire about the price, and then consider buying or not. After one round, Takaru purchased 2 boar-like monster corpses. The price was reasonable, exactly 1,000 points. Takaru bought them to use as new materials. Is this rice? Looking at a stall where a man seemed to be selling a large rice stalk, Takaru was stunned. Sir, interested in buying? This is a very special delicacy. Only 1 C-rank evaluation and 3,000 points. Seeing Takaru's curious expression, the masked man enthusiastically spoke to Takaru. Are you desperate for money? 1 rice stalk for a C-rank evaluation and 3,000 points. Hearing the man's words, another man in front of Takaru mocked. He had just seen this and inquired, only to find the seller wanted such a price. Naturally, he ridiculed him. This came from a special item draw. Just 1 grain brings indescribable happiness. Hearing the man's words, the rice-selling vendor said excitedly. In the end, isn't it still just rice? Can it enhance strength? Hearing his words, the man mocked again. Can I see its description? Hearing his words, Takaru pondered for a moment and spoke. Compared to other things, Takaru was more keen on delicacies. His strength was already very high, and this rice stalk looked somewhat familiar. Please. Hearing Takaru's words, the man was overjoyed. He directly displayed the rice's information. Others had mostly fled upon hearing the price, and Takaru was the first to inspect it. With the vendor's information sharing, Takaru saw the rice's description. Paradise rice, a dreamlike rice where only one stalk can be harvested per hectare of field. Eating a single grain brings a feeling akin to arriving in the paradise, hence its name. Seeing this description, Takaru was stunned. He hadn't expected it to truly be a product from the Toriko world. With this rice stalk, whether for himself or for Midori and the others, mass production should be possible. Although he wanted to acquire it quickly, Takaru still maintained a thoughtful expression. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.